And so the follow button could be anywhere on the page. And it's amazing. It has basically instant technology. So it goes to vertically. You just smile at them, it just and you create a clip with them every month. And of course, and then once it's done publishing, come in and just get everybody doesn't want that to know.
Start discussion before a lot of difficulties with what they call the event. The term Holocaust is the first term, I guess, because it's popular, but it comes from the past. The term was coined in 1960, derived from the translation of the Bible, and it is the Latin translation of the Hebrew, which means that is completely the holo and holo completely. Transition. This implies that were killed in the Holocaust were a kind of sacrifice. Does that the of the of the sacrifice the Nazi very problematic. In fact, many destruction connection in Jewish memory to the destruction of the temple of Jerusalem. But it's a term that's really only used for certain specific historical events, notably the destruction of the old Jerusalem in the year 586 and the year 75 before the and ties the cataclysm of Europe back to the Islamic position from the temple. In terms of Shoah, do not have a lot of theological background, and many scholars are trying to work with different terms, but Holocaust from that. So I'm going to use that term, even though it has we also define the Holocaust. Could make a reasonable argument that the Holocaust begins with Hitler's rise of power, with Nuremberg, the Austrian World War I in 1939, the beginning of murder, which occurred, see, until 1941. So it's a very difficult thing to actually get them in specifics, because that's when you get into the difficulties of interpretations of that. But the term Holocaust can be described as the Nazi attempt to eliminate Jewish presence in Europe, primarily through the massacre process that continued from 1941 to the origin. The very first place we have to start is really the first war. Like really has even though at the time it was a great war, amazingly it was called the War to End All Wars. It had the frustration that led to the war. Look at this map. You see on the left, this is basically Europe before World War I. Empires, Russia, and in the context of Paris, on the right, Germany is Eastern Russia, separated from Germany proper by land bridge given to England. So we have an outlet to the sea. All of this region are all from the fraction of its original size, and the remnants of that empire, like Czechoslovakia, Yugoslavia, and so on. And this was an extremely unworkable. You know that it was to the many multinational ethnicities that are living in these empires, it really led to a tremendous frustration. And there was some strange kind of phenomenon. For example, about 2/3 of the citizens of Poland were not Polish. And similarly, about 2/3 of the Austrians lived outside Austria. The capital of Lithuania, the capital city, was located in the country. There are all kinds of these strange things associated with them. So the losers of World War I, Germany, Austria, felt that they wanted to revise divisions, and they were pressing to try and address it. Has a baby, was Austrian. His father was a minor functionary. He died when there wasn't enough boy. And it was kind of a difficult child. His father was not a job that he was insistent on being an artist, something for which he had remarkably little talent. In fact, he was rejected several times by the Guinness, which he felt was the result of the Jews' activity. That somehow the Jews had denied him the responsibility of furthering his career. During World War I, was limited service, although he did not get promoted rapidly, primarily because of his very insubordinate nature and his difficulty in following orders. Look at this interesting picture here. This is from Munich at the onset of World War I, and there's very carefully at it. He found with a eyeglass and there was a picture of the circle there, and you can see he obviously, like so many Germans at the time, he was thrilled with the prospect of going to war. He was wounded, primarily a mustard gas attack, and he wore a very strong memory of that attack, and it really had an impact on his thinking later with regards to the Jews. Or
Caspian Sea. Yo, hey, how are you? Fantastic. All right. So what happened overnight? So here's the whole thing about just being a rabbi is when I sleep, sometimes when I wake, it's like a time and I need to check my mouth and all this shit. And a lot of times it's there. So I fall asleep. By the way, Roger says hello. I mean, he hasn't say that, but he says, oh, you should have been. Or Caspian Sea. So I'm not the system. So good luck with that. But come in whenever you want. So that's like, well, that's cool. I'm happy with people stuff. Just interest. All right. So quick. Okay, so let's see. I just very proud of our I knew, but overnight started pumping up and pumping like but each one of these views is really important. They're like crypto people or something like that, and then they're like part of the community, so they pumped up and okay, what's it like? I like this thing yesterday. It's 190 now, so I'm happy with that. There are 190 people who like it, that 190,000 who think I look like a difference. So, but I think they're like, it's about 190,000, and I'll be there. Anyway, so that one. Yeah, it's literally just a line of people saying, thank you for the positive vibes. Thank you so much, Rabbi, for the positive vibes. positive vibes back to you. Thank you so much for all fucking people for just responding. And so I just sent them a message back saying, positive vibes, love Vicky. And okay, so I had a message. This is I'm kind of giddy about it. Well, I'll say Arnold. What up? Arnold wants his first. Hey Arnold, did you watch my interview yet?
No, I didn't cross.
I will. Okay, so I chose speed.
I saw speed. What the fuck? You had an entry with I saw speed?
Oh, tight. I was pissed. I fucking hold on. I have to focus on this. Thank you so much. Okay, so overnight I've been live. Okay, so you know who I Shall Speed is, right, Arnold?
Yes, I did. Yeah.
Excellent.
How does it?
Um, right. Okay, so I've been live streaming stream now for the last like week, and I pulled the record for the first stream in his PC up to the person. Okay, I wake this morning to find
I
myself.
saw speed.
Yeah, I it just took me like a week. Yeah, dog. Well, wait. So get this. Um, I'm in Aiden Ross's. I'm in a bunch of people. So I'm live streaming this motherfucker's Discord. And when I fall asleep, I mean, as you can see, you saw it in the video, and I'll send it to you right now. Arnold, I showed that I built a bot to allow me to stream in their PC, and that when they boot me, it lets me back in. Caspian, see, you saw this process in that video, right?
Yeah.
If you didn't see it, it's okay. But that's fine. I know it's you have memorized it. Arnold, I sent you. So here's what I. So what I did was I looked this morning, or, and I noticed that I'm in jail, and I'm pissed because I didn't do anything wrong. I just did what I've been doing for the last week, which is just fucking streaming. And then to me, like everybody's got their own opinion, but it's not against their fucking rules of why they do it. Am I naked? I'm clothed. I'm not recording myself. I'm not doing my paperwork. I'm not. You can't hear me.
Yeah.
You can't hear me. Nothing. So I was pissed. So I go to this one guy who I know who's on the moderation who let me in last time, and I'm like, look, dude, if you want me to fucking stream in there, this is in my chat, but that's what I was working on. If you want me to fucking stream in there, then tell your fucking moderators to stop banning me. Stop fucking. Here I am, and I sent him a link to this interview that I just did, where I am talking about the moderators to hundreds of people. Okay, like literally, I have a video of me interacting with them. You don't want to piss me off because I'm getting to be famous enough that I will shit on you publicly. Just ask Tim Cook, just ask Mark Zuckerberg, just ask Jeff Bezos, and the rest of those fucking clowns. And okay, so with that, they let me back in. Just so they told me.
Let me just watch some video.
Yeah, 39 minutes. But then what did I do? So this is the best part. That's cool. I love people. There's one thing to be banned. When I've been banned so much, like I'm like an abused child. When you abuse a child enough, it's just you can't really fucking phase them. Like screwed up with like just well, I have to real life. But in the digital world, I am a fucking feral child, and I get abused by everybody's system. So when you ban me, it's no big deal. But when you let me back, always that a big fucking deal in my big little motherfucker. And so what did I do? I checked my inbox, and one of my favorite shoes in the world, Ori, his name is Uri. He asked, he said, yo, hey, what's going on? He said, yo, I just read what he said because I don't want to. You know, normally you're not supposed to read people's inbox messages, but my whole life, that's different. It's a different world where I live. And he wrote, hey, I would love to talk to you. I worked at VOD. Didn't know everywhere treated. So how nice is that? So he thought I was fun, and he wanted to speak with me on stream. And he's a huge figure. He's a huge shit. So I'm really excited about that. So I told him, I thanked him, and I told him I got an interview tonight, but if he wants to do it sometime this weekend, that works for me. Or I'm pretty flexible. So I think that is fucking the bitch, dog. Absolutely.
Now,
You do.
one
You
sec.
absolutely. Take your time. If you're watching my video, Sending.
He essentially became a rock star. His popularity was pronounced. He had a whole new way of thinking about how Germany had to proceed. He was a brash leader who was associated with the airplanes, revised a lot of the iconography. The implementation of the swastika was extremely brilliant, kind of like his movement. And he used to have never won the majority in a German election, but because there were so many parties running, unlike the American system, which has two basic parties, he was ultimately able to win a plurality, and in 1933 he officially came to power as chancellor. He built on a body of anti-Semitic thought that had infected Germany to try to create the Weimar period. Here's a cover of a book published in 1920 by Arthur. The sin against the blood novel of the times. And this is kind of emblematic of the anti-Semitic thought of the period. You see the blonde, muscular, shirtless Aryan who is nevertheless bowed down and healthy, but otherwise weakened because he has this massive birth of a vulture sitting on his shoulder. The vulture has typical Jewish features, and the overall message of this cover art, which is just one example of thousands, is that the Jews are kind of like a parasite race. The Jews are going to, make healthy Aryan Germany sick on the inside, like some kind of tapeworm or some kind of disease, and eventually they will feed on Germany's corpse. Here's another very interesting image. This was actually published in 1920 in a book of caricature of Jews, and the author at the time obviously did not realize that out of it had become an extremely important being associated with anti-Semitism. And I have a feeling that this is actually one of the words you see in the lower right-hand corner, initials, but it's a pure supposition on my part, perhaps some art historian deeply into this. At any rate, you see the image here, the young, attractive, Aryan woman, very sad, sort of serious expression, because she knows that her fate is a older Jewish man in the background. That, in other words, Germany, young, healthy, promised, nevertheless, going to be dominated by the Jews, and they will ultimately bring about its downfall. Very shrill kind of anti-Semitism, very much associated with German anti-Semitism from the 1880s to on. Well, the great biographer Hitler, Diego, associated two principal elements to Hitler's thought. One is anti-Semitism. He was absolutely a very devoted and virulent. Right? The other was Lebensraum. Lebensraum is this concept that Germans need living space, living room. And Hitler viewed this as specifically a drive to the east. He looked at the tendency of German colonization regions in Poland, Ukraine, and Russia, and he felt that that had to be cemented and had to be formally brought under German auspices. In other words, Hitler wanted to colonize Europe by moving eastward. This map here shows you Europe in its high tide under Allied control, and you can see it extends across North Africa, Morocco, Algeria, Tunisia. Spain is technically neutral, although in this situation, neutrality tends to favor the dominant power, which would be Germany. all the way through Central Europe, out to Eastern Europe, including Poland, the Baltic states, and then when he eventually invaded Russia, all the way up to Leningrad, which is a prolific sea close to Moscow. Now, just to give you a very quick overview of Hitler's military strategy, basically what he did was he wanted to avoid it. He wanted to avoid Russia and East, and the Allies, France and England, in particular, in the West. So what he did was he made a secret deal with Stalin in the late 1930s that said that he would invade from the East and from the West. Stalin, that he would simply divide Poland and the Baltic states between them. So this September of 1939, what Eastern Front was stabilized because he had a treaty of non-aggression with the Soviet Union. Then he turned to the West. Took over France in fairly short order. That was pacified in 1941. He double-crossed his erstwhile ally, Stalin, in invading the Soviet Union in Operation Barbarossa. And that went fairly well for Hitler until 1943, when the Russians began to push back, and the Rudolph Army ultimately, together with the American Army, invaded from the West. And at the authority, that's when they had this movement that Swedish Germany's military resistance. That's a very quick elements that led to World War II that was extremely significant in this context of the policy of peace, a drastic and disastrous policy held by the Allies. Essentially, Germany was taking over region after region, violating the various terms of the agreements that Germany had signed in the armistice accord, and it came to a head with the Sudetenland crisis. The Sudetenland is a mountainous region west of Czechoslovakia, heavily populated by Germans, wished to join Germany because Hitler was really demonstrating that Germany was capable of surmounting the depression, regaining their national pride. This was, however, an extremely significant military strategic reason for Czechoslovakia, because whoever killed those mountain makers would slow down the lowlands. And so Czechoslovakia, having received those territories after World War I, was not willing to cede them to the Germans. The Allies, however, essentially wanted to move at all costs of World War II. And so Neville Chamberlain from England went to visit Hitler, and the Prime Minister returned to England, waving a piece of paper indicating that Hitler has signed off on this deal. As long as he gets to Sudetenland, then we will have peace in our times. And it was a disastrous mistake. Immediately thereafter, Hitler went to war. September 1 of 1939, Hitler bombed Poland, aided with his famous blitzkrieg or lightning war strategy and tactics, and Poland fell very rapidly. Specifically on the fate of the Jews in this context. The first impact of the Holocaust per se was the policy of ghettoization. Ghettoization was the concentration of Jews primarily in urban districts, major cities across Europe. The policy of ghettoization was not uniformly implemented. In some places, walls were constructed borders here, where the Jews in Warsaw are demanding to create their own borders. In other areas, walls were never constructed, and then they rely on social pressure, fear of equal laws, and willing allies and other populations to keep Jews in their regions. Secondly, the Nazis did not seem to have a really clear policy on what to do with the Jews in the ghetto. Some of the ghettos, like Warsaw, for example, were clearly attritionists in nature, meaning that the Jews were housed there, imprisoned there, with very, very few rations to live with, and they were simply to die of starvation or economy of typhus. Other ghettos, like in Rothschild, Poland, seem to emphasize production. These are called productionist ghettos, where the Jews were employment primarily in the textile industry. And there it seems that the Jews were to be slave labor to assist in whatever capacity with the German war effort. More likely, the reality is the Nazis had a very chaotic bureaucracy, even though they were restricted to about record Ultimately, however, the ghetto experience ended in deportation to the death camps, whichever kind of ghetto that we're speaking about. Things changed dramatically on June 22nd, 1941, which is the date of the abolition of Barbados. You can see in this map here, this is after Hitler had controlled all of his western and was bombing England, hoping to conquer it. Hitler double-crossed Dublin, invaded the Soviet Union. He went through Poland all the way from the Black Sea up to the Baltic Sea, the Baltic countries as well, and he caught the Soviet Union largely by surprise and invaded with tremendous force and ferocity. Now, why is this significant for the Holocaust? It's because this is when we begin to see the first true acts of organized mass murder. It's quite late in 1941. In the past, what were called Einzelaktionen, meaning individual actions, beating, robbery, occasional murder, but with the exception perhaps of Kristallnacht, which was a coordinated event, a large nationwide pogrom in 1938, there's really no significant organized activity to systematically root out the Jews and to murder them. That happened in the context of Operation Barbarossa. So what Hitler does is he sends out multiple police battalions called Einsatzgruppen. And these are traveling battalions that have like trucks and things like that. And they basically are charged with the task of going through all of the Stadtland of Eastern Europe, rounding up all of the undesirables, principally Jews, communists, Roma, gypsies, Jehovah's Witnesses, homosexuals, anyone that was on Hitler's list for a extinction, and bring them out to ravines or having them taken on the graves you see in this picture, and then they were shot by firing squad fire. This occurred throughout Eastern Europe, resulted in approximately 2.5 million deaths. Here you can see the Jews have been climbing down into the thing first, and they are shot from above. Hitler used the Einsatzgruppen also demonstrated many different methods of execution. You see here, also in this picture as well. And this is exactly how most of my own family, my grandmother's parents, and her brothers and sisters met their fate in Lithuania. The Einsatzgruppen did their gruesome work between June 22nd, 1941 and late 1942. But by the spring of 1942, entirely new method of Jews was implemented. And this is something more that we associate with the Holocaust specifically. Basically, something happened in the fall of 1941. Some historians believe that Hitler saw how successful he was in invading Russia so quickly, and he said, wow, if I can do this, maybe I can actually murder all the Jews in Europe. You will notice that although Hitler had a lot of very extreme rhetoric that was genocidal in nature, the truth is there were lots of experimental gestures made to do other things with the Jews. For example, to expel them, to encourage them to leave. Jews were allowed to leave Germany up until October of 1940, quite late, over a year after the war begins. At one point, there were negotiations to actually take over the island of Madagascar off the coast of South Africa and use that as a massive reservation for Europe's Jews. That is similar to the West National Guard of Poland. But sometime in the fall of 1941, all of those plans were totally abandoned in the context of these successful murders as well. And Hitler said, we're going to do something more efficient. It may have come as a result of the euphoria of the peaceful victory over Russia. It may also be a result of the self-realization that Hitler was going to get stuck in Russia over the winter, which in fact happened, and that would be disastrous for the German military as a whole. And Hitler's thinking was, well, if we're not going to win this war, if ultimately, like a chessboard, you can see what's going to happen in just a few moves, then let us at least kill all the Jews in Europe. And so what seems to have happened is in the fall of 1941, they set up an experimental camp of Lincoln, which was distinct from the hundreds of concentration camps that had been designed beforehand. Basically, Hitler had a full network of concentration camps primarily as a result, people died in concentration camps, primarily as a result of misuse or malnutrition. So people died largely a result of abuse, of malnutrition, of slave labor conditions, but they were not designed specifically to kill people from the beginning. This was a new phenomenon initiated with the leading and 6 of these special camps, which were called the German family, which means to make into nothing camps. These were distinct from Konzentrationslager or concentration camps, where people were simply imprisoned in concentrations. This is a place where the Nazis looked for family for absolute destruction. The 6 camps are here, Treblinka, Eldo, Majdanek, Belzec, Sobibor, and of course the infamous Auschwitz, the greatest major of the Holocaust. These 6 camps were concentrated in Eastern Europe, although as the war progressed, several other camps, like Dachau, for example, were retrofitted some aspects of the concentration of the Vernichtungslager features. Here is your Auschwitz, which is perhaps one of the most notorious of those camps. The feature of the death camp was most well known, of course, the gas chambers. Jews and other undesirable Jews, non-Jews, were also imprisoned in these camps. Once again, Roma slated for utter destruction. Many Slavs, many dissenters, homosexuals, you name it, all kinds of people who were brought by Hitler were sent to these camps. But Jews constitute a very significant population. Ships from the camps all over Europe in railroad cars, sometimes taking several days to reach the destinations. Jews were disembarked and then they were exposed to a selection process where the vast majority of them were sent for immediate death. Whatever was valuable in their person, including prosthetic eyeglasses, sometimes hair, sometimes skin, whatever was eventually used to the Nazis was taken from the Jews, and then various bruises, given them towels, stuff, for example, being told they were going to be deloused, they were going to put their legs for them, because lysine was a real problem on prisoners during the war. They were sent to these gas chambers, they exposed to this poison, cyclone bag, or cyclone DNA, which is essentially a rat poison. In the gas chambers like this one here, they would be asphyxiated by the gas, and within half an hour they would be dead. Their bodies would be consumed by other Jewish mates, the so-called Notocommando, and then they would be sent to the crematoria, or taken to the crematoria. It was not designed to kill Jews, they were designed to give a tremendous number of bodies that would accumulate every single day. There were Jews who survived the concentration camps, the death camps, primarily because a certain small proportion was selected not for immediate destruction, but for either scientific experimentation. The notorious anecdote of like mutual use and drinking, like for example, children, you would expose one of them to various injections with various chemicals and so on, and compare the changes with the child that was unaffected. We also experimented with different kinds of field transplants, amputations, things like that. Or they used them for slave labor because all of the camps had some kind of industrial satellite camp. For example, Auschwitz had a small camp nearby that was used to be acetone. The Jews were used in incredibly horrible conditions and slave laborers and basically starved to death as future here. The worst among them became what the camp inmates called Musulmana or Muslims, which was a derogatory term, was used to say that somehow they had lost all will to live. I don't know why the connection specifically, but Muslims were nevertheless that was part of the lexicon. And then people who reached the stage of extreme psychological distress were not long for this. The Allies finally came in 1944, 5, found incredible scenes of destruction, people displaced from their homes, their families, from their sanity, and quite often. And they found incredible swaths of corpses in many of the camps. The Bergen Mountains, for example, in the office, which is an entire story unto itself. Many stories here from the 30s. And finally, after that, with the international military tribunal in Europe, where a small number of core Nazi leaders were tried for their crimes. This is part of a large discussion. I'm trying to keep this within 30 minutes. I'm not going to go into the details, but it led to a rather extreme interpretation of the reasons for the Holocaust, known as the intentionalist theory, which is the complex criticism by another school dominant today, which is have to leave that something further research. That's basically a very quick overview of what is arguably the dark spirit.
Thank you. Yeah, I didn't understand that one either, but who knows? I mean, it's not like we're on NBC or CBS or Fox or ABC where, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. He's trying to be entertaining. He- That's okay. I love India. I shouted out India a few times. I love India. I shouted out India a few times. He's done. Mr. Beast is done. Thank you, baby. Thank you. Arnold, that was really nice of you. Thank you. I was given it. I was given it. I've never bought any cryptocurrency. I've only ever been gifted cryptocurrency. Well, I was in a Twitter space, which is the heart of cryptocurrency on the internet, and they heard me speak to some people from the community. Oh, I'm not like a whale by any means. I own a little bit, like very little. You can hold everything that I have in your wallet. I own. Excellent. Take care, Caspian. See, we'll see you tonight, hopefully. Excellent. Oh, I was just given some, so I don't even know. I don't even pay attention to it. The only time I've ever used it, I don't even care. I really don't. Here's the thing. I know. Then that's fine. Then I lose it. It's not so much money that it really needs that much protection. That's how small amount it is. Oh, I wish. No, nothing like that. I've never bought a crypto, or I have never bought HPOS. I was just given it. No, other people just gave it to me as like being nice.
By the end,
Oh, I see. That's good.
Yeah.
survived.
For the yeah. So that's cool.
At this time, the world
Oh, I think this.
tremendous efforts of who was
Thank you.
settled
Oh, all right, man. Yeah.
primarily
I'm just closing my eyes. We're listening to history lectures. Feel free to listen to history lectures. Yeah. You can hear it in the background. Take my sound and turn it all the way up. I know, baby. I know. Don't worry. I'll have my people call your people.
So yeah.
I know that I love you. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry, Arnold. Don't worry, Arnold. We have a place for you.
Yeah, you do.
No, I'm serious. Don't worry. When I go viral, I'll take care of you. So that's all I can promise you at this point. Not even a promise, just by words. And I'm communicating to you allegedly. And if I can make it happen, great. If I can't, I tried my best. I tried harder than anybody else. Well, I want you to know that I do. I want you to know that I do. I want you to know that I do. And I look forward to helping you.
From you, man. I don't need anything.
Okay. You got it. Peace, baby.
We'll see you in a bit.
Peace, baby. You got it, my man. You got it.
We're here. What ends up happening is a lot of conflict between the Arab and the British occupying authority that accelerates out after the Holocaust, after the Russian phenomenon, for Jewish the region. The Arab population has also increased at this point, and requests handed over to the United Nations, much like they India to the United Nations in 1987. They come with rather disastrous partition line. And you see here on the left, the United Nations divide up what is temporary regions. Three regions shown here in the country were to be Jewish state of Israel, regions which are for a proposed Arab state. And then right in the center, you have Jerusalem, which is what to do. Therefore, they set it aside as a country. Separate body, somewhat differently. Bottom line with this map, Jews accepted Arab countries founding the region as Jordan, Lebanon, and Syria did not accept it. They invaded Israel and there was war. I'm not going to go into the specifics of the war, that the Israelis now, Israel, as of 1948, or broke out, the state of Israel actually anticipates not only did they successfully get their territory and actually expanded it into the area of near further. So they were able to consolidate the northern region of Galilee, and they were able to expand the Indian region, but they were not able, when they were placing it, they were able to push right to the boundaries of Jerusalem, but Jerusalem remained one city. The eastern half of Jerusalem, part of Jordan and heavily populated with Arabs, western half occupied by Israel, and obviously by Jews. Apartheid population shifted accordingly. They did not conquer what was called the West Bank, so-called Jordan, also known as Shalom. And then they did not conquer the Gaza Strip down in the left corner. That's basically what Israel looked like from 1949 until the next major conflict in 1967. They were a minor conflict, significant, but not conflict. But in 1967, they were basically what happened in 67 is that Egypt in particular, along with Syria as well, other Arab countries around it, planned a massive very clear identification was about to happen. The UN was powerless or perhaps not willing. Energy was not and what Israel did was very controversial, ultimately very successful for the French. They launched a preemptive strike against their Arab enemy. This was an extremely successful war for Israel. It was called the Six-Day War. And not only did Israel retain its territory in 1949, it actually expanded it tremendously. Really an amazing victory. Great. Now, looking at this map here, you see that they did two different things with the territories that they conquered. The territories on the labeled on the left were occupied. Those are the huge Sinai, which of course on Egypt, largely a desert, but nevertheless it's very important region for military activity. The Gaza Strip, which is, unlike the Sinai Peninsula, highly populated, and finally the region of the West Bank, West Bank, and they think it was occupied for now until we become what a lot of Israelis believe that it will become from the defeated Arab state saying, fine, let's make peace, let's go beyond what was given. This is a ceasefire in 1949, and let us actually ceasefire our relationship right there. We your borders, Apple called it kind of like waiting to be dealt with. In case of the Sinai Peninsula, as we shall see, it was ultimately given to Egypt in exchange. But no such arrangement was made. Those were various Sinai Peninsula, Gaza Strip, right? Two regions were quite distinct from one another. Marriage means that permanently territory of Israel. And those regions are east of which has incredible spiritual, political, and emotional significance for Jews as well as for the Arab Sunni nation who are now Palestinian specific line. And also has military significance in mountains that overlooks the lowlands in Syria and overlooks the lowlands of Israel, southwest as a national very advantage. So those regions, but the occupied territories were still making some kind of much of that resolution populated. At the Gaza Territory. Gaza Strip, however, was not something that he wanted to, and so it remained under Israeli occupation. Difficult status to hope for Palestinians and also all the occupiers. Another change happened in 1993 when, after all of this political dynamic of Yitzhak Rabbi on the left reaches into his counterpart, Yasser Arafat, and of the Palestine Liberation Organization, and with the sponsorship of American President Jimmy Carter in the center, the photo shoot of hands, and it results in a treaty that's not nearly as successful as the one Israel has with Egypt. Basically, it's a Palestinian autonomy or a Palestinian party. This would be this is a term that many Western countries use. Two states, Israel and Palestine, side by side this order. At the map of Israel and specifically at the demographic density of the West Bank and the Gaza Strip in particular, it was that as researcher would Palestinian control and trying to build measures of both sides ultimately that for the expand plus a Palestinian state. Those trust building measures did not work. There was a lot of internal fighting among the Palestinians and the West Bank and with both regions. Israelis, the construction of a huge wall separate proper the territories, and ultimately it's not overcoming the attractions existence and yet to near Jerusalem, Israel and Palestine. Nor does it address the issue of the refugees from the 1948-1949 war and their descendants still living in refugee camps in Arab states. So it's success arrangement with Egypt. The last major political change according is the controversial disengagement from Gaza in 2005 under Prime Minister Ariel Sharon. The Gaza and over this lecture has always been very problematic territory. Very close quarters for several successful ventures run by Israelis in the Gaza Strip, but the cost of maintaining settlements and the financial resources and also of Israelis would settle represent the best interest of Israel when it comes to the peace treaty. Also, at the demographic factors, the Palestinians were producing a much higher rate, a higher birth rate, and the problem of the gap in balance and Gaza only get worse. That also is combined with the fact that Gaza has a much climate in fact, and West Bank are still with each other as they record this video. And so, Ariel Sharon made the controversial decision all troops from Gaza, controls borders, blockades, for example, of various ships that want to bring aid, military aid as well as humanitarian aid. So causing very dire situations outlet. So let's try the summary here. Basically what happened here on the left is sort of like war of the state, hence it's because it's British to sort out the claims of the Arabs of this territory. Then in the center map, you have the 1947 flag, which is yellow. And then after the war of 1989, the orange territories are given to Israel. The orange territory over. And then in 1967, the West Bank, the Gaza Strip, the peninsula, Golan Heights, and on the map on the right, it looks like 2005. Egypt gets Sinai back as a result of the 78 treaty. The Golan is taken over by God along with East Jerusalem, 1967. Lebanon is stabilizing the country in the region. A couple of wars. Security. This not considered part of Israel proper, although it definitely is. So West Bank still remains under Israeli control for some regions that have some. The Gaza Strip shown here is simply abandoned by Israel. And that's basically what Israel does. It is very complicated topic, pretty heated topic, but just looking at the map, give us some sense of how the political conflict of the country and this whole and I hope you like this beautiful screen and have time. I do all kinds of cool things that I just started this morning, and I hope I'll be able to put all kinds of excellent pictures and ideas and use it in so many ways that you will be able to appreciate the videos. Okay, so over the next 15 minutes or so, I'd like to give you a very quick overview of American Jewish history. This is a complicated for me to talk about because it's so close to me. It's like right in front of my face. And as historians, we generally like to think talk about things that happened a long time ago. The things that happen right now are much more difficult for us to do. So we usually give those things to political scientists or sociologists. And the things that happen in the future, we give those judgments to the Department of Policy, which is quite a ways down the hall from my office. But let's talk very quickly about American history. So there are three significant waves of Jewish immigration, and they are significantly larger as we move on through our history. The first wave are the Sephardic Jews who come in the 17th century, starting really in the 1650s. And they're tiny little populations that established beachhead places like Charleston, South Carolina, or New York as well. These are populations that in many ways were Spanish Inquisition as it reached out to the colonies. One of the first populations of Jews that arrived in New York, for example, were Jews from South America who had made it here, petitioned the authorities to live in this region and received extensive rights, especially when New Amsterdam became poor. But these are tiny little settlements of Jews with very, very little impact on the overall population. A more significant population of Jews comes in the 1840s, primarily from Germany. And the Jews were coming to America at that time primarily being economic difficulties, economic restrictions, sometimes a certain amount of anti-Semitic discrimination that comes, for example, restrictive marriage laws that allow certain number of Jews to marry per family and so on. So they come to America to try and a land of opportunity to explore new options for them. Third and largest comes after the 1880s. These are Jews primarily from the Russian Empire. From the 1880s, there's a series of problems that is these kind of spontaneous attacks on Jewish populations that the Russian Empire proved incapable of holding 4 years of sporadic violence. These problems, especially in the 1880s, were not huge and extremely violent attacks like we see in the 20th century. Although they would escalate, they would get much worse in 1903, 1905, 1919, and especially, of course, in the Holocaust. But nevertheless, the fact that the Russian Empire was not able to really stop them was something that was very significant for Jews, finding Poland and regions like that. And so combine that with the anti-Semitic policies of the Russian government and the lack of economic possibilities in the region, that a lot of Jews sought out the golden land that was the New World. So about 1.7 million Jews came from Eastern Europe to America between 1880 and 1924. At that time, the American government began to really shrink the immigration quotas, and very few Jews were allowed into the country. Tragically, this was also the case during the Holocaust, although many Jews chose to go to other countries in South America, a significant number to Israel and the early Zionist movement, Canada, civilized countries in the north, which has, for example, universal health care, things like that. So these are the basic three major waves of Jewish immigration. And once again, they get progressively larger. There's a certain amount of internal conflict between the waves of Jews. The German Jews, for example, although very charitably inclined towards their compatriots from, or I should say their co-religionists from Eastern Europe, neverthelheless regarded them with some disdain because they tended to be much lower on the socioeconomic ladder coming in as immigrants, and they had to work their way up let's say, being pushcart sellers of recycled goods, and until they finally were able to establish some kind of storefront, and in some cases even establish large department stores. By and large, the story of American Jewry in America is, did I say that? By and large, the story of Jews in America is a very successful one in which Jews really take advantage of the tremendous opportunities of this land in order to promote their primarily economic situation, their educational situation, and so on. But at the same time, there's a huge decline in religious observance. We should bear in mind that, particularly for those Jews leaving Eastern Europe in the 1880s, these were Jews who were bucking the system. These were Jews who were going against the conventional wisdom, which was that America was not the golden land, it was not the a special desire to learn English and even to refrain from teaching their children Yiddish, the overwhelmingly dominant vernacular of Eastern Europe. And they were willing to become Americans, everything it took to become Americans. This was not the case for the Jews who came after the Holocaust, but not immigrants, refugees. Whereas the immigrant mentality is, I'm over to this country, I'm going to make myself over like this country, and I embrace it. A refugee comes with a mindset, my home was destroyed, my culture was destroyed, I will not open myself up to this foreign environment. I am going to make this foreign environment like my old home environment in Eastern Europe. So there's a huge distinction. Let's jump ahead a little bit, because there's a lot to cover, and I really want to focus on the 21st century. One of the major stories of American history, besides the tremendous growth economically, educationally, in terms of their advancement in all fields of human endeavor, really, is the decline in the character of their Jewish observance, their Jewish identity. And there's a story of increased assimilation. You should understand that term. Assimilation, borrowed from the chemical sciences, essentially refers to like dissolving a solid in a liquid so that the solid is no longer visible. That's kind of a harsh term to use when we talk about Jews in America, because in many ways, the main dogged insistence on certain Jewish markers of identity. For example, most surveys indicate that Jews, no matter how tenuous their connection to Judaism is, they nevertheless retain a high degree of pride in their Jewish identity, and they strongly identify themselves as a Jew, even if the other behaviors have been made manifest will not necessarily be harmony with them. On the other hand, every other marker shows Jews kind of walking away from Judaism. In 2015, a Pew Research study appeared, which was an especially damning report on the state of Jewish identity in America, and it indicated that Jewish intermarriage was well over 50%. And this is a phenomenon that has been observed for several decades. It's at a state where roughly 6 out of every 10 Jews who gets married to a non-Jew. That's a huge figure. Now, obviously, there are differences between the denominations, and in fact, in many ways, America is the place where many of the denominations flourish. We spoke about denominations in an earlier lecture, but here in America, the conservative movement, the Reform movement, for example, case throughout the 20th century, but their intermarriage rates commensurate rate with the growth of the denomination. It's a very serious phenomenon, especially when you join that to the fact that roughly 1/4 of all children born out of marriages, this is referring to whether the mother or the father is Jewish law traditionally ascribes Jewish identity to those children born of a Jewish mother or those who convert to Judaism. Only 1/4 of children born of a marriage between a Jew and a non-Jew identify themselves as Jews. By intermarriage with the low level of identification of children in intermarriage, we see the Jewish community essentially marrying itself out of existence in America. There are other factors involved. For example, Jewish men tend to be highly educated. They're one of the most highly educated groups in America. High education is often correlated with levels of fertility, meaning Jewish women are much less likely to have children than they until their education and their careers are well underway. So the Jewish birth rate is about 1.1 overall, well below value. And again, there's denomination shifts in that. The Orthodox birth rate is quite a bit higher. It's about lower benefit per family, but nevertheless, still a very serious phenomenon for the range demographic of the Jews. Because Orthodox Jews constitute only about 10% Jewish population. Now, I'd like to spend the last couple minutes of this video talking about Samuel Howland's thesis. That's an extremely important one for us to understand if we're going to have the Jews of America. I know I said prophecy was down the hall, but this is a phenomenon that we have observed for the last century, as we were discussing in this context. Here's basically what Dr. Howland argues is happening in marriage. If you were to look at let's say we make a chart. Let's say on the vertical axis, we put the number of Jews. Higher up on the one axis, you have more Jews. Lower down, you have less Jews. Then on the x-axis, let us place levels of Jewish identification, which means obviously Jews who are observant tend to be very high on that scale, but other groups like, let's say, quite determined Jewish Zionists, socialists, people who are really well invested and have lots of safety markers in their lifestyle of Jewish identity. They score high on that score. So, if you look at American Jewry in 1950, you have a significant number of Jews who were towards the non-identified or non-affiliated area of that chart. And you have a very small amount who were highly affiliated. In camp up in the middle, Jews were moderate. Those moderately affiliated Jews were extremely important for the maintenance of Jewish life to the right of those Jews who were highly affiliated. Because if you look at the Jews at the start of the 21st century, for example, you'll see that there's an even larger group of Jews who are not affiliated and low levels of Jewish identity. We have a higher, and small but still higher instance of Jews who are highly affiliated. This might refer to the burgeoning so-called Jews who become sort of later in life, really took off after the 60s or late 1960s. And so there's a significant number of Jews who are sort of returning to Judaism in numbers. But the moderately affiliated Jews that came up present in the very first slide, the very first period of Judaism, they disappeared, and they're basically nowhere. So that, is a very scary thing from the graphic perspective. Even more serious because if you think about the that those people used to invent Jewish life. In the 1950s, people who might not necessarily, for example, send their children to schools, nevertheless, give a donation to a local Jewish school because they believed in the idea of Jewish education. Or they might not necessarily work in Israel, but what they would give a Jewish school, they would give their money, as it were, to the right. In the 21st century, even though Jews are in general much more wealthy. The third, fourth generation much more wealthy than their precursors. Their money is typically going to other philanthropic causes, very valuable ones, but not Jewish. For example, the art gallery, local hospital, lots of causes which are really important for the general society, but they are impoverishing the Jewish institutions. Dr. Howman argues that if this trend continues, possible financially for Jews to maintain their lifestyle in this country, and they will in fact have to immigrate to Israel. That's a very dire kind of prediction. At any rate, that's a very quick overview of American Jewish history from its beginnings in the 17th century, with emphasis on the early 21st century. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you love this new screen. I have so much fun. Okay, talk to you next time. Okay, and closing doors, please. Hello, everyone. I hope you're well. I'd like to talk today about Soviet Jewish history, and unlike most of the other things I talk about in this series, I actually know a little bit about this because I did my dissertation work on the Jews of Ukraine during the period of the revolution at the beginning of the 20th century. So I'll try and talk fast and really only say the things that are most important so you get the essential lecture in Jewish history. Okay, so first of all, let's think about what we mean when we say Soviet Jewish history. The Soviet Union was a transformed Russian empire that emerged after World War I. It had a revolution in 1917 that overthrew the Tsarist Empire, also known as the Russian Empire, and it lasted until 1991 when it finally fell apart for a variety of reasons that maybe we'll have a chance to touch on. It's not really appropriate to refer to it as Russia per se because the area is made up of a large area, comes from 1/6 of the Earth's land surface, but a massive amount of territory, and it covers many different ethnicities who are not included in Russia in one form or another. So we speak about the Soviet Union, prior to that, the Russian Empire or the Tsarist Empire. So anyways, there was a revolution at the beginning of 1917 as people were very upset with the costs of war, with declining economy, and that overthrew the Tsar and put in place a provisional government. The provisional government lasted for about half a year and then was overthrown again at the end of the year. We know I mentioned specific months because the Russian Empire was literally behind the rest of the world by 11 days in the 20th century. It was an older calendar that had been revised by Western Europe a millennia earlier. And so what they called February was actually what the rest of the world called March, and what they called October was called by the rest of the world November. That just gives you a sense of how different Russia was in many ways. Anyway, you have a first revolution in the beginning of 1917, a provisional government that was not especially effective, and then that concludes with another revolution, which is really the communist revolution. The communist revolution, led by a man named Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, represented an attempt to take the socialist principles of the Jewish author Karl Marx, Jewish but anti-Semitic. He was the classic example of a self-hating Jew. I have a lecture on that. You can check it out if you like. Anyways, they attempted to put socialist principles into practice with this idea of shared wealth, this idea of shared resources, of nationalizing industry, of deprivatizing, collectivizing agriculture, all kinds of things like that. And in the first couple of years after the revolution, this was really impossible because World War I was still going on. And while they were hemming and hawing, the Germans were occupying a large portion of the Russian Empire. So they were engaged for the first couple of years in a period they called war communism, which represented an attempt to dramatically and rapidly introduce communism to the population, which was really quite upset about in many ways. There was a heavy atheistic campaign, which would later be expressed in the magazine with the interesting title, Explosion, which means the godless. The Hebrew title, or the Yiddish title, was Apikoris, the heretic. So there was a tremendous amount of violence done to just individuals and their institutions, churches blown up, things like that, synagogues ransacked for holy books and then transformed into public halls for theaters, things like that. War communism ended about 1920 when the war and the Civil War had slowed down. I'll mention the Civil War in a second. That was followed by a period called the New Economic Policy, in which a lot of the communist doctrine ideas of communism were sort of stepped back because the population was not coming in, and these kind of restrictive policies were relaxed for a while. Now, let me talk very briefly about the revolutionary years and the Civil War because it's an extremely important period in Jewish history. Basically, when the Russian Empire fell apart at the beginning of 1917, and especially when the communist revolution happened at the end of 1917, Jews were in a very unusual situation. They constituted a significant minority in the overall population, but an especially important minority in urban centers. As we've discussed many times before, Jews tend to be concentrated in urban areas, and they tend to also be quite illiterate. And as a result, you've got these islands of Polish, Jewish, Russian cities surrounded by, for example, Ukrainian peasants or Polish peasants and things like that. And the Jews were a very important element in the actual life of these cities. Their high literacy rate that they had especially important role to play in the functioning of this burgeoning new post-Russian Empire government. Several of these emerging states that were built up temporarily after the fall of the Russian Empire, most significantly Ukraine, but also in many ways the Baltic states of Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, and of course Poland, experimented giving communal rights to Jews in exchange for their help with nation building. Ukraine had by far the most aggressive and ambitious program, declaring Yiddish a national language, establishing a ministry of Jewish affairs that would sit within the government. Fascinating period that I actually spent a lot of time writing about, and you can check out my book. It's probably still in print somewhere. I think it's being translated into Ukrainian right now. At any rate, that whole kind of boom and exciting new creativity ended in tremendous tragedy because these incipient governments could not control the violence in the countryside. And the violence was incredibly overwhelming. There were many different armed bands roving across the countryside, particularly in Ukraine, that were associated with one force or another, including the white, so-called white armies, which wanted to bring back the Tsar, roll back the communist revolution. The Ukrainian Directory Army that wanted to keep in place the Ukrainian government. Anarchists that were especially significant in the certain regions around the Dnieper River. You had the Red Army was also quite active in that region. Of course, they eventually would be ultimately successful. And there were bands of hooligans and all kinds of groups that were just wandering around. And since there was no government, no power that could really effectively control the violence, it exploded in a sea of blood. By conservative estimates, 50 to 60,000 Jews killed. It's quite likely that the number is significantly larger, although we lack really solid sense of solid. Be that as it may, there's no question that the violence of the year 1919 eclipsed anything that happened in the last 1,000 years prior to it, including the 1648 Chronological Massacre, including the Crusades and so on. It was a period of tremendous and horrible violence perpetrated not only against Jews, but also against other minorities, such as the Mennonites, Poles, and others. And as a result, it's unfortunate just to step back and think about this historiographically for a minute. This violence has largely been precluded by the much more horrific violence of the Holocaust. But there's no question that the two periods are very closely related, and many historians have begun to have a close look at 1919 in particular to understand how that influenced the later wave of violence in the region. At any rate, the Red Army ended up victorious. Many Jews began to support the Red Army, and by extension, the communist movement, primarily because they were the only army that was able to establish order in the region. And order is extremely important for all minorities because that's the only way that they can have a state within states. And the Soviet Union began apace in the 1920s. I've already mentioned how it was back to our time when they had the war communism period, which was kind of like 1917, 1918 to 1920 or 1921. How you count it. The new economic policy, which is in 1921 to about 1924. And unfortunately, during this time, which was kind of like a relaxation of communist principles, Vladimir Lenin had a stroke. And he was sick about 2 years for being really incapacitated. And his deputies began to jostle with each other for control. Most important were Trotsky and Stalin. Ultimately, Trotsky lost and Stalin became the new leader of the Soviet Union, which he led after his death in the early 1950s. Stalin was no friend of the Jews. Stalin was an incredible anti-Semite, particularly in the sense of wanting to destroy their national specificity. He did have, the ability to work with individual Jews who had adopted communist ideals, but the idea of a Jewish community, the idea of religion was anathema to him. Even though he himself was a former seminarian, there's a whole story involved with that. Anyway, during the 1920s, while there was still this sort of struggle as to who would control the Soviet Union, there was a brief flourishing of cultural activity among many minorities, not only Jews, but also Ukrainians, Latvians, Lithuanians, Poles, all these various national minorities had an unusual period of creativity that was determined by a policy called colonization, or rootification, roots in the sense of like plants. The idea being that Marxism will recognize the authenticity of indigenous cultures, which in this case we refer to, for example, Yiddish and Jewish culture, void of all religious elements. So a tremendous amount of money and energy was poured into trying to encourage Jews and other minorities to develop their cultural activities insofar as they were consistent with the values of communism, which meant, of course, stripping them of any religious environment, stripping them of any kind of hostility with other nationalities, because this was treated to be the period of the friendship of people, things like that. it was like a huge renaissance of Yiddish culture in particular. It's extended throughout the 1920s until Stalin gained control. I put this one down by 1930. All these various sections of the Jewish Party, including the Jewish section of the Communist Party, abbreviated down the term the Jewish section of the Communist Party, who were shut down and go into a period of darkness as an emergence initiate the so-called purges. Purges were a horrible, terrible time in Soviet history when Stalin encouraged individuals to rat on their neighbors. In some cases, even rat on their spouses, their parents, their siblings, incredible, horrible things where people would be accused of being saboteurs, of wrecking the economy. There's a lot to say about this. I'm going to skip through it. And basically, the entire Soviet Union turned into this sort of prison camp where people were suspicious of their neighbors, suspicious of their family members, and anytime a person got ratted out, they would be hauled in to speak to the precursor of the KGB, known at that time as the NKVD, and they would be interrogated, sometimes tortured, and forced to divulge the name of 10 other records. And these other so-called records, who really had nothing to do with the downfall of the economy, would then be similarly arrested. They would also be interrogated, tortured, and they would reveal another 100 people. And the whole society was going into a spiral of destruction throughout the 1930s. This was interrupted primarily by World War II. And I have more to say about that in the lecture on the Holocaust, but basically, Stalin signed an agreement with Hitler that lasted from 1939 to 1941, which they both agreed to divide the regions that separated them, Poland, Ukraine, the Baltic states. And then Hitler double-crossed Stalin in 1941, and that began the so-called Great Patriotic War of the Soviet Union. At that time, between 1941 and the end of the war, a few years later, Stalin sort of put brakes on his anti-Semitic campaign and his other anti-nationalistic campaigns because he wanted to try to bring all the minorities together under the anti-war effort. That was successful for the Soviet Union, which eventually defeated the German army. But in the end, they had to reconstruct the country. Stalin went back to his old anti-Semitic and nationalistic policies. In 1953 was a stunning development for many Soviet citizens who believed that he was the great leader, a kind of reincarnated Saul, and his death left all but dissidents really shattered. It's an amazing phenomenon, not for this conversation. Anyway, we go into the next phase of Soviet Jewish history, and now at this point, of course, the state of Israel exists, and many Jews are seeking to leave the Soviet Union to come to Israel, and many also want to come to the United States. But in a strange kind of work of Soviet thinking, those Jews and other nationalities who wish to leave the Soviet Union are in themselves sort of an advertisement for the failure of communism. Because why do they want to go? Everything's perfect here. If this is a workers' paradise, why would anyone want to go? Obviously, their departure is better than the Soviet Union. And so many Jews who apply for exit visas were refused, and they were called refuseniks. They were denied the ability to leave the country to emigrate to Israel, America, and so on. As a result of tremendous pressure from the West, especially Jewish communities here in the United States, ultimately, there's many other factors involved, trade issues, economic issues, military issues. Ultimately, the Soviet Union was forced to relent, and a trickle of Jews in the 1970s eventually became a river and finally a thundering stream by the time we got to the 1980s. And many of those Jews migrated to Israel, which fundamentally changed demographically in a very significant way. Many of them moved to Brooklyn as well, and so that enriched the Jewish civilization in this great city. Ultimately, the end of the Soviet Union came in the late 1980s when Mikhail Gorbachev came to power, and for a host of reasons, once again, beyond the scope of these short lectures, he decided that the right approach would be to impose perestroika, or restructuring, and glasnost, or openness, trying to bring communist policies more in line with the standards of Western Europe and the United States. This proved to be impossible because many of the various non-Russian nationalities living in the Soviet Union really demanded independence. And so by the early 1990s, starting with the Baltic states and with Ukraine, these states seceded and the Soviet Union fell apart and was reborn as Russia proper. Much smaller in territory than the Soviet Union, nevertheless still quite a huge state. And the Jews, of course, were at this point free to leave. But at the same time, there is a renaissance of Jewish culture in many of these post-Soviet states. We'll have to leave that for another lecture. Okay, that's your quick, essential lecture on Soviet Jewish history. I look forward to speaking to you soon. And the closing doors, please. All right, welcome everyone. Why don't we get started? We've got a really important topic tonight. We're going to study the life of the Rabbi, a Nesher, the great eagle, one of the most important and influential figures in Jewish history. Someone who has such a long shadow that the famous statement was, from Moses until Moses, there was no one like Moses. Meaning from Moses of the Torah until Moses on earth, there was nothing like him. And in fact, since Moses, today, there's no one really like Moses this one. Let me begin with a little joke. I apologize for those of you who are fellow shoulders. You've heard this. You're probably the only one. But the joke was like this. A woman gets onto a bus, an elderly woman gets onto a bus, and she gets on, the bus driver is coming to her, so she asks him, "Would you like some peanuts, young man?" And he says, "Well, thank you, I think I would like some peanuts." And so she gives him a few peanuts. "It's nice to see you. Welcome back. Welcome back to Florida." So then she sits down, and a few minutes later, jogging along, and she gets up again, and she says, "Excuse me, young man, would you like some more peanuts?" And he says, "You know, that was really nice. I enjoyed the peanuts." So she gives him some more peanuts. And this goes on several times. So finally, he says to her, "Listen, you know, it's really very kind of you, but why do you keep offering me so many peanuts?" And she says, "Well, I only really like the chocolate." Okay, so I'm hoping that this presentation, I'm going to give you all the chocolate, and I'll hang on to the peanuts. But the truth is, there's so much to say about Maimonides, and we actually started a couple minutes late today, so I'm going to try and speak a little faster just to make up the time. But we're just going to touch on the life of this truly incredible man and his impact on Jewish history. This lecture is sponsored by the Young Israel of Bell Harbor Surfside. We're very grateful for the shul to provide us with heat and light, AC and light, and a place to meet. We are looking for sponsorships for future lectures, so if you're interested, please contact me or contact the shul office. The shul likes $200 to offset the costs, and all the profits, of course, go into producing that wonderful edifice that we are creating just a block away. So let's go straight to the material. Rabbi Moshe ben Maimon. The acronym of his name in Hebrew is, of course, Rambam, and that's how he is known to many of his students today. Known in Latin as Maimonides, the IDES suffix means son of Maimon. His first name was Moshe, his father's name was Maimon, hence Maimonides, or Moshe ben Maimon. His years are 1135 to 1204, born in Cordoba, Spain, and died in Fustat, Egypt. There's some debate over where exactly he is buried. His grave is usually associated with a place near Tiberia, Israel, where they have a special tomb. But the Jews of Cairo believe that he is in fact still buried there in Cairo, in the courtyard of the yeshiva where he studied in a small suburb of that town. He was a physician, a philosopher, a popular leader with tremendous courage and conviction. His opinions were highly controversial, as we shall see. His books were even consigned to the flames by other Jews. But at the same time, he maintained steadfast in his point of view, and it continues to be studied today, even though there are many, many areas where the Rabbinic consensus differs from Maimonides' point of view. Nevertheless, he is the primary interlocutor for the dominant opinion, and remains very significant to this day. So what I'd like to do is talk a little bit about his life, and then I would like to talk about his literary Jewish literary works divided into two basic categories, and that'll be it for the night. Okay, any questions or arguments before we begin? No hard questions allowed, just easy ones? Okay, good. We'll save the hard questions for later when we don't have the camera light. So his family was distinguished rabbinical lineage. His father was a dayan, or a judge, in Cordova. In his commentary to the Mishnah Torah, Maimonides lists 8 successive generations of dayanim that preceded him. And in fact, after his death, he was appointed the Nagid of Egypt, meaning the leading Jewish political figure in Egypt. And that title was held by members of his family for another 200 years after his death. So clearly a very illustrious family with tremendous rabbinic yichus or lineage. One of the exceptional positions that Maimonides held that makes this even more amazing is the fact that he held that dayanim and also rabbis should not be paid for their services. They should have other occupations. He, of course, was originally a merchant and then later became a famous physician. And they should only earn their keep from their regular livelihoods and whatever they do as judges or as rabbis should be completely pro bono for the benefit of the community as a whole. This is probably one of the reasons why it was so controversial, especially among Ashkenazi rabbis who took a contrary position, believing that, in fact, rabbis should have a decent livable salary. And that is a controversy that continues to this day. So it came from this long line of rabbis and of judges. He never took a penny for his work as a judge in the Jewish community. He was born here, you can see, in Cordova, in Spain. And at the very end of the Spanish Golden Age, we're actually going to go a little bit back in time and really get a look at a more central period of the Spanish Golden Age. But for now, we're going to concentrate on the 12th century. At the time, the Almohads took over Spain, as you can see, as well as a section of North Africa. The Almohads were known as the monotheists, and they were very strict interpreters of Sharia, meaning they believed that Muslim law should be interpreted with a minimum of divergence for variant opinions. In one area that affected the Jews in particular, the Almohads removed their dhimmi status, meaning Jews since the Pact of Omar in at least the 9th century, according to Muslim tradition, perhaps even earlier than that, Jews and Christians were given special protected status or different status. They had to pay a little extra in tax, but they were allowed to practice their own religion without fear of persecution. They were allowed to maintain their synagogues and so on. The Almohads removed this leniency for Christians and Jews, particularly in the tricultural state of Spain, where the conflict between Jews, Muslims, and Christians was perhaps the fiercest in all of Europe. And this meant that it became increasingly intolerable for the Maimonides family to remain in that very peninsula. So they departed from Cordova and spent many years first in Fez, Morocco, where Maimonides simultaneously studied Jewish law in the yeshiva there, as well as medicine in the Al Qayran University. He then spent 9 additional years going from there with his family across the coast of North Africa, ending up in Israel. In fact, I can show you some pictures. I want to show you some pictures. Here's a picture of Cordova, Spain. The Alhambra Mosque, the Alhambra Palace is located. We'll talk more about that next week when we look at Shmulik Melgrela. And then he moved here to Fez, Morocco, beautiful Moorish architecture. And then he made his way all the way over to the old city of Jerusalem, where he lived briefly. It's not known exactly why he left Israel. He clearly found that it was the high point in his personal career. He wrote of his time in Israel as a personal peak in his life. And in fact, he wrote about his ultimately decision his fate to go back to Egypt with a considerable amount of regret. In some cases, there are letters where he refers to himself as someone who sins every single day without any specific reference as to which sin it is. Many scholars believe it was the idea of returning to Egypt, which some feel is a transgression of the Torah. But at any rate, he left Israel after a very short sojourn, and he spent the rest of his life in Fustat, Egypt. This is where he made his career and his fame, particularly first as being a jewel merchant, and then later as a physician. Now, in Fustat, even though he did not have a position of tremendous authority at the time, there was a situation in which the Jews and Christians were in tremendous conflict. There was a huge geopolitical conflict that had gone on since the Crusades at the end of the 11th century. And one of the smaller battles between those two religious groups was that a Christian king had taken captive an entire city in northern Egypt, and that had a significant Jewish population. Maimonides took a leadership role from Fustat, and he arranged for a huge collection of cash from the Jewish communities of Egypt, and was able to secure the release of the Jews who were taken captive. For this, he received tremendous prestige and respect, as well as significant remuneration, because he was called upon to serve in many different capacities as a communal leader. And ultimately, he chose to invest his funds in a gem business that his younger brother David would run. Maimonides had told his brother that he should specifically pick up his merchandise at one particular location. I believe it was somewhere in Arabia. But when David went, so he gave him a huge pile of money to go and make this purchase, which he then would bring back, and of course they would live off that. As it happened, David traveled to this location, which escapes me right now, and he found that the merchandise was not up to par, and so he elected to go on a much longer voyage to India, where rumor had it there was much more fine merchandise to be had. Unfortunately, his boat sank sometime in the year 1169 or 1170, and he never returned, and the family fortune was lost. This was a cause of tremendous grief to Maimonides. He describes how he fell into a deep depression for about a year. He was inconsolable because this younger brother was, he raised him on his knee, and he was a student as well. He left behind a wife and a young daughter, and Maimonides was quite crushed by it, and he describes that still mourning for him even 9 years later. At any rate, the reversal of family fortunes meant that he had to find a new career, and so he had been taking quite a bit of medical training in Fez and also in Cordoba before they even left. So he decided to turn his hand to medicine, and he turned out to be extremely successful at this, eventually becoming the court physician to the Grand Vizier, and ultimately to none other than Sultan Saladin himself. There are even some interesting sources that argue that Richard the Lionheart, the Crusader king, wanted to bring Maimonides into his own employ, but there's no real significant basis for that. There is an interesting citation that's rooted about that Maimonides even converted to Islam in the course of his wanderings before he became Nagida. Moving back a little bit now chronologically. But there's a lot, I should just dispense with it right now. The consensus of scholarly opinion is likely that it is not at all correct, because the Muslims of the medieval period were a little bit like the Mormons of the 20th century in baptizing dead Jews who were killed in the Holocaust in order that they should get posthumous life in the world to come. And so there was something of a tendency among some Muslim historians to posthumously grant conversion to famous non-Muslims in history, and Maimonides was principal among them. There are some scholars who believe that, in fact, he did go through a pro forma conversion, perhaps in the context of the persecution of that era, but that the conversion was nullified once he was able to reach safety. There's a lot of text in Rambam's own writings, however, that indicates that he had significant sympathy for people who were forced to convert. He has a tremendous amount of space devoted in his writings to urging communities to be conversion either to Christianity or to Islam, and saying that they should accept them back without any kind of prohibition. He also wrote that Jews should not live in places where forced conversion is likely to occur. So the preponderance of evidence indicates he probably never converted, but at any rate, he did certainly have a great amount of sympathy for those who did. Yes, please. So the question, which I should repeat for our internet audience, the question is, how was my mind affected by the Crusades? I don't know. I simply don't know the answer. I've never seen anything that my mind has written on that topic. As you correctly point out, the Jews were basically peripheral to the Crusades, especially later on in the 12th century. The massacres of Jews during the Crusades occurred primarily in the Rhineland in Germany. The Jews who were not in the region of Israel, of Jerusalem itself, would probably never have seen a crusade. So I don't know exactly. I've never seen anything wrote on the topic. Certainly, it was part of larger geopolitical factors involved in the day, and it's doubtful that he ever met Richard Lionheart. But as we read history backwards and we look at famous figures and we try to draw lines between them, that's probably where that came about. There's no question that he was highly sought after as a physician in Cairo, and his service to the Grand Vizier and then to the Sultan was welcome. Okay, excellent observation. So, as I mentioned, you want to turn to medicine as a career, and I mentioned all these things. Okay, so there's that interesting kind of picture of my eyes. There's so many pictures of my eyes I could have spent the entire class talking about. But this is, by the way, the head of a statue that was erected near Maimonides' home in Córdoba, in Spain. In terms of his medical studies, now this is an area that is not well studied by the Jews, but he produced a phenomenal amount of medical literature written by and large in Arabic. He followed basically the thought of Galen, the idea of the humors, the domino and good humor and various things like that. But he also was given over to experimentation as well. He didn't rely simply on a theoretical approach of medicine. He was very much into observation. This is well before the scientific method was developed, but nevertheless, it was something important to him. He also contributed to the literature a multilingual guide to pharmaceuticals, which represented various herbs and spices and other medicinal ingredients that we use, and listed them in a quadrilingual format. I believe the languages were Hebrew, Arabic, Greek, and Latin, which was a phenomenal service to the medical community because it meant that the terminology could be standardized, and that what people said in Latin text could then be pulled in what was written in Arabic text, and so on. He wrote treatises on a wide variety of topics, often it was commissioned. Wealthy Arabs would commission him to write essentially a manual of how they were supposed to treat their condition. Asthma, for example, depression. He wrote a medical treatise on depression. It was fascinating for the 12th century. A lot on marital issues, sexuality, something that and often asked him how to deal with the various sexual problems. He what'd you think?
I agree. I hope so. Hey, dude, watch. I just sent you a link. I just did a really, the best interview I've ever done. Watch it. I'll watch it with you. Well, I'm a streamer, and I'm interviewed by a streamer. So this is as much a stream as you've ever seen. I know. But I talk about both people for most of it. You'll love it. I talk about X Straight Savage. I talk about his community. I talk about Aiden Ross, and I talk about Amaran, and I talk about. Yeah.
In all the yeshivas here in Miami, no one could find it. One of these treatises on Hemorrhoids. I was looking for it, but no luck. I have to try like a year or something like that. But nevertheless, for the status, for the context of the 12th century, tremendous amount of medical writings really at the top of this field. It's especially amazing when you think about the intensity of his day, which I believe is the next slide here, right? His day, which he writes about in many of his letters, was an incredibly busy day. First of all, full start was the bedroom community to Cairo, and with a daily commute of about an hour by donkey, which is probably about 15 minutes by car, maybe a little less than that, but nevertheless, an hour ride on a donkey to get to Cairo, where he would the entire day take care of the Sultan and his extended family, the children, the whole harem. These were all his patients, and his whole day would be with this kind of thing. Then he would return home, once again stuck on the freeway on his donkey for another hour. There's no yomi of donkeys at all. He makes it all the way back, and then he returns home. His home is still local Fustan individuals, both Jews and Gentiles, who have come to him for medical advice. He would spend his evening writing out prescriptions and diagnoses and so on, and then only late at night would he have a little bit of time to study Torah. And somehow, that small amount of time at night, he wrote these phenomenal works in Jewish thought and philosophy and halakha, really mind-boggling in their complexity. It's really hard to imagine how one person could have accomplished all of this in a single lifetime of only 69 years. On Shabbos, he spent the entire day giving people halakhic instruction in Jewish law. So he lived an incredibly busy life, yet his work was phenomenal and prolific at the same time. It caused for questions or arguments, discussions, debates. Did he ever sleep? Good question. He wrote a lot about how to sleep. So perhaps he wrote that when he was insomniac. But no, yeah, there's the Rambam's concept of Jewish law is so all-encompassing that even sleep was included in it. I'll get to that when we talk about his literary maneuver, very significant. So, this is where please ask a good question. He had a wife, and he had one surviving son named Abraham, who left a certain amount of writings as well. I do not believe he had other children. I think he had daughters that did not survive infancy, if I remember correctly, but I'm not positive about that. Of course, he was raising a widow and orphan daughter of his brother as well. So he had, several people in his house that he was responsible for. Okay, so what's perhaps most significant for us in trying to understand Maimonides is his Jewish works. This is, by the way, a manuscript copy found in the Guinness in the Maimonides' own handwriting. It is Hebrew and Arabic letters, or Arabic and Hebrew letters, excuse me. So it's Judeo-Arabic. That's I think it is the one that was that. Yes, I think so. All right. Okay. So he wrote two basic kinds of works. He wrote popular halakhic works, and he wrote advanced philosophic works. And this gives you a real sense of the dichotomy of his personality and the sort of trajectory of his thought. So let's deal with the first category. His popular halakhic works were written in very simple Hebrew. I mean, remarkably easy Hebrew, intermediate, like middle school level Hebrew, and they were designed to give a large swath of the Jewish population access, sophisticated and thorough and comprehensive access to the entire corpus of Jewish law. You should remember that one of the huge lacunae in Jewish thought at this time was that there were very few codes in existence. What do I mean by that? The way the Jewish law is organized is that basically it's all found within the Talmud and in successive responsa literature, which we spoke about a few weeks ago when we were talking about the Yonah. A Talmud is not at all organized in a format that we would recognize in the modern world. Basically, the Talmud is like this long stream of consciousness document that has a logical flow to it, but the only way that you can look anything up in the Talmud is if you know the entire Talmud. There is no way to index it appropriately because, it's even strange to talk about tangents in the Talmud because all of the Talmud is one long tangent. It's not exaggerating because you're studying, for example, the tractate Shabbat, which deals with laws of the Sabbath, but it's very likely some crucial laws will be found in entirely different tractates that are not tractate Shabbat. It's just the nature of the way that the Talmud organizes it itself. So one of the things that was really missing was a code that essentially took all of this information and organized it in a fashion that people could easily look up the halakha that they were supposed to find. Essentially, like modern books would have chapters and would have sections and would have paragraphs that are all organized in a logical format. We spoke a little bit about Sa'adia's influence with the Mutazilite philosophy and methodology a few weeks ago. And the Rambam, although he disagreed with Sa'adi in many areas, he definitely liked that style of argumentation. So basically, what he did was he wrote this amazing document called the Yad Chazakah, the strong hand. The word hand, Yad, means 14 because it has 14 books in it. And this was basically a massive code of Jewish law. It was not the first code to be written, but it was clearly the most comprehensive, the easiest to access, and a runaway popular bestseller on the 12th century, New York Times bestseller list. It was such a phenomenal work because it took the entire Talmud, all of the responsive literature written to that day, and put it together in such a way that anyone with a very, very basic Hebrew suddenly had access to information that a rabbi of 8 years of study would have. It was tremendous. It was not unlike the kind of information revolution that we have today with, for example, smartphones, access to Wikipedia. That's the kind of colossal achievement that Maimonides did in his Mishnah Torah. Naturally, it was very controversial, as you'll recall, people were already upset with him because he said rabbis shouldn't take any money for their services. He essentially put them out of business by saying, "What do you need a rabbi for? I have the Mishnah Torah." Just come back on. Sure. Thank you very much. So that means I'm talking too much. The screensaver turns on. It means that I'm talking too much. I have to definitely go to the next screen. The Mishnah Torah was very, very controversial, as we will see shortly. He also wrote Sefer HaMitzvot, which was basically addressing the question of what are the mitzvot. I mean, it's a very basic question. Everybody talks about we have 615 mitzvot in the Torah, Taryag mitzvot. No one ever counts them. No one ever says, well, what are they exactly? So the Rambam set out and combed through the entire Chumash, the 5 books of Moses, and he wrote down exactly what those 613 mitzvot were, and single-handedly created yet another industry of rabbinic scholarship, as people disagree about number 247, saying, no, that's not a mitzvah, that's just a minhag, or number 362. That definitely includes 2 mitzvot. Why did you put it together? There's a whole discussion there. But still, these kinds of works, and I should mention also his first work, in commentary on the Mishnah, they represent an entire trend of his thought, saying that the Torah should not belong just to specialists. The Torah should not belong only to those people who have advanced training in the highly arcane Aramaic idiom of the Talmud. The Torah should be something that everyone with just the very basic literary skills should be able to access literacy skills, So that was a phenomenal achievement in itself, and burning out. The second major body of his written works, and I am excluding here his letters, of which there are hundreds, and some talk about his personality and his leadership style and so on. But now we're talking more about his formal treatises written for the Jewish world. The books that were written for an entirely different audience. Whereas the Mishnah Torah and the Sefer Mitzvot were written for the common Jew, the books like Guide for the Perplexed, more Nevuchim, were designed specifically for the highly educated, highly sophisticated, but somewhat ambivalent Arabic speaking Jew of his age. These are Jews who, this is an era where Jews had tremendous access to all the corridors of learning. There was no real barrier set before them and no numerous clauses to keep them out of colleges and so on. So they were learning everything that they could. And they were learning the greatest works of Arabic philosophy at the time. And they are thinking to themselves, wait a minute, why be Jewish? Think about how Islam is an advance over Judaism. Judaism has all the strange things in it, like homomorphisms for God and sort of bizarre commandments that we have no idea why they're there, like mixing up wool and linen, so on and so forth. So, looking at that highly, specialized, but at-risk population, Maimonides wrote a phenomenal philosophical work, the Morning Will See, the Guide for the Perplexed, which was designed specifically to address their philosophical concerns. And unlike the Mishnah Torah, which showed his skill as an encyclopedist, and him the ability to span the entire, breadth of Jewish thought and put it down in very simple layman's terms, the Guide for the Perplexed was like a mountain climber. He rose to the heights of Jewish thought, using very abstruse and complex philosophical debate to break across the really most sophisticated aspects of Judaism. Guide for the Perplexed was published in Judeo-Arabic, which one of the things was the vernacular of this segment of the population, but it also allowed them to use the sophisticated philosophical vocabulary of the time that was lacking in Hebrew. One of the more difficult aspects of the Perplexed is that most of its students today do not read Arabic, they read Hebrew, and they have to rely on somewhat problematic Hebrew translations by the Ibn Tibbet family that they themselves were somewhat challenged by the abstruse Arabic philosophical terminology that's used in the book. Nevertheless, it's a huge classic, and since in this book he really brought together a lot of Aristotelian thought with traditional Jewish theology, it had a huge influence later on Christian scholastic thought. St. Thomas Aquinas in particular quotes Maimonides at length with tremendous respect, just as Maimonides would quote Aristotle before him, calling him, for example, a philosopher, a philosopher. So there's a chain of transmission of ideas from Aristotle, from Maimonides to Thomas Aquinas that makes Maimonides one of the very, very few Jews in our history that ever achieved fame for his Jewish works outside of the Jewish world. There are only a handful of people who really reached that level of world fame for their Jewish work, not for something else that they have done. Like Albert Einstein, tremendously famous for his theories of relativity and so on, but he's not famous for his commentary on the mission. Maimonides, speaking, was able to take his Jewish learning and expand it far beyond the limitations of his ethnicity. Okay. Questions, arguments about this massive works? Clear as the sun at noonday, right? Yes. Right. So I think you're quite prescient in your question. You're anticipating a little bit of a lecture. The question that's asked for my friend from the Philippines is, Maimonides, cross-reference his mission tour with the Talmud. And in fact, that's one of the main reasons he was criticized, because he specifically omitted question that he is clearly aware of all the debates in the Talmud, and his language is incredibly precise. Even though he uses very simple Hebrew, it's incredibly precise and demanding Hebrew. Like a single vav or a hey could change the entire meaning, and you see why he chose certain phrases. He was criticized because no one could essentially verify his citations. Nobody could say, well, how do we know we should rely on you? The only way we'll know it is if we go up with the Talmud and verify the, trust but verify kind of approach to it. His argument was that since this is a popular work, he did not want to overwork it with numbers of footnotes. Later, of course, those footnotes would be researched and written by incredible authorities like none other than Yosef Karo, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, who has made a massive commentary on a Mishnah called the Kesef Mishnah that proved the validity of Maimonides' opinions. Oops, I'm losing it again. There we go. It's coming back. Well, actually, let's go straight to the criticisms. Yeah, let's go to the criticisms. That's really not what I'm answering right now. And what's going on here? Sure, because anti-Semitism at work here. Okay, here we go. All right. So he was criticized heavily during his lifetime. So why was he criticized? I've already mentioned in response to Aaron's question that he was heavily criticized because he did not include footnotes. He just wrote it down simply and straightforward manner because he wanted to say the bracha the way it was with great self-confidence. He assumed, yes, this is what you're supposed to do. Not like the other opinions, this is what you're supposed to do. But, if you were a skeptical reader, there was no way for you to verify it unless you really did the same kind of research he did. Some critics, and those critics were very, very sharp, argued that there was a certain amount of intellectual arrogance in doing so, and simply stating it boldly without offering any kind of justification was an arrogance they felt was a character flaw, and that his books were unreliable as a result. Adding to the fact that he clearly was heavily influenced by Aristotle, unashamedly so, felt that Aristotle was a tremendous philosopher, and he was open to the idea of learning from non-Jewish wisdom, which was not necessarily an attitude that was well respected, for example, in the south of France, in the Jewish communities there. So his reliance on Aristotle was another element of criticism. Maybe I should just give you like an example of his reliance on Aristotle and a little bit of where he differed. So, for example, in the third chapter of the Nicomachean Ethics, one of Aristotle's greatest philosophical works, he articulates there a definition of virtue, which has come down to us as the golden mean, also known through Maimonides, the Shabbat myself have a golden path. And Aristotle describes the golden mean as the midpoint between excess and deficiency. So, for example, if we take and you can look at this any character trait you want. Let's choose, for example, courage. So, what is the correct definition of courage? Courage is the midpoint between recklessness, which is having too much courage for your own good, and stupid, they're taking risks for no reason. That's excess. And on the other hand, deficiency is cowardice. Not being able to take reasonable risks or reasonable payoffs, that is cowardice. Courage is exactly the midpoint between excess and deficiency. Maimonides says that's the way it is. In the Hilchot Deo, 6th chapter in particular, he says, 3rd chapter in particular, he says, this is the way it is with every single character trait we have. Love, fear, hate, you name it. There's like a midpoint between too much and too little. That's what we have to do. However, where Maimonides differs, he differs specifically in the few midot. He says that humility does not admit an excess. You can always have more humility. There's no midpoint when it comes to humility. And that's clearly differing from Aristotle. Similarly, he argues that anger does not have a minimum, that you have to learn to completely remove anger from your heart. He does say, of course, that you are allowed to feign anger for your children, which we do regularly at home, well, your students, you have to appear displeased and stern in order to, appropriately teach them the correct way to behave. But he says always it should be just kas al hapanim, below kas al halev. It should be anger just on the face, an exterior anger, not anger in the heart. Now you look puzzled, Ms. Abramson. You have some problems with that? I really was angry with you, by the way, on Sunday morning, so I'm proud of my money.
Non-existing, I mean, he's supposed to be done. Bury it down and bury it down and bury it down. Some of the you see differences between Judaism and abstaining completely from and deal with it.
That's a very well question. I am somewhat proud of her. Yes, I'm like moderately proud, right? So excessive deficiency proud. But he says, in fact, that anger does not of a minimum. Anger is something that is so corrosive. It's like saying you're allowed to drink a little poison. It's something that you have. It's an avoda. It is a task of character development that you have to learn to detach yourself from anger. How to do it? Look, we can study Numbers together. I'm going to have a look at that and see how he says it, but it's clearly a huge task. So, okay, follow-up question, better be short. It's the other way. What you're saying does fit with the author of the Sefer Akinu, the anonymous author. Some says David of Barcelona, but he says what you do on the outside affects your inside. But the Rambam says the opposite. He says you may, in fact, sometimes you must pretend to be angry, but don't let it into your heart because it'll just give you ulcer. It's going to make you unhappy and just internally close. Okay, more later. Let's see another hand. I have to live with her in the same house, Yes. Okay, so God is allowed to do this. Vengeance is mine. Nobody else's, right? Hashem geut lavei. Hashem can dress in gava, in arrogance. And we can't. So just because certain attributes are given to Hashem can stuff them up. But that doesn't mean that we can do those things. Very, very astute observation. And in fact, it's quite apropos because one of the other reasons that he was criticized is because of his take on allegory and anthropomorphisms. Okay, I give up. I don't know how to answer that. We haven't said on the game, but yeah, that's good. I'm not exactly sure how to deal with that one. That's a tough one. I mean, I can give you sources to back up my point of view, but I don't understand how you ask a question like that. I'll hear a lot of these things. Okay, give me the answer. Let's do it. Yeah, this is supposed to be an organized lecture with one person talking. Everybody listens. Okay. So one of the arguments was he dealt with he dealt with allegory in a very difficult way. Because the Torah does speak extensively in allegorical terms. The hand of God, the finger of God. The Torah says that God awakes in the middle of the night. God experiences emotions and things like that. But Maimonides was that he tended to discount these allegories as much as possible because he was an incredible rationalist. This is one of the areas where he stands apart from the bulk of the rabbis of his era, the Rishonim. He was very much opposed to mystical readings of the text. This is frustrating me. Yeah, but no, it's not getting me angry though. He was very opposed to, I'm looking angry. Okay, this is getting out of hand. So he was opposed to any kind of supernatural interpretations of Judaism. He had a lot of problems dealing with, all these Talmudic passages that Talmud speaking about demons and like spells and all kinds of sort of magical things. He felt that they were all complex rabbinic allegories. They didn't actually read straightforward reading the text. And in fact, it's a difficult position to hold that he was going against the mainstream to be sure. So, for example, in the Bible, there's a lot of these kind of supernatural stories. For example, the story of the witch of Endor, when King Shaul is concerned about what's going to happen in the upcoming battle with the Philistines. And so he goes to a witch, and she performs a seance and brings the dead prophet Shmuel to tell Shaul what's going to happen. And there's a whole story there where Shmuel wakes up and says, "What are you bothering me for?" And Shaul says, "I want to know what's going to happen in the war tomorrow." He says, "Why ask me now? Tomorrow you can ask me face to face," which is a way of saying that you're going to die in the battle, which is of course what happened. So when you read that biblical passage in a straightforward way, it seems like, yeah, there was a seance and the prophet was brought back to life and so on. So Maimonides has a kind of complex and convoluted way to interpret it, saying that no, it was all smoke and mirrors, and that the witch had an accomplice who was pretending to be Shmuel and so on. Sometimes it's kind of stretched, but you get a sense of Maimonides' feeling that he really wanted to make everything as rational as possible. And so those areas, he came into conflict with a lot of the other Maimonides, for example, who, were pre-deceased Maimonides, but of the same era, felt that, this mystical world of spirits and demons and things was in fact that. Yes, please. He wrote a lot on Guinness, but he wanted to say that the Guinness were all, metaphors for complex philosophical truths. Same thing with Rothschild. Yeah, he was brutal when it came to those kinds of things. Now, for these reasons, the lack of footnoting, which some interpreted as a kind of a scholarly arrogance, his reliance on Aristotle, a non-Jewish philosopher, his disparaging attitude towards the supernatural aspect of Judaism got him into a lot of trouble with the Ashkenazi rabbis of South France in particular. And what they ended up doing was, seeing his popularity, the Jews went to the Dominican friars. Dominicans were a fairly extreme group of monks in France at the time, and they complained that there's these books circulating among the Jews that are heretical in nature. They're portraying God in an inappropriate fashion and so on. Now, the Dominicans, it's kind of a funny thing. Why are Jews going and complaining to the Dominicans? Unfortunately, this is the kind of thing that we have in Jewish history quite often, that when there is an internal Jewish fight, right? He's allowed to do what? Oh, you can learn from, okay, you want to say Aristotle, fine, sure, but, the citation is, they call him out, dice, from all my teachers and I gained wisdom. But, this is not the way necessarily the Jewish world works. I mean, if I were to say, if Rabbi Guinness were to get up and say, I learned Torah from Oprah Winfrey, I just don't know if the community would receive it as well as if he said, I learned it from him. Actually, he probably would. He could get away with that because he does special things with Torah. But let me stick to where I am right now anyways. So, for these reasons, they went to Dominicans. Why did they go to Dominicans? It is an unfortunate reality that you can see it echoed in the Halachic literature that when Jews are dissatisfied with a particular dispute, they will go to non-Jewish authorities, hoping to leverage their support in the dispute. And it almost always ends up badly. Once you take it outside of the family and you start having a dispute in the street, it ends up awful. So they went to the Dominicans and they said, you guys are interested in us being good Jews, right? So there are these books by this guy named Moses something or other that are just corrupting our minds and doing things differently. And we really think that they help along in our bookshelves. So the Dominicans said, fine, let us help you out with that. And they collected up all the manuscripts of Maimonides they could find, and they burned them publicly in 1232. A very, very sad moment in Jewish history, and ironically, it would be repeated 10 years later, because once the Dominicans got a bit of a taste of burning heretical Jewish Jewish books, they expanded their options a little bit, and they burned about 12 wagonfuls of tablets, precious manuscripts. This is well before the era of printing, in the same spot in Paris as they burned Maimonides. So it's a sad day when we start burning our own books. Eventually it will come back to haunt us. At that point, the dispute about Maimonides and his works reached a kind of a fever pitch, and so the great Rothschild, a very important Jewish rabbi at the time, argued for a compromise in 1305, which was ultimately accepted. This is already a century after Maimonides himself is deceased. And the compromise indicated that nobody could study books like they were in the book until they were at least 25 years old. They set up certain parameters. These books are kosher. These books are definitely valuable, but they should not be studied except by people who had a certain level of training. By 25, you would think a person had sufficient literacy and training and so on. And that ultimately kind of was a flag of truce between the anti-Maimonidean camp and the Maimonidean camp, and preserved Maimonides' writings to this day. Yes, Fred.
Remaining.
That's an excellent question. Making writings legitimate. So legitimate is a tough word to really evaluate in this case. Authoritative is also another different one. It's like this. There's no question that Maimonides' contribution is respected even by his detractors. And in fact, I would say that there are no serious detractors from Maimonides today. However, that does not mean that his opinion is considered the definitive one, especially in practical halakhic matters. For example, he wrote this great code, Mishnah Torah, in the 12th century. It was 300 years later, 400 years later, that the great Yosef Karo wrote his code, the Shulchan Aruch, which is really the definitive code for today. Now, when Yosef Karo wrote his code, basically took together three rabbinic opinions, that of Al-Fas, Rambam, and the Tur. The three very important codes were written, and if there was dispute between the three of them, he would go with the majority. The majority often did not agree with Maimonides. So that meant that the code of law that is considered definitive for Jews today, in just off the top of my head, I would guess maybe 5 to 10% of issues, it disagrees with Maimonides. And 90 to 95% of issues it agrees with Maimonides, because they're all uniform on the topic. But there's a significant number of things that Maimonides says we should do it this way, and yet the accepted custom is to do it another way. So because in the Jewish tradition, we highly value, sincere, rejected opinions, that's something that's really engraved right from the Mishnah with Hillel and Shammai, all the way through our tradition. Maimonides happens to be on that out more than anyone else when it comes to practical halakha. Nevertheless, he also wrote on a far wider scale than the Shulchan Aruch. The Shulchan Aruch that we have today is very modest. It only deals with those laws of daily life that apply when the temple is destroyed. The Mishnah Torah of the Rambam, he wrote about the laws that apply when the temple is in existence. He wrote about the laws that would apply when the Messiah arrives. He wrote about the laws of things that are not even touched in the Jewish law, like how to sleep, as I mentioned earlier, how to think, how to believe, how to eat. Incredibly scope of activities that the Shulchan Aruch says that's just way too much for us to get involved. So in those areas, he is the only opinion. The laws of the Messiah, for example, what is life going to be like in the time of the Messiah? Maimonides is our go-to source because no one else wrote about it. So he is definitely very authoritative in those areas. That's an excellent question. Yes, last question. I'll wrap up. Did Rabbi Shner Zalman be the first Lubavitcher Rabbi? Yeah, I don't know how to answer that question. He wrote a Shulchan Aruch called Shulchan Aruch Rab, which definitely relies heavily on on the Rambam. But he's a huge opinion. Everybody has to rely heavily on the Rambam today. Doesn't mean I will always agree with him, but nevertheless, his opinion is valid in the vast majority of cases. The 13 principles. Let me just take a second to report on them, and then I want to wrap up because I'm going to stay on time. Some of the things that Maimonides did, which were also controversial, I didn't really mention earlier, he was big in codifying things. So one of the things he codified was what exactly the Jews believe. It's kind of funny that here it is in the 12th century. The Jews have been in exile for 1,200 years, and they've been in existence for another, 1,500, 2,000 years before that. And nobody ever sat down and said, okay, what exactly do you believe? Can we just agree on this? So Maimonides said, okay, let's write it down. And he came up with 13 basic principles of what Jews should believe. It says something about our religion now that we can go so long without ever having to actually agree on something so basic. But you go 13 basic principles that say things like, yeah, God exists, God is one, God is not corporeal, we're waiting for a Jewish Messiah, he hasn't come yet. Don't confuse us with another religion. There is life after death, things like that, saying that the Torah is valid. These are the basics of Jewish belief that he codified. Of course, once you put it out there, saying these are our 13 core beliefs, then you'll have 1,000 people who disagree with you. And so he was also criticized pretty heavily for even daring to suggest that these are our beliefs that can come. Okay, so let me wrap it up by talking a little bit about his legacy. This is his grave in Tiberia, as I mentioned, the Guinness lecture, the Cairoese Jews would disagree with that. His legacy is absolutely phenomenal. He literally started the entire industry of codes in the way that we understand it today by taking a very bold intellectual leap and saying we can reorganize the Talmud. For example, the way he referred to the Mishnah Torah, which was also criticism, he said, listen, all you really need to be a good Jew is your Chumash, right, the first 5 books of Moses, and my book, the Mishnah Torah, the repetition of the Torah. That's really all you need to be a good Jew. And that was a very bold intellectual statement, but by and large, it's got a lot of truth to it as well, even though we just didn't know how to interpret it. He worked as an indefatigable, that's a real word, indefatigable, thank you for saying that correctly, should give you the microphone, tireless worker for Jewish causes. We only very briefly touched on this in the lecture. And he also created tremendous philosophical works. And on the side, he was an extremely successful physician with a very lucrative practice and a good publication record. So Maimonides is really one of those towering figures in Jewish history. But I strongly urge you to encounter his writings for yourself because they really are quite brilliant. They're available in English translation if you find Arabic from challenging. And once again, I want to thank you very much for your endurance and your attention tonight. And I look forward to speaking with you next week. Commemorates June of 1967. Very dramatic. Typically, marks of the first one, and offered as a community old city perhaps after Israel before they was subject to the UN petition in 1997. And they recognized the conflict involved in it. So the United Nations divided into 7 distinct sections, 3 of which were allocated to future state, 3 of which were to be some Arab nation, and Jerusalem its highly expensive nature, quite an international zone shared by the Jewish state, soon to be called Israel, accepted these terms by the Arab countries surrounding Israel. And in the Orphan II, 1989, Israel was able to actually gain more territory by Jerusalem itself. Now, the area is what's called West Jerusalem, and it was owned by Israel. The line separated West Jerusalem from the Jordanian territories, dotted line on the left-hand side of the screen. And on the right-hand side, was West East under Jordanian, the crucial central part of the city of Jerusalem, north of the war, was the old city, the old city. In this image, the Temple Mount, holding the only road they lost on the Temple Mount. There, the western wall comes up, on up that where courtyard area where the temple was to stand. And this was entirely under the control of the immense number of atrocities that occurred in the time, but the role of the order was in 1967, in the context of the war, Israel captured and within very short order of some door-to-door fighting, the region was captured. Israel was one very clear Southern era is really looking upward efforts on around the stones, Temple Mount, home to its Gloria, ecstasy for many with ancient capital. This meant, however, that Jerusalem was demographically divided society. This chief event shows the West Jerusalem on the left-hand side, and on the right, you see East Jerusalem, as the Temple Square area. East Jerusalem is heavily populated by Arabs, whereas West Jerusalem is far more Jewish. And the yellow section around the parts of our areas that had homesteads. And so many just have put in place to try and eliminate the very different socioeconomic and demographic to Western and Eastern Jerusalemites and Western areas. The observances of the very it's hard to disagree of how it gives access once again to the Western Wall. There are lingering tensions. Many religious Jews observe this as a kind of new holiday. Many observances, such as the recitation of the Hallel prayer, other feel that all the calendar is something like real, and this element of some or not spectrum. But without a doubt, you can rely on the representation state, victory that was very symbolic, and thanks very much for watching. Hello, everyone. This week in Jewish history is a very important event in the Middle Eastern politics. And in November of 1977, Egyptian President Anwar Sadat flew to Israel to meet with his erstwhile enemy, Menachem Begin, and speak to the Israeli Knesset about the possibility of peace. This initial visit ultimately led the current status quo of a fragile but nevertheless enduring peace is a result of that courageous treatment. Anwar Sadat was a very important Egyptian leader whose connection to Jewish history is especially important because in November of 1977, he made a very heroic attempt to make peace with his northern neighbor, the state of Israel. The fact that peace has more or less held despite some tension since the 1980s. Here he is shaking hands with Menachem Begin, with President Jimmy Carter looking in the background, the setting up the US presidential decree, where many of the details were worked out between these two leaders. His history with Israel is wrapped up with the military conflict between the countries, in particular the 1967 war, also known as the Six-Day War, was one that devastated Egypt. The president, Gamal Abdel Nasser, had mounted his troops and prepared his tanks to invade Israel through the Sinai Peninsula, along with invasions from Jordan and Syria at the same time. But the Israelis, remarkably enlightened, not only able to retain their territory, which is shown here in yellow, they actually expanded it, taking over the Golan Heights in the north, West Bank, which is Gaza, which is Shomron and Yehuda, and the Gaza Strip to the south, and the massive Sinai Peninsula, which was taken, of course, from Egypt. This was a huge blow to Egyptian pride and Arab pride in general, something that Sadat was able to regain by his surprise attack in Israel in 1973, known to Arabs as the War of Ramadan, Jews as the Yom Kippur War, and the rest of the October War. Although Sadat was not successful in making more than very marginal gains, really just out on the very western portion of the Sinai Peninsula, nevertheless, he did inflict very heavy casualties on the Israeli army and the Jewish population in general. And as a result, many Arabs felt that Israel was not completely invincible, and that the armies could make an impact on the country. Sadat's take on all of this, however, was not to prepare for yet another war, but to use that momentum to create a peace, which is something he did in 1977 when he traveled to Israel and it
where I talk about
enemy
and I show the Discord from my end. And if you like what I say, I will tell you guys more stories.
Shows Sadat shaking hands with Menachem Begin, who was one of Israel's more hawkish political leaders, along with Yitzhak Shamir applauding on the right, also a much more hawkish individual in the Israeli Knesset. Together with President Jimmy Carter, they were able to work out a deal which essentially dictated the return of the Sinai Peninsula territory to Egypt, a massive territorial concession, which certainly assuaged the Egyptians. However, they were not willing to take a tiny bit of territory to the north of the Gaza Strip. It remained in Israel, and Israel inherited the very considerable economic and demographic challenges of that part of the world. Israelis took the news of the return of the Sinai Peninsula to Egypt with mixed reviews. On the one hand, Israelis were generally very pleased with the concept that there would be a lasting peace with their neighbor to the south, but many Jews had begun to settle, particularly along the Mediterranean coast in the Sinai Peninsula, and viewed the return of this land as a betrayal of basic Israeli principles, and so it was a very wrenching experience, which would be repeated a quarter century later with the evacuation of the Gaza Strip. What Sadat earned for this was not the undying loyalty of all Egyptians, but rather the burning animosity of the Muslim Brotherhood in particular. The Muslim Brotherhood members infiltrated his bodyguard at very high levels, and in fact, in October of 1981, while he and his retinue were watching a military parade, they turned around and opened fire on Sadat, hitting him with 37 bullets, and he died in the stands of Montios while the parade went on. So he was unfortunately assassinated for the audacity of making peace with Israel. The legacy of his however, says much about the state of Egypt and the state of Israel. And his leadership really created a much more lasting peace in the Middle East. Well, that's it for this week. I hope you enjoyed the video, and of course, speak with you in the future. Hello, everyone. Well, today we've got a really complicated topic to discuss. I've got some really useful charts, and so I hope I'll make this topic fairly easy. But basically, what we're going to talk about is the rise of Jewish mass politics, something that occurs around the 20th century and has lasting effects to the present day. I'm sure you're familiar with the old saying, two Jews, three opinions, and it's certainly true in the political sphere, but it's surprising to know that this is really a relatively new phenomenon, at least taken within the context of the diaspora experience. There's a joke that I can use just to begin this. I don't want to take too much time with jokes, but too bad. It goes like this: when he comes back from Warsaw to his New York in the 1920s, his parents had sent him back to Warsaw to learn a little bit of traditional Torah in a yeshiva. And so they ask him, hey, you were in the old country, you encountered the real full experience of life in the old country. What was it like? And their boy says, oh my gosh, man, it was amazing. I really didn't understand. I met a Jew who was a chassid, I met a Jew who was a misnagid, I met a Jew who was a litvak, I met a Jew who I met a Jew who was a communist, a Jew who was a Zionist, a Jew who was a diaspora nationalist. It was amazing. What did you expect? Warsaw is a huge town with a large Jewish population. Of course, there's going to be a lot of diversity. The sense is, Dad, you don't understand. It was all the same. That's a joke. Anyways, and not joking. Let's go straight to the present. Let's try to understand a little bit about the rise of mass Jewish politics. One of the more interesting aspects of the phenomenon of mass Jewish politics, as I mentioned a second ago, very late. Certainly in the ancient period, the time of the destruction of the temple, Second Temple period, there's a lot of Jewish politics, and we discussed this in an earlier essential lecture. But really, that first century experience, until you get to the turn of the 20th century, you don't have massive political movements among Jews. That is, you don't have like large organizations of kind of democratically based ideologies that capture a large population of the Jewish world and try to directly control the situation. Now, sure, there are movements, there are ideologies, and democracy is not unknown in Jewish tradition, but the idea of trying to change the state, trying to change a nation, trying to change a large region that includes a lot of non-Jews on a political level, that's something fairly good. There are a lot of reasons why that is so. Perhaps the most significant, though, is the fact that Jews always constitute a minority population within a larger, sometimes hostile majority population. Basically, they just try to get along. The idea is to keep their heads down, to avoid being singled out by the government for one reason or another. And there are a lot of source texts within the Jewish tradition that really emphasize this. For example, passage that I use as the title of one of my books, Pray for the Welfare of the Government, as the Mishnah continues, for not for the fear thereof, people would swallow each other alive. Meaning the government is an absolutely essential element of a democratic functioning society because the author of this particular passage felt that he took a fairly pessimistic view towards the ability of humans to live together in a peaceful state of harmony without any kind of coercive influences keeping them from literally swallowing each other alive. And so as a result, Jews have always, or I shouldn't say always, Jews have overwhelmingly favored a government that is in control, even if that government is slightly anti-Semitic or is even discriminatory to other peoples on occasion, largely because the majority were powerless to affect any real change. And as a result, they just try to rely on the concept of the state Mazaret, that is a state that is governed by law. We'll talk about this a little bit more, perhaps. No, I guess we should talk about it now. One of the big turning points in this movement was in 1881 in Eastern Europe, particularly in the Russian Empire, where you have a large population of Jews. And with the assassination of Tsar Alexander II, the entire society collapsed into a period of anarchic waves of pogroms, of violence against civilian populations, primarily Jews. And as a result, Jews began to feel, oh my gosh, we cannot rely on the Russian government in our safety anymore. So therefore, Jews began to look to new political ideologies that were emerging all over Europe at that time as nationalism really gathered a lot of strength, especially with non-titular nationalities, that is, nationalities that did not hold their own state, so to speak, at that time. And so Jews began to think about politics for themselves as well. Now, this is going to be a very brief lecture. I encourage you to look at some of the longer lectures for more discussion of these. But let's look at least two of the major movements very briefly, and then put them all into context. One of the most important early parties was known as the that's short for the General Jewish Workers League. This was an organization that was socialist in nature. That is, it believed in the fundamental equality of all people, regardless of whether they were Jewish, Russian, whatever it is, and that they should be joined within a Marxist experiment to create a dictatorship of the proletariat, following a socialist model towards a brand new future. The book was, in its origins, which is in the late 1890s, an anti-clerical party that was anti-religious, and in fact, its Jewish character initially lay primarily in the fact that a lot of its early members were Jews, particularly in the northeast industrial area like Lithuania, Vilnius, places like that. It made sense in those early years to conduct a lot of this propaganda in Yiddish, which was the mother language of many of these urbanized Jews, and it worked well alongside the Russian language propaganda generated by other social democratic parties. This was actually a very large party. It was built until 1905, and nevertheless it garnered tens of thousands of members during this period. However, it was not the most popular Jewish party by far. In the few sources that we have, a real measurement of what Jews actually thought, or let's say 1921, Jews tend to vote predominantly with Zionism, political idea. And just as socialism represented a break from traditional religiosity and represented a break from the capitalist viewpoint of the world, the Zionist mentality also represented a break from traditional Jewish identity and exile, because it posited that Jews should leave their homelands in exile and go to the final homeland of Israel. This challenged the religious status quo because it was felt by many that the idea of enforcing a political solution to the Jewish people in Israel, as opposed to merely one of individual settlement or even communal settlement, was felt to be challenging God, was an affront, really, the unfolding offense, the anxious and waiting for Messiah would not be rushed by Jews forcing a political solution in the Middle East. So there was a significant break from traditionalist viewpoints, and as we shall see, the majority of Zionists at the turn of the 20th century were non-religious. This is a great picture, by the way. Taking an iconic image of Herzl, the founder of modern political Zionism, with his famous quotation, "If you will it is no dream." If you only want to establish a homeland in Israel, a very audacious and rather amazing goal at the turn of the 20th century, Herzl said it would be no dream. And in fact, he was quite correct. So with those two movements in mind, socialist movements and Zionist movements, let's have a look at the overview of all of these parties. And this is going to get really complicated. Okay, so just stay with me for a second. Having looked at this image here, this looks like a very traditional Jewish symbol, as a joke. It's actually a complex political spectrum Whereas on the left you have socialism, and on the right you have capitalism. Right? You're familiar with that kind of spectrum. But on the left wing, you have the pro-Marxist, pro-communist movements that argue for a larger expanded government and more support system for average citizens in government, and to be anti-clerical as well. And on the right wing, you have a smaller government, smaller country, of course, that was communist, often associated with qualities of religion. But we shouldn't do this necessarily in the American context. If we were to put American parties on this ground, then the Democrats would be very, very quickly. In reality, the 20th century politics, which and otherwise quite a bit rise, that people who are way on to the left, people who are way on to the right, unlike American politics, where even though they argue with each other mostly, they're really quite close together for the vast majority. But there's also y-axis at the top, good police, and at the bottom you have diaspora nationalism. Jewish life in the diaspora. Okay, so there's your complicated Jewish spectrum. You have the book. It has socialism and diaspora. Obviously, reject after all. But they also reject Zionism, which is the step backwards, thinking the evolution of Jewish politics, really the socialism kind of, and that they would or the other these felt that they choose to confirm and reinforce cultural and communal activity in the diaspora, but it's true within a capitalist realm. One more to say about them, we don't have time for it now, but they were an inspiration for example, the Federation in America. Over here, on the right, here you have for your general science. This is actually Harrison's party that operates Homeland Israel. And also that the Homeland is essentially be like a Western European country that's capitalist. They are backed up by the religionists who are also scientists and also capitalists. But they were critical of unlike Herzl's strategy was to go back to such a country. I'm not going to have to just strategy was negotiation of accommodation of diplomacy with the various ethnic trying to get the non-Jewish becomes plant the Jews to say the revision was a waste of it. In reality, Israel has been taken by force to get necessary, and most likely would be by force. So they tended to reform a much more partnership situation with them. And then finally, on the top left corner, Squadron du Opportunity, which is one of many different groups that was both Zionist and socialist. That pick up Israel, they should leave Russia. None of these parties are associated with a religious movement. In fact, the left were socialism different than so we could see so-called Israel, the Buddhist Israel, the represent any of these parties. And by the way, there's no group that was especially taken seriously. Massive Orthodox groups from Eastern Europe, it really gives them much political expression to speak of somewhere in between those two extremes. So the Aqueduct Israel basically wants a traditionalist agenda, holding the observance of the truth, like that, use political tactics to try and mobilize their base of support. And goes up this way, because the Aqueduct Israel some of it was anti-Zionist and some of it the feeling that the traditional although Israel was highly desirable, the idea of conquering Israel, creating a state for the Messiah was highly desirable. But there were Jews specifically associated with the Mizrahi movement who felt that perhaps this is what God is the Messianic period, when you have all these secular into Israel and creating a plan there. So you've got, I know it's hard to speculate now, but you've got a really conventional political spectrum, Jewish, and all of these parties together make up the kind of vision of what it was like for Jews, especially in the 19th and actually, pretty much for example, moved to Israel. They had anti-Zionist or non-Zionist. They're now active in Israeli politics. Still traditionalist Orthodox agenda. Which became the Avodah or labor movement against the Likud. Mixed together. These are the same politics that early on. Okay, thanks very much.
He's some really smart. Yeah, that was fucked up. I think he's a real smart person. We were very close. I saw this stream this morning, and
Okay, very good. So, relying on just to not recall some of the jokes that the show very really appropriate because which is going to be one of the negative statistics of the Jewish, joke about it because so I know that my marriage will spiritual leader. Okay, so I'll tell you this joke. I know you like this. He has so much metaphysical and a little I studied all of the Vedic arts. Nothing. My rabbi, one, walking on top of I And then sponsor. We're grateful. In your I would say, no, exactly. So we'll sponsor them. That either. That either so simply sponsored. Thank you. Let's go. By the way, some interesting comments somewhat. Anyway, someone. Hey, Young Israel West, DH, and you'll see that donate, and it gives you an option to make a pledge and thank you very much. So, popular cannot or as most of his followers are generally after now, this morning I had to go to Rabbi Guinness his name in Hebrew, title, but God, should I say, God, you may not use his name. It's not the commandments, right? That you can't use the name of God. So when you're not prayer, it was a head instead of a kuf and hello. So I said, if this is do I have to say it over kuf? I should say hello just to be Yosef. Everyone, people in the Philippines about things. They call it Rabbi. Very incredible for I myself not think of anything else. The holy of the status. Which stands for the lion of memory. Like sometimes it's almost family although Rabbi, he was not a Levite. And Ashkenazi because we shall see. His grave inspired, which is a pilgrimage for speakers and a magnet the arcane arts to review just as it was for him when he first arrived in the 16th century. So let's see the background here for his life. It really starts in the 15th century. Quite a backwater. There was only one here. We even know it was approximately 60 feet long. I would say almost of this room here. You know, the holy city, and the only thing down is the building is to attract refugees from the Spanish mission followed by the Portuguese, and then the Portuguese expulsion of 1497, and then a series of as well, out of urban here in Priscilla, and exactly the Ottoman Empire sought their empire more in there's a lot of opportunity quite exactly what Jews were doing. Attract Jews to the empire like Greece, Constantinople, and the 16th century, there was population boom in Israel, still very small. some famine in the beginning of the 16th century. The very good records, but it was something that would grow dramatically. Were a series of interesting new trades that did not. One of them was Gutenberg, the printing press in the 15th century, and the Arabs were slow to pick it up. The Arab society in general, viewed printing as they considered the bookmaking arts, the calligraphy and the so on. But to print these things like, all identical, could there's something kind of useful. Okay, fine, something automation, but that's not what we call it. Jews, on the other hand, really recognize the tremendous technological ability that represented presses in the Ottoman Empire were actually in Hebrew. We're not allowed to print in Arabic because the Ottomans stuck away from us for your things, but not for ours. It only took about 20 years before the Arabs realized, actually it's useful and to as well. So, of course, advanced medicine, this is something that's historically trade in. That had advanced, the Jews brought with them the concept of they had developed some kind of association with troubadours, and this is something that actually it runs through much of Jewish history because Jews are typically a liminal people. Live on the borderline of societies, often in urban islands that are heavily Jewish, whereas the countryside is non-Jewish. And so there are all kinds of entertainment-related arts and activities that Jews are attracted to. Klezmer music in Europe, for example, one would like to think, for example, Hollywood out in California, which is itself a very, edge sort of culture. People tell me that the country is built on a slight slant and things that aren't timed down very well eventually make their way to California. I don't know if I should say that. Some of you are here, I have one or two people who are watching. But anyways, and strangely enough, Jews brought a lot of armaments and a lot of weapon-making technology that they had developed in Europe with some of the more advanced sciences going on there. And they were teaching a greater firepower, kind of things. But that was not the backbone of Jewish industry. The essence of the Jewish economy was in commerce. And for the last 400 years, the Jews had especially created international commerce, primarily because of the great tensions between the Christian world after the Crusades. In 1095, when the First Crusade declared, essentially the beginning of a geopolitical war that continues for all of the huge split between the Christian world and the Muslim world. Reverse that boundary, find pockets of support that their realm would use. So the Jews were quite active in international commerce, and the Ottomans the expulsion of the Jews from Europe had a tremendous boom. The Ottoman Emperor at the time was famous for making these kinds of statements, laughing at the for the Jews, but he was extremely happy to bring them into his empire and then to advance the economies in Greece, in Turkey, and places like that. So this is a period where Jews were really expanding their economic sphere, and this will be very important for the development of Kabbalah, as we shall see. One last function they were very active with in Europe, and then they were used as well in the Ottoman Empire afterwards, is tax farming, which I believe we have discussed in a previous occasion, so I won't go into great detail. But basically, in a corporate society, sometimes called a feudal society, the ruler did not tax people by individual status. No one had social security numbers. There's no way they could identify individuals and say, you owe so much tax. They they taxed entire communities, entire estates, entire classes. And so, in order to manage this kind of mass communal collection of funds appropriately, they frequently looked in Europe and in the Arab land, they would farm out the tax to okay. In other words, the Ottoman leader could say, okay, from this particular region, I estimate I can get whatever 5,000 gold coins. So the Jews think we can get that for you, sire, and the Jews would collect maybe 6,000 gold coins, and the extra 1,000 the profit they would retain for their own use in the community. Called tax farming, and quite adept at it. Why specifically? A couple of reasons. One is their numeracy. The Jews value the ability to work with numbers and mathematics and literacy as well. And they have a long tradition of this that extends from both European and North African and Middle Eastern experiences. And at the same time, perhaps a border society was also very useful for the leader to have a different ethnicity controlling the dominant ethnicity. Guaranteed their loyalty because they knew they could never, cheat easily on the king because they were at his university. They could not collude easily with the dominant nationality. And so the only reason why Jews as a minority were a favorite choice to engage in tax farming. It did not make them a beloved people, as we shall see a little later on in this course when we talk about the uprisings in Eastern Europe, for example, but that was part of the economy. Okay. So let's move now to himself. He was born in this new Jerusalem community in 1554. And very little about his parents. His father was Solomon named Solomon, and most likely had immigrated from the Ashkenazi. He was called Ashkenazi, which is the kind of designation you give to someone who has originated elsewhere from living in the territory. As I mentioned, his name Luria is a famous name in Provence, but it's unlikely that he himself came from that same family. His mother's name is unknown, but she is most likely Sephardi, from her brother's family. Solomon died when young Isaac was very young. Only very limited biographical data about this period of his life, as he talked with his life in general. Isaac is called a katan when his father died, which would be good. He was older than his mother, was take him out of Jerusalem to Cairo, where her brother.
Living the dream. How are you?
Well-to-do tax farmer. And under Mordecai's tutelage, prospered, studied well, and he was his first
I steer my life for more peace.
really the
I don't want war anymore.
of relationships. And then he was
3 years. It's more data than any person has on the internet. It's just the biggest demand. I have over 100 features, over 300 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 10,000. I've been live streaming 24/7 for more than 2 years. It's more data than any person has on the internet. I essentially have a time capsule for society. This goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. We talk about a lot of things on this that are normally discussed in society, like anti-gravity, antimatter, dark energy, dark matter. We talk about like extension technology, things that can be grown from stem cells, about embryonic therapy. Things like nootropics, photon therapy, we get into mind of technology. If no one's ever told you this before, then I have the privilege and the privilege to say to you, EPO, and you with myself, I don't think you're going to die. You'd be like, what do you mean, Rabbi? I am an advocate for something known as life extension technology into mind of learning. trained computer for later down as an android, an avatar, a cybernetic being, a cyborg, a robot, whatever you want to be. Choose it in the future and it's a real thing. And essentially, you can live if you want a definite or perhaps a digital immortality. And if you want to die at a normal age, you can do that too. The choice is yours. But just know that people don't want to talk like this, but I do. I have confidence in what I do. I've been successful in everything that I've done, and I'm going to be successful in it. What do you think about Christ? I'm for world peace. And with that, we're watching your Judaism lectures. Feel free to participate and enjoy. Glad you're here. No, just for a moment. I'm adjusting.
Background, Cairo.
You know, I think that there's a lot of support.
Yes. The question is, whether Jews are basically France, for the most part, from Spain over the Pyrenees up to the Rhineland, we're talking about a process of several hundred years. In the Rhineland, which is northern Germany, you have the traditional Nazi culture. And then, of course, there's a lot of communication down through France, the coast area, Provence, and so on. But they're definitely identified as Ashkenazi. By the time you get to the 15th, 16th century, you diverge significantly from in Spain. On a ritual level, perhaps on an ethnic level, we're not sure about it. Arguing with some elements. We have arguments between both and camp, for example, is quite intense from the 13th century. Okay, so let's go on. Within Cairo, from Cairo Pizza, and just to reflect memory on what the Cairo Pizza is a collection of 250,000 fragments of documents from the Ben Sira synagogue just outside, or is it Ben Abraham? Ben Abraham, Ben Sira. Ben Ezra, thank you. He's got his, he knows it on but now he's fact-checking me on Google. At any rate, a tremendous trove of documents found just outside Cairo. It's incredible insight into the nature of Jewish society for about 100 years and tremendous growth. And opening through these documents, they found several documents that specifically mention the 16th century. So what we know about the Cairo Guinness, primarily commercial documents and bills of sale, and it's in 1550s, in his 20s, he was primarily involved on an international level. Selling.
What's going on?
How can I have a bunch of questions for you?
Oh,
You do. Hop in, bro.
hold on. Am I going to get in trouble for self-promotion? Because I talk about myself a lot.
No. Bro, just
Yo, dog.
damn, I got you. So what?
Oh, no, that guy was mean. Yeah, no,
Pretty fucking good guy. Like, I'm not gonna be fucking whatever, you know me. But I like,
no, I understand. I understand, but people in that Discord, within the last 5 minutes, came in here and started yelling hard and the hard R's, and also they said to me World War II imagery every day. Nobody wants to be around those kind of people.
I don't want to do that shit. But everybody, I'm curious, like, you.
Absolutely true. I stream like 24/7 for Loki. I just did an interview with the streamer. I don't know if you know who he is. He's on Kick. His name is Sam Don. And I do a shout out to everybody in the stream and how nice you guys are. Oh yeah, dude, this thing's going viral. Yeah, dude, this thing's going viral.
You did it.
Yeah, dude, this thing's going viral. I'll play it right now. Dude, tell everybody you know. This fucking thing is amazing. And I got another interview. I got another interview with Corey. You know who Corey is? Because he thought I did such a good job. So yeah, I don't want war anymore. I'm sick of people dying. So some of the other things to talk about, I mean, honestly, I talk about them all right here. So I'm going to just start this, and you'll see. I'm legit. Sam Bond, streamer, starting up right now. 9 minutes, and I answer all the questions that you would have, and this thing's going by. So everybody knows. I tell everything I should listen to me on this. Buy this cryptocurrency or every kind of Obama side. When I was talking about it then, it was for 31 cents. That was less than 48 hours ago. After this interview, it's at 34 cents, and it's just going up. So, you know, what's it saying? This video content on WMG. How does it do that? Hold on. I'll get it. Don't worry, boys. Never forget. Rabbi's here. There we go. We're streaming. Yes.
Rothschild,
You check out the Rothschild. Check this one. Working it. So watch the watch together. I'm about to do a shout out to Aiden.
Bro, you think of the nugget, you think how I'm talking about because
Elite. That's it, bro.
you're 25,
Okay? School day. You got school day, Malik. You're muted.
That you 25. Got the what can I say? Log into their account and it's doing that all by you might gonna post it now. And Santa Maria. Doing your so I think it's I can tell you that just take a moment. It's gonna automatically run the page because I want to go cut the page in. So just right. Make sure.
Yeah, I'm here. I just had my camera. I just Discord. Sure, go ahead.
Like, what do you like?
Sure. Hitting golf balls after work. I'm a certified project manager professional, and I was at course and I hit golf balls, and I wanted to see what my swing was like. And so I started getting my phone out and recording myself, and some of the things that I would say to myself were kind of funny. Like maybe the ball wouldn't go in the right direction. I'd play funny. I got my future family wanted and my dad was like. So I started uploading that after work every night, and I realized that I was a lot of and I knew being a certified project manager and having successful apps on the Google Play that data was Earth's number one resource, more valuable than food, than water, than oil and gold. And so what I was essentially starting to part-time my life as opposed to just do about 6 Chromebooks that come around my life, spending live streams. So that's fun. That's myself as San Diego, as the mountains. Disneyland, Beverly Hills. I got a ton of. Yeah, I don't want water. Great question. You have to know this question. I can't do it here, but to give you an idea, it was a performance art project by John Lennon and Yoko Ono, known as Bed Piece, that was done twice in the 1970s to just make people aware of people. And I do the same thing. And I inject peace discussion into every discussion that I have. In fact, right now, I'm on 12 different Discords, and I have bots that just literally say sending positive vibes. I'm doing everything I can to send positive vibes to the world. And you should know that you are currently in the epicenter of the internet right now. You're live on 33 different devices, on 33 different platforms. You're live on 12 different Discords, including Aiden Ross and HOC and the biggest ones on with hundreds of thousands of people. So they may not be able to do it right now, but and what I'm doing, and that brings a lot of attention to a world peace movement for one person. I do my best, and then all observers, I don't really care what people are saying. But if somebody wants me to talk to them, so long as I feel respect and yeah, like this interview, it's really good, but we get interrupted. You interrupt someone, not you guys. You guys are completely fine. But yeah. So just be. Well, we talked about hypertension, disclosure, disclosure technology, extinction. Will it bring it back? Will it back? There's a goal by Colossus Bioscientific to bring back the woolly mammoth by the year 2028 and reintroduce it into the Arctic Circle. And if you're like, well, big extinction, that seems really far off. It was first done in 2003 with the Permian and IPAC. So it's been done for 20 years, which is very exciting. What did I mean? Oh. Yeah, I guess I don't want a mod roll. I didn't really know that. I am the number one research in the history of paper process Discord, and the number one research in the history of ICT. And you know, yeah, I do my best to come up with these with the message that we're watching. Like, history, lectures, and a lot of it has to do with bringing people to life. I support what I support work people everywhere. I can tell you this. I want no more people to die. And I want no more people to die. And that's how I want work. Do you still beat your wife? Do you still beat your wife? Do you still beat your wife? You see, this is a loaded question. I support what that's okay. No, it's good. Okay, don't do your own thing. Okay, you're not. That's okay. And you're welcome to have. You're welcome to have. Absolutely. I used to drink up my street for 12 hours. So I stream for 12 hours. I stop them so that I have a nice bar. Stream for another 12 hours. Yeah. From 8 different people. Dude, I just said I stream IRL. I stream North Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far east as the desert cities, and as far west as the Midwest. I have the harmonica and outside. I have 3 years worth of data for people to watch. So it's a lot. Did I get what?
Literally a troll.
Dude, he had a good one. He had a good one. What was it? You were in school today? You were in school earlier today? That was hilarious.
No, what you stand for, bigger, you found me. You'll see a real like a big person when it comes to it's sort of people together and shit. Terrible there. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
I think bigger than like when you even.
You're amazing.
You're amazing. I think it was
Please tell everyone you know my favorite part about the side. Oh, totally. I think the same thing. Dude. Yeah, but I'm a grown man. Why do I have like a cartoon character? Until you find out that it's a meme coin. Okay, there you go. Well, that's amazing. Okay, but okay, absolutely. What throws people off? But then you find out it's worth $300 million, and you're like, oh, okay. Actually, now it's worth $340 million.
I think you should have something somewhere and go along.
Absolutely. So if you look at my YouTube stream, it's literally Rabbi streams like 4 words. So it's like in the name. But I understand. I get what you're saying. If it's in the name, I get what you're saying. I appreciate it. Dude, share that video. I literally do a shout out to Aiden Stream. I like in Neon's Discord, but I say thank you so much to the Aiden Ross Discord. You guys have been really nice to me. I do a shout out to him. Here, let me show.
Yo, Robbie,
Oh,
Robbie.
hey, you, everybody just be quiet. This is where I talk about these. It's right after that. So I just a bunch of people. But I did want that. Really, from my heart, thank you for appreciating me. and giving you a portal into my life.
I think it's dope, bro. I think we got something strong going.
Listen, if I can ever be of help to you, you let me know. I do the same thing for you that have helped everybody else. I'm just a very nice person someday. You're at the forefront of streaming. You're a creator, or you're a consumer. And you're a creator. So that means you're going to be able to write your own way. And you're going to be able to scan your brain, if you like, into a computer to later down cybernetic beings, and avatar of yourself, a robot, whatever you want to be. You'll be able to live a digital reality, which is a really exciting future. It's a really exciting
I like what you said, like for bro. And I think it's interesting. Like I told you right now, real.
Absolutely.
I why you doing this.
You're amazing. Absolutely. Hey, you should know you're always welcome here. You don't have to stay here any longer than you want. You go do positive things. Come back whenever you're bored, and we'll check in, okay?
We'll check in, okay?
Exactly. We're friends, man. Absolutely. Good luck to you, baby. Take care, man. Absolutely. Take care, my friend. Shout out to you. Shout out to Aiden. Please do. Hey, we watch college football. We watch pro football. We watch Monday Night Football. We always have stuff going on. Absolutely. We have a fix. I'm Rabbi. Pleasure to meet you. Let me make sure I pronounce that correctly. Zybro. Excellent. This is the epicenter of the internet. Take care, Zybro. Thank you so much. Shout out to Zybro. Shout out to Rothschild Discord. Shout out to World Peace Players everywhere. much say like when I said turning positive vibes, I think it's really sad that he was so moderate that too much power. I thought this whole they appreciate positive vibes.
He has some, it's hard to say if there was disputes, but he specifically, writes letters requesting payment, but sends out invoices, things like that. So it appears that he was appointed in international commerce in his 20s. At a point where he was to be able to travel to just a kind of interesting side note, 3 days before his death, he settled all of his business accounts, made sure that all was right, which is, I think, in itself an interesting attestation to his body and to his perhaps mystical sense of what was coming. But anyway, he's making his living there in his 20s as a spice and leather merchant, basically traveling around, dealing with various things. And at the same time, he's engaged deeply in Talmudic study. Two specific aspects of study characterize this urban period. And in general, it's an economy that is preserved in much of Jewish study. You could study what's called Torah Snigla, the Torah, and Torah Nista, the hidden Torah. These are euphemisms for a body of knowledge, of information that is kind of like considered open. It's hardly open in the sense that you really have to know quite extensive training to do so. But the body of knowledge that is considered accessible and open even to children with proper training, and another body which we'll call Kabbalah for now, which is essentially hidden knowledge. The open Torah, or the revealed Torah, refers to, of course, the 5 books of Moses, the Bible as a whole, the Talmud, the Mishnah on which it is based, and the vast corpus of halakha, books which have not been hidden yet, but for example, the Shulchan Aruch, the Code of Jewish Law. This is all called the revealed Torah. And for anyone who's ever attempted to study Talmud, especially as an adult, you realize partly revealed is an extremely cold and difficult and mysterious text to enter. But the sense of the revealed means that basically anyone can approach this text regardless of their level of training. They may not understand it, but there's nothing taboo about studying it. Torah's Mister, on the other hand, the hidden Torah, the mystical aspects of Torah, is something which is restricted only to those who have achieved great heights of personal experience and personal training. This is something that we find in the Talmud, which says things like, for example, you should not approach this Torah until you are eating bread and wine, which means you have a full meal of the regular revealed Torah before you approach the hidden Torah. And in fact was the subject of massive controversy around, for example, Maimonides' works. And one of the strange patterns that seems to repeat itself over and over again, moving up until our own time, is that the most gifted Kabbalists tend to die very young. So the rabbis put the ban on the studying of Kabbalah until the person is 40 years old, and there are several other they have completed all of the real Torah or the hidden Torah and so on. Not if you want to ban, one of the most important teachers of Gloria himself, but Moshe Cordovero felt that people should start studying Talmud, studying Kabbalah at the age of 20, for example. But that's basically, it's a widely accepted ban. Nobody studies Kabbalah until they've reached a certain level of expertise. At any rate, he studied under a very famous Kabbalist, the Rabbi David Ibn Zimri, and he studied both the revealed Torah and at least he studied also the hidden Torah. Revealed Torah study, he proves to be a gifted student, and he knows quite a bit about his participation in council, in courts of law, and things like that indicate that his opinion about standing halakha was definitely accepted. He was very reputable person with all of the credentials. And we also have a couple other interesting things about him. For example, Giza has a document in it that dated 1557, which has 9 signatories to it. These 9, they're all rabbis, agreed to form a kind of association, in which they promised to behave on a very high level of ethical conduct. And they stipulate specific punishments if any of them ever transgress a tiny little breach of ethical conduct. This may have been a secret for the show. And it's the kind of thing that you see quite often among the great Kabbalists. You see the same thing, for example, with the Rabbi, having a secret gathering of friends. You see it also in the Muslim movement, where rabbis get together and they form these secret little groups where they would criticize each other if they saw a step out of boundary in any way. And it appears that the Ari at a very young age, when 20, was admitted into one of these secret services. This definitely had a strong impact on him because he was able to form a much greater circle of that nature in spot. But while he was in Cairo, he spent a lot of time studying the Talmud and then collaborated on a commentary that was famous which is a collection of commentaries on various Talmudic tractates. I myself studied the Shita Mekubetzes when I was in Yeshiva myself, so it's a well accepted text. Specific parts that he worked on, unfortunately, were lost in the fire, but it's well attested by secondary sources that he was one of the authors of that text. Bottom line is he had excellent credentials when it came to the traditional revealed Torah. He was not like, let's say, you find sometimes in Hasidic tradition where people have like inspired visions, but they can't necessarily demonstrate mastery of Torah tractates. He was a person who definitely had all of the credentials to be a traditional rabbinical scholar, and yet he's one of the very famous going to be in this. Okay. Pausing for questions again? Yes. Oh, we better get ready. Okay. Thank you, Willie. It's brilliant. This is the future of our people, right? Anyway, let's give a round of applause. I have this question for it's basically my daughter, my brilliant daughter asked, wait a minute, so they have a secret fellowship? I mean, isn't that funny? What happened to fellowship? That's being Jewish. Okay, another question? So, it wasn't so much that they were secretly being ethical. Not that they were secretly ethical, but they would secretly monitor each other, and they had each other's backs to make sure that if Reuben saw him doing something that really wasn't quite up to standard, then they promised that Reuben would take Shimon aside and say, listen, the kind of behavior that you're engaged in is not up to our standards. And it was a group, it was a support group, really, almost psychological, a support group that would get together and they would promote each other's development. So that's kind of like super Jewish, right? That's kind of like getting your friends to make sure you're great. And the Ramchal did exactly the same thing. The Ascension Rebbe had the same thing. There's actually a repeating trope where individuals who care about each other and care about you work together to try and average, their communal strength more okay. The key difference is that whether it's a voluntary self-imposed restriction. I've heard that some communities up north, Chuckle English, that if you're not putting that in your house, people will walk outside the front of your house with their cell phones to see if there's Wi-Fi going on in your home. And if you want to social ostracism, and they'll come on too. But otherwise, you got it by lectures. But now we're talking about people who voluntarily self-associate, and that's what it's charismatic or characteristics for it. But let's go on to the less negative. So, the one thing now, his principal teacher at Cairo was also a noted Kabbalist. His student would be, but under his influence, he elected to engage in a very unusual, non-idiosyncratic practice. We'll call his farmer now, well, nice farmer, owned a small island, presumably the town, I think I should look up on a map. The actual hometown is on this island. And what the young Yisrael would do, he would go out to that island and spend 6 days a week in total solitude. And he did this for 6 years. He would come home only for Shabbat. I presume the holidays as well. To his wife, only in and in with his wife. She must have been a tremendous woman, but we know very little about her. And then he would return, which is called Rothschild, and he spent 6 years in this solitary communication with the divine, solitary contemplation of what he would reveal since the mysteries of Judaism. So you take this all together, he's engaged in the outside world for quite a while. Then, while he's studying the Torah, he would reveal Torah to a very, very high level. And then they would take 6 years off, a long sabbatical, to be able to focus on the development of the system. And this was all in preparation for what would be the flourishing of the center, which is where he would make his mark. So we should talk now a little bit about Tzfat, which is a fascinating just explosion of Jewish creativity in the 16th century. Tzfat is a city that anyway, it's kind of like a nowhere place in Judaism before it explodes onto the scene. It is in northern Israel in the Galilee region. It's not mentioned at all in the Bible. The name Tzfat or something in English indicates that it's kind of like a local town, and it's possible it's used, for example, when they indicate the mountains of Rosh Chodesh, one of the highest points where they would light flames to signal that Rosh Chodesh was having appeared. It attracted primarily for some of the brightest minds of Yiddish Sfar, the Spanish and Portuguese expulsion in 1497. Among them was the greatest of them was Rabbi Moshe Cordovero in terms of Kabbalah, someone that I study personally very deeply. I'll tell you a little bit about his thought in a moment. Around this, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero has a circle of who are focused against the study the mystical aspects of Judaism. The Rabbi, a regional teacher, had spent some time in Cairo and had been exposed to it, and would encourage his students to leave Cairo and to go study under the Rabbi who had emerged as a leader of Kabbalistic thought at the time. So the thought of the Rabbi is, now we're talking about the principal teacher of the Arizal. The Arizal might have only got to learn with him for less than 2 years, and nevertheless he called him his principal teacher because the Ramak was a revolutionary thinker in Kabbalah and completely transformed the Arizal. Even though the Arizal differed from him on some very, very key essential points, and in many ways the Arizal eclipsed his own teacher, nevertheless he showed tremendous reliance on the Ramach. So let me now, I have to tell you what exactly is evidence for the purposes that we can use this brief lecture and understand what is going on in Surah that allow the Arizam to catapult himself to such heights. We call Kabbalah means assumption or tradition. The Kabbalah means to receive something, and so that term is used in the sense that this is not information which can be deduced by logical analysis. It's information which must be somehow received of revelation directly from God. Many mystics will find, the skies open up and they are, greeted with some kind of messianic vision, which they later communicate, and it's inaccessible beyond. There's no reason that they can understand it. It's simply an experience, or it is a mystical tradition that's handed down from teacher to student, teacher to student. Definitely have a very, very large Christian Judaism of this mysticism. There are passages in the Torah which are clearly mystical in nature. For example, Abraham's covenant between the parts, where he is given a vision of the future, Ezekiel's vision of the chariot, all kinds of passages in the Torah. Talmud is right. Magic, spells, astrology, all kinds of mystical information that is certainly not rational in the common sense of that term. But it gets a huge boost in the 13th century with the appearance of a book called the Zohar, which is considered the principal work of Kabbalah. There's a lot of controversy about the Zohar, but scholars assume that it is not an ancient work as many in my history has believed. It doesn't take from the ancient period, also by Rabbi Yochai. Most scholars believe, I'm talking about academic scholars, that it was actually written in the 13th century. That's a debate that I don't think we should entertain today. Most important thing for our points is, however, that the Zohar becomes sort of the focal point of all Kabbalistic research at this time. The problem with the Zohar, however, in my humble opinion, is that it's almost impossible to understand. And when you translate it into English, and it reads like gibberish. It's really, really hard to figure out what is it all about. It's a massive document. My bookshelves takes up about that much space. And it's just so arcane and complicated, and the metaphors are weird, and it sounds very new agey. I mean, it's perfect for new age. I don't know how to make sense of it. I will tell you that on a personal level, when I was about 25 years old, I started studying a beautiful book called a book that basically it breaks up the week into 7 days of study, and every day you study a little bit of the Torah, a little bit of the Tanakh, a little bit of Mishnah, a little bit of Gemara, a little bit of Halacha, so you get like a little bit of every little kind of piece of Torah information, and it takes about 8 hours to go through everything. And at the very end of each section, there was always a paragraph of the Zohar. And I asked my Rabbi, he said, am I allowed to read this? I'm not 40 years old, I don't know anything. And he said, yeah, you can go ahead and read it. I said, what about the point? He said, you're not going to understand it anyway. So that was my first encounter with the Zohar. What did, what he did, this is the reason his teacher, is that he systematized the Zohar. He wrote a massive commentary called Yakar. More importantly, he wrote basically manuals for Kabbalah. His famous one that made his reputation at the time was part of the Orchard of Pomegranates, in which he just sat the reader down and said, okay, look, this is how it works. And he started with the idea of how creation happened, and he explains how this relates to our souls, the world around us, the purpose of the commandments, the purpose of the Messiah. All those things were systematized and written almost on my mind. And he took this standard commentary on the Bible, and he just started from the ground and said, let's just explain this in a very straightforward fashion. It was a phenomenal hit. Even before printing, it was circulated widely, and the Romans pushed ahead as the preeminent capitalist of his day. So the Arizal went to start to specifically study under the monk, just to give you a taste of the box teachings that it had. I'm not a Kabbalist, so I don't really know how is, you may have seen this very symbol, this very common symbol. This is the designation of the 10 sphere. The 10, hard to translate the term exactly, but kind of 10 emanations of God. And basically, what this refers to, on one level, is the process of creation, a process which is ongoing unfolding, meaning that as God created the world, He allowed His light, as it were, to penetrate each of these in different orders until they come down here to where we live. There's a lot more we could say about what this strange thing means, but let me give you one basic kind of metaphor to understand it. So God as a mirror is like in this diagram up at where the word tree is, and sits through Chachma through all of these until we get to the world as we understand it today. It's kind of like if you try to look at the sun. The sun is way too powerful to look at with the naked eye. It'll burn out the retina. It's dangerous. But if you take a mirror, that you look into the mirror, you may be able to get some of the sun in the mirror, the radiation of the sun. And especially if you take a mirror, you position it in such a way that the second mirror reflects the first mirror reflecting the sun, and it's much easier to look at the sun. And if you set up 10 mirrors in a sequence like this, you actually look directly at the sun because each one of those 10 mirrors has weakened the power of the radiation. That's essentially what this sphere is doing. God's light as it goes to the top, and it is filtered through the mirrors until it gets down to this point here. There are tremendous amount of implications for what the spheres do. They're associated with the human body. They're associated with the soul. They can be manipulated, interrelated. But that's where we're going to go today. I will do one little detour, however, a little bit of a selfish plug onto my forthcoming, which should be coming in. The book launch in this room got built in about 3 months. Looking forward to it. Some music, and I think a great time. But basically, he wrote his most famous book among great people is the Torah of Devorah. The Palm Tree of Devorah is perhaps the most widely studied Kabbalistic book, and it's certainly the most well-known book because it's far easier than most of the other things. And basically, what he does in the Torah is he says, if God emanates and presents himself in the world through these 10 spheros, and we have of imitating God, imitatio Dei, shall walk in labor, then we should imitate those spheros. We should imitate each one of those various spheros. For example, there are times when we're supposed to. Let's say, for example, so it means it has to sphere up.
Hey, did you watch my interview? I'll send it to you.
God sends more of that power down. Send it to me. By matching behavior.
I answer all the questions in there, and I shout out you. Discord. So what you do? I'll send this to you. You watch it. It's 30 minutes. Then you come back here. You ask me any questions that you want, and I'll do my best.
It's a terrible thing to do because we're in a question. You're ruining it. You're mixing the wrong sphere at that time. Deals with Keter. He goes through
100%. There's a place for everyone. And I talk about it in this interview. So watch it. It's 39 minutes. You can really try. There's a place for everyone and in Judaism.
The book line.
You watch it and you come back and we'll talk all about it, okay? Peace, bro. See you in like 40 minutes. Peace, man.
Becomes the Ramach's disciple.
Everybody.
Who is not even 50 years old, is plagued. Tremendously influenced by the Ramach's approach to Kabbalah, and adopts all of it, and then makes few key changes that brings his Kabbalah really to a much greater scene. Just to give you a sense of how they relate to one another, and this is jumping ahead a little bit, but the left very writings behind. We have very few actual texts written by the Arizal. Almost everything that we have today, we rely on his students and his most important students. His principal was Rabbi. So the story goes that Rabbi records in one of his books, he was visited in a dream by his teacher, the Arizal, and he asked me, he says, what does it mean that you have a different type of Kabbalah than your teacher? And in heaven, they study the Kabbalah of on earth, they study my Kabbalah. So there was no sense of Elu v'Elu, these are the world of living God, even though there are some really sharp differences between them. So let's understand what happened in Tzfat. You have an amazing, an incredible explosion of Jewish creativity at this time. Besides the Rabbi and the Arizal, we also have Rav Yosef Karo, the author of the Shulchan Aruch. And we should remember that he himself was a tremendous mistake. In fact, he claimed not to be the rational mind that was writing down Jewish halacha. He claimed to receive communications from an angelic being, a Magid, which he later wrote about in a diary, and he would just write down what the Magid told him to write down. Kabbalah and halacha deeply intertwined with one another in Tzfat. They're engaged in all kinds of new and bizarre practices, which make the deep going out into the fields without a plane pedestrian. Some of the other things they're doing. For example, they're engaging in a sort of dowsing or graves behavior. They go long walks in the environments of spots, trying to spiritually sense the graves of righteous people. And they'll stop by a brook or something, and one of the Kabbalists, or others, will see this particular rock, and they'll say, under this rock is buried Rabbi Yehuda Bar Eloi. And they will stop there, and they will offer prayers, and they will prostrate themselves to the ground, and they will have these spiritual illuminations, and we'll record them later in their writings. It's like a Tzfat pastime to go around and find these graves of the people. And they're engaged in heavy writing, and they're engaged in all kinds of, rather intimate spiritual practices like exorcism, and it's like kind of a crazy place if you think about it. It's an extreme place, tremendous amount of spiritual energy swirling around, and they're experimenting with all kinds of different ways to express Judaism, not things that are not in normative practice whatsoever. Highly influential. You may wonder, why did this become so powerful in our thought? So I'll tell you this one here. Let's try to understand what is really in Kabbalah. 10 minutes that we have, and we'll see why it was so profound and why it made such a huge impact. First of all, I want to place a caveat on it. As I mentioned earlier, we have autograph writings of Arizal. He left behind very few writings, which was intentional. He wrote a few things when he was on that Cairo, but otherwise he wrote nothing that was profound mystical insights. And he instructed his students not to write down. He wanted it to be a highly reserved, esoteric doctrine that only his students would share. He did not intend to create a massive revolution of Kabbalah with blessed bottled water, things like that. That does not seem to be the Arizal style. His students, after his death, tried to enforce this. In particular, Rabbi used to be a student of Rabbi, but after he met the Arizal, he sort of focused essentially on the organic Kabbalah, and they tried to keep a lid on the Arizal's teachings. However, the word spread far and what ended up happening was some of the people who had studied began to sort of break this away and start writing their own manual of Kabbalah, attributing them to the Arizal. And many of them were which is not impossible because it's not all start at point A and through B and all the way to the end. He would sort of teach on the spur of the moment, without necessarily connecting it to a larger doctrine. It was like a course where he started with the basic principles and went to the specifics. A very charismatic leader, not a systematic discipline like the when you put all these things together, the fact that we have no actual writings to speak of from the that we have comes from many people disagreeing with each other. And we have the very nature of Lubavitch Kabbalah itself, which is very disjointed and not necessarily. It's a whole picture of what these things look like. We can identify a few doctrines that seem to be common to all of the results. And they are so powerful that they kind of become mainstream thought to this day. The one is the concept of Shmirat HaKelim, or the breaking of the vessels, which is not present in Cordovera Kabbalah at all, but it's perhaps the most pronounced element of Kabbalah. Recall we go back to the text that I showed you earlier. One of the differences between the Kabbalah of the Rabbi and that of the Arizal is the idea of what happened at the moment of creation. So before the Ramak, creation was a logical unfolding of God's will, set up in such a way that the universe would be perfectly balanced in a kind of metaphysical law, that pure natural law. And God, imagine the structure of the universe, as it were, looked into the Torah. And the universe looks something like this. Whatever injects a major element of drop into the creation, placing human beings, particular at the center of a cataclysmic crisis that is ongoing until the also, this concept of Shmirat HaKelim, or breaking of the vessels, refers to some kind of moment of creation. I have difficulty understanding this, so I'm sure that when people see this on YouTube, they'll all useful comments of the book on history, the top of the list there. This is my basic understanding of it. I talked to you about this or into the mirror, so think of it instead using a organic method of like hot oil poured into clay vessels. So it's really super hot, what represents as it were the light of God, to a clay vessel, which is, let's say, kept here at the top here. But the heat of the oil is overpowering, and the vessel shatters. By the way, if any of you have ever traveled in the Soviet Union, it's happening to about 1 in 10 tea glasses that I was ever served. That's when you put the spoon in the tea glasses, you put them in water, splashes everywhere. But so the first vessel shattered because it could not withstand the power and intensity of God's light. So when the light mixed with pieces of the broken vessel flow into the next vessel, but it too shattered because it can't stand it. So it flows to the third vessel and it's mixed with the pieces of the broken vessels until finally you get down here to Malkut. And in this part of the universe, we have the system kind of slows down because it's cool. But the physical universe that we are presented with today represents a mixture of this divine spark of light of God with the pieces of the shattered vessel. So, for example, this cup of coffee here, the cup itself, it has its existence, it owes its existence to the spark of godliness that is within it, even though it is an inanimate object. And the part that I can feel and touch and apprehend with my senses is really made up of the klipot, of the shells of the broken vessels that are mixed with that divine spark. Now, how this becomes dramatic, that the task of humanity at a particular Jew is to identify the divine spark in everything and then to release it so that it may join its source once again, ultimately performing mitzvot. So, for example, I've already said it, so I'm not going to say it again. But if I say a bracha on the coffee inside this cup, that bracha takes it from being asur, which means not permitted, so we don't have a blessing, and turns it into mutar, which means permitted. And by doing so, I release, as it were, I perform a kind of decomposition of the cup and allow it to return, the Holy Spirit of it to return to its holy source. We're asur in reality, it's forbidden, but it really means tied up, constrained, restricted, because the spark is trapped in there. And the word mutar means untied, means released. So the bracha makes the energy of the cup released, so too with the fruit stuff and so on. So in other words, what the Avisa into the Kodesh Kabbalah, he took this moment of creation and he essentially made it into this huge drama where we are now in an imperfect universe struggling to bring it to perfection through the performance of mitzvot. And everything we do is literally tied up with that grand adventure. And if we fail to do so, then we bury the sparks deeper in the creepers. So every single action, every conscious moment of a Jew's waking existence, and even sleeping existence, is in fact tied to the unfolding of this metaphysical story. The process of dealing with these issues is called tikkun, or repair, which is where we get the root of the term that people know so well, tikkun olam, the repair of the universe. Everything that we do is designed to try and support this ultimate redemption of the universe. So while Kodesh Kabbalah is fascinating, intricate, and absorbing, the Rizal's Kabbalah is energizing and gives people kind of a motivation to go do something because you got to save the world. Rabbi Cordovero is about thinking about the world and about training. And the Rizal is all about action and implementation of this Kabbalah on the day. The way you do this is through something called Yichud. We're running out of time to go into that greater detail. The one kind of detail that I just read an article that talks about halitos, metaposcopy. I have to look up how to pronounce that. It doesn't rhyme or that, but I looked up all kinds of rhyme here. Metaposcopy is the technical term for reading the face. One of the things that the Elisa will do, just to give you a kind of sense of who we're dealing with here, he was very much into the idea that created through the divine name, through the alphabet, the whole quasi-science progression that we have is associated with Mariana Kabbalah, and that whatever a person did with themselves, literally, it's on their faces. And the because he purified himself through so many tikkun and yichud, was able to read on people's faces, especially their forehead, specifically what transgressions or positive they have performed. And he wrote tremendously about this. For example, if you give tzedakah, the word tzedakah is planted on your forehead and it lasts about a week, which is interesting. Isn't it fascinating? It's about a week between classes. Sponsor a class. But I don't even know it. It's just too bizarre, the whole of it. So these are the kinds of things that he would do. He would read people and he would say, I know what happened at his home yesterday and so on, all related to the grand scheme of Cohen. So his legacy is an image of his grave, the tradition of his father, the grave are decorated, and it is a site. His legacy is so deep, it's very hard even to find a place where it does not. Certainly, very deeply and consciously into the Hasidic world, where the Hasidic masters were by Kabbalah, the Baal HaTanya with it. It reaches into the Romanian world, where the also learning Kabbalah. It reaches beyond that into the non-Orthodox world as well. Because there's so many of the rituals and songs and practices tikkun olam, which really is a very important concept for many of the liberal communities, that it really goes back to Lurianic Kabbalah and a sense of the drama of existence. So without doubt, it's amazing when we contemplate how this man, of about 3 years, aged 35 to 38, he was able to articulate without even writing it down, of meaning of existence, such a degree that we feel its revelations from God even to this day. Thank you very much for your attention and engagement. Next week we're going totally on mystical Kabbalistic and talk about Spinoza, one of the most important philosophers of the early modern period, and I think you'll find it interesting. Thank you once again. Yeah, why don't we get started? First, I have some really good news for you all. I'm really grateful that you come on this auspicious night. It is, after all, Wednesday, and it's great to have you here. I'm really pleased because tonight Zach Lorenzer gave me some jokes, so I don't have to keep cycling jokes over and over again. Just wait 3 weeks, I'll post them again. But this is, there's actually several good jokes here, and yeah, I'll tell you one. Maybe I'll tell you the other here in this lecture because there's really not. So it goes like this. There's a very, very well-respected rabbi who spends many years working for the benefit of the Jewish community where he lives, and he is well-respected and honored by his colleagues and so on. And he goes up to heaven, but it's not. He's very, very particular about all of his books. Very careful to observe all of his books. So he goes up and they prepared a beautiful smorgasbord with all kinds of appetizers and all kinds of delicious little hot dogs and whatever hot dogs, but all kinds of beautiful meat like this. And so he says, "This is so wonderful. I've always imagined having something like this." And he goes up to one of the other rabbis and he says, "So caterer." And the caterer is Masharov. Oh, Masharov, very nice. Who's the mashgiach? Who's the supervisor? Well, this is heaven. That's I have to work on the delivery there, but I think if I got a little chuckle, then there's potential for later. Had a chance to get the new flyer. It actually has not received the complete yet. It's going to be okay, but it's a good draft at any rate. There are a couple of things that I'd like to draw to your attention. Ms. Abrams, can you please distribute, or a couple of things I'd draw to your attention. There's at least one typo, where apparently 2 lectures simultaneously on March 19th. I'm not sure how I'm going to do that in one room, get my evil twin brother, but I think it should be March 19th or March 26th. We will correct it appropriately. Note, very importantly, we're going to be starting at 8 p.m. next week. 8 p.m. promptly. A lot of people have asked for an earlier start time. We'll be able to do that until March 12th, when, because of the time of Mincha it will interfere, so we're going to go back to 8:30 once the clocks have changed. The ancient period is not my personal research strength. Most of the work that I've done as a scholar, as a historian, has been in the early modern periods, basically from the 16th century onward. So now it should get better because I know a little bit more about what I'm talking about starting next week, and hopefully it'll be interesting. I've tried very hard to include a lot of people that you probably have never heard about, but they're very influential, or at least exemplary of important contribution. For example, we're going to talk on January 22nd. I'm really looking forward to talking about Sarah. Have you guys heard of Sarah Bastolfi? Ms. Meister, you have. Excellent. Of course. Sarah Bastolfi was one of the most famous composers of women's heroes, the so-called Guinness of Eastern Europe. Beautiful prayers that were composed specifically for women, and specifically addressed life cycle issues, women's domestic issues, and they really provide a tremendous window into an aspect of Jewish culture that has received very little scholarly attention. The great historian Chava Weissler, who's done the job of rescuing these tefillos and presenting them to the scholarly and popular world. So, of course, speaking about her, I want to speak about, God willing, the Vilna Gaon and really afterwards the Alter Rebbe. So, two of them had some significant conflict, or at least their followers had some extreme sort of words to share with one another. That would be some kind of combination. Towards the end of the year, we look at Heinrich Heine, who was perhaps one of the most famous Jews of the 19th century who converted to Christianity. He put it to get a ticket to European culture, because during that period of time it was very difficult to maintain one's Jewish identity and still participate in the wider society, positions in universities, conduct orchestras, all kinds of things like this. So he is exemplary of that period. But as soon as he did it, he regretted it immediately and spent the rest of his life. He really was one of Serbia's greatest poets. And so he spent a lot of time lamenting that decision. And so it speaks to the dichotomy of the trajectories of Jewish identity in modern tradition. So I think over the next few weeks, we'll have a fantastic series of lectures, and I'm really looking forward very much to engaging with you. One other thing that's going to happen besides the timing, I experimented with not having an email list because it was a lot of work, the old constant contact that I set up, and I didn't feel like I was getting really a lot of responses to it, so I dropped it after a terrible mistake, because I think a lot of people rely on emails, not to remind them that there is in fact a class going on. So I'm going to try this semester to return to an email format, to various videos online and things like that. Like to participate in that, and I don't have to send me an email with the address that's listed at the bottom of this page. That's the website. You can sign up right there, and I'll make the event. No, I don't think so. So let's go on. First of all, we're grateful as always that we come to bring this particular event. Oh, I see what I'm saying. The time. Time is 8. You're not paying attention. Really, I think that's supposed to be stuff. We start, for those of you like my daughter, we're starting at 8 p.m. Next to 8 p.m. promptly. Okay. So, we're grateful to Israel for providing the space and providing this opportunity where we can get together and discuss history and discuss some of these turning points and turning personages in our past. And we're welcoming sponsors to help support this class, this series, which the money goes to good purposes. Support these two young students who will greet you when you come in. And the filming, Rodriguez actually has an online fan club. I received a message from Germany recently. It said, "Coolness Rodriguez." I'm not sure why. It wasn't a compliment. Maybe it was like, "Go away." But Rodriguez. So, sponsorships are certainly welcome. We're asking for $200 per lecture so that you can defray the cost and support the synagogue for all the good things in this community. But I'm glad that you're all here because your presence is sponsorship more than much, and gives the kind of energy this week after week. Okay, so let's go directly without a further ado to our topic tonight, Nachmanides, one of the most important rabbinical minds of the High Middle Ages. He was a rabbi who originated in Spain, and towards the end of his life, and he was ready to sort of coast into a more golden age, and essentially relax in the environment, the students surrounding him. He was thrust into an extremely contentious debate with the church, which ultimately exiled him to Israel. But he was certainly not prepared to simply disappear in history, and in fact, even in his old age, he landed in Israel and completely revitalized the Jewish community, introduced when he arrived, only had two permanent Jewish residents within the boundaries of the city. Created the first permanent union in Jerusalem in that period, which is an amazing achievement, and essentially created the foundation for what is Israel today in many ways. So we're going to look at the arc of his life, which ends as a kind of a figure and compromise between two warring schools of Jewish thought, that of Spain and of France. And he moves through some fascinating periods of intellectual development and created a huge corpus of rabbinic literature that is still being mined today for the development of intellectual riches for contemporary scholars. And then, as I mentioned, in his final years, after being driven out of Spain as a result of this very contentious debate, the church really achieved his greatest things when he was living in the land of Israel. So that's it, the figure that we're going to look at today. His name, not in the light of my one days, son of Nagamon. He dates the Latin suffix meaning son of, and he's known to followers of his God in Hebrew, particularly as the Ramban. There's an N at the end of his name for Rabbi ben Nachman, to distinguish him from Rabbi Moshe ben Maimon. It's not only the Ramban as opposed to the Rambam, the accent. If you want to look up something and go to the yeshiva, I press all your friends there. Rambam is pronounced with the emphasis on the first syllable, Rambam, and Ramban is pronounced with the emphasis on the second syllable, Rambam and Ramban. That's also helpful because if you can't quite make out the N or the M difference, then helps you the accent. So Rabbi was born in Trona in 1194, so a very illustrious family background. He was actually a first cousin of Rabbeinu Yonah of that city, who was very important to Maimonidean controversy. Ironically, Rabbi was intellectually a critic of Maimonides and did not hesitate to publish a series of rather blistering critique on the Maimonidean core of Jewish thought. At the same time, there's an emphasis over Maimonidean either writings in the century or up to the scholarship of Maimonides against the attacks of his first son, Rabbeinu Yonah. Two of them are divided over that. But I'm jumping right there. What I should do to talk about the life of the Rambam. We know that he headed up a yeshiva. Don't have a lot of information about the nature of that yeshiva, like what it looked like, how many students, what was the curriculum, and so on. But he had so many students reported later rabbinic literature that there's no doubt whatsoever that this yeshiva existed. There is some evidence to indicate that he, like many rabbis of the era, earned a living outside of his rabbinic activity as a medical doctor. But unlike Maimonides, we do not have like an extensive literature of writing from the Ramban on various medical topics. But basically, he practiced much of his early life as a rabbinic leader, as a community leader, and as a teacher of Torah. And his Torah had been understood in several different avenues. In many ways, he was very creative, and actually was the originator of several key disciplines or sub-disciplines in Jewish thought. First of all, he was a halachist, meaning he spent a tremendous amount of energy, and we have multiple works in which he writes or codifies Jewish law. To understand where he is placed within the development of the law, maybe I'll pause and step back for a second to discuss it. Literally step back when I said that. That was kind of funny. It was funny to me anyways. Like most of the things I say. The halakha, Jewish law, is an interesting kind of phenomenon. There's a big debate that's currently raging in Mosaic magazine, if you read the online magazine, about whether or not whether Jewish law is primarily statutory in nature or common in nature. I'm not a legal expert, but what what I understand that to mean is that statutory law are basically like, this is exactly how you pay. Even there's not much else to say about it. Whereas common law is sort of like taking a look at what people do and then developing that into legal precedent. And the two systems of law sort of communicate with each other. Statements of this is how you behave, but then rabbis say, well, we don't do it that way over here. We have a different custom. And so the statutory law will get a super commentary that says, well, that may be what the Sephardim did, but we Ashkenazim do something different. And then you'll get into a different part of the world. Either of those. So the statutory, we have Rick Moore. He knows about that, right? So do you want to comment? Am I defining it correctly?
It's difficult under legal analysis. Statutory usually has to do with things. Common law is developed in England, but it really doesn't exist right here.
Okay, good. So I'm going to speak to the court, but I know nothing about these things. Read the Mosaic magazine and see where that debate is going. But in terms of the evolution of law, I can say a little bit about that with some of them. That for the majority of the legal history of having textual sources, we have the Mishnah, which we discussed long ago, even early October or September. The Mishnah is basically a whole bunch of statements of opinions of various rabbis, with very rare examples of a decision between those opinions. You have a question about a given topic or behavior. X will say one thing, Rabbi Y will say another thing, and maybe Rabbi Z will say a third thing. And if he's from Canada, you'll say Rabbi Z will say a third thing. And so move on to the next topic without actually deciding. And the Mishnah say, well, what kind of a law code is this? So all I see is opinion. Then you move on to the Talmud, and the Talmud expands this tremendously, right, with a lot of debate, again, without saying what's the bottom line, what is the conclusion. And this debate is considered a religious act in Judaism. Study is itself a form of prayer, a form of intellectual development, a form of self-refinement, even if you don't get to the bottom line. In fact, many people never spend time getting to the bottom line, they spend time just following the faith. So this is fascinating. It's all well and good in terms of intellectual exercise, but at the end of the day, someone has to say if they're chicken kosher or not. Are these couple, are they allowed to marry or not? So at some point, this Talmudic debate is transformed into a halakha, which means the way, transformed into some kind of statutory law. This is the law they can't marry, chicken is not kosher, that kind of thing. The way that these codes of laws were formed, right, the transference from the debate of the Talmud into a list of rules is something that took several hundred years to file. And it began really in North Africa and Spain about 100 years before Ramadan. And at that time, there was a particular classy, or the Guinness, what he did was he essentially took the Talmud and he edited out all of the debate as much as possible that did not deal directly with halakha, and he left with a much smaller version of the Talmud, which was designed to sort of refine your thinking of it towards law. He did not take the bottom line, this is the law, but it's okay, just ignore all that other stuff and concentrate on the law. Ironically, this will be repeated in reverse by another scholar, who goes to Yaakov, which he said, the Talmudic laws are interesting, but I love all that other stuff that you ignored. So he created a separate Talmud called the Yaakov, which is all the legendary material, philosophical material, the recipes, the biographies, all that stuff is in a separate book. Very fascinating. So this is not actually a law code yet. And it took figures like Maimonides to say, all right, let's sort this all out and organize it by topics rather than by distinctions. And we'll break everything up and we'll have no problem taking laws which are mentioned in one part of the Talmud and we'll get rid of something discussed in another part of the Talmud and create a logical code. The most famous of them was his Torah, his repetition of Torah, as we discussed in his class several weeks ago. And he came out with this code. And there were a few contemporaries who were also coming out with similar things on a much smaller scale. Naturally, there's a tremendous amount of debate. Because all of a sudden, all of this discussion that was open-ended, that people could engage in, it was kind of like open source code for software. All of a sudden, it was being put into one particular form. It was like Microsoft or Apple. Mine export people couldn't just go in and fuck around with the code they wanted to. So there's a tremendous amount of debate. And in this area, there were two thought about what to do in this process. In the direction that Maimonides had taken the formation of legal codes, and they spent a tremendous amount of time reinforcing them and adhering to them. Because Spain was very, ordinal practice, very interested in what is the law, moving towards the law, even if it meant spending less time in the code, more time in the codes. In France, on the other hand, were very upset with this, and they felt that you're ignoring the sources of the Talmud, and people, if they just go to the laws, they'll never know how we got there. They'll never experience the thrill of debate. They'll never experience the mental purification process that goes through the back and forth. And so the schools in France were very upset about Maimonides, and in fact, as we discussed earlier, in 1232, they succeeded in having the church burn Maimonides' books. That's how extreme the tension was between the French and the Spanish scholars. So, what Maimonides or the Ramban represents is he had a broad enough intellect that he could see the value of both schools. And he attempted, moderate success, to create a synthesis that engages in the study of Talmud for its own sake, at the same time tries to arrive at a conclusion in the end. This was ultimately developed further by the Tosafos, who also realized that the pure study of the Talmud was of great value, but at the end of the day, we really have to understand how to behave. And so they also drove some of the argument, not quite much Maimonides, towards the final conclusion. This is the kind of work that Maimonides did primarily within the halachic realm, and before this sort of combination of theory and practice formed the foundation of the next 800 years of Talmudic and legal study. So it's extremely influential figure in bringing together these very different approaches to Torah. Yeah, thanks. Oh, excellent. Well, he wrote actually several books. His collected works today were published over, it wasn't until the 20th century that all of them were actually published. Many of them remain in incondabula or in manuscript versions of the 20th century, but the critical edition that circulates today is 4 very thick, double volumes on a whole bunch of topics. This particular area, he was mainly writing commentaries on Talmud and standalone works that dealt with specific subjects. For example, wrote a fantastic book on death called Torah deals with the practical and the philosophical implications of death. Very, very good. He wrote quite a bit of Kabbalistic commentaries scattered throughout his works, but he was one actually solely spending work with Kabbalah. And he wrote significant commentaries on the Talmudic tractates. So all of these things contribute towards his reputation as a original thinker. The most famous, without doubt, if you have heard of the Ramban, probably 9 times out of 10 you've heard of him because of his brilliant commentary on the Torah, which occupies in that full volume set that I mentioned earlier. It's full volume, dense little to the bottom. And certainly, his commentary was right in place only behind Rashi himself. Of all the commentaries that we preserve of the Torah, it's Ramban. In fact, that's with the exception perhaps of the Aramaic translation of Onkelos, which is studied for other reasons. If one asks Rashi, the next logical step is Ramban. very easily translated into English a couple of times, and there's a fairly important issue that I was going to more is going to get to the library right now. Met with tremendous popular appeal and highly recommended the difference, major creative difference of Nachmanides' commentary on the Torah is so obvious to us now that when I tell you, you'll kind of be saying, like, what's that? I'm rid of here. This is obvious, but in fact, it was not obvious at the time. Rashi's commentary, the main purpose of Rashi's commentary is to bring together the written Torah and the oral Torah. In other words, here we are reading the written Torah. There are a lot of opaque passages, a lot of difficult passages, and we have, thank you very much. For it. It didn't affect my left, it's just a bit more or less happening. Okay, this is the translation accomplished by Armstrong. The translator is translated it. Rabbi Binder, or Binder, I'm not sure how to say Binder, but I apologize, Rabbi. But this is a very well received translation. As you can see, it's got a original translation of English. It's got Rashi's commentary, which is often very relevant. Commentary of the Ramban, Ramban will often polemicize Rashi, or take issue with Rashi. But to discuss what is the point of the Ramban's commentary, Rashi's main point was to show the unity of the written Torah and the oral Torah. That's the very basic idea of Judaism, that we have two Torahs, which are rather different. Rashi brilliantly and concisely anthologizes the oral Torah and provides it as a running commentary to the Torah. We get with Rashi sort of like the distilled wine of both of these Torahs. The Ramban isn't trying to do that at all. Rashi has achieved that, and here it is 100 odd years later, and the Ramban says, well, let's ask some deeper questions. Let's synthesize this. Let us challenge the meaning of this. You know, like people, for example, it's almost a taboo topic today, some very big rabbis have a lot of trouble for psychologically analyzing biblical figures. And he will, on occasion, take them to task. You know, he'll say that, you know, our forefather Abraham, for example, erred and he tried to pass Sarah off as his sister rather than his wife, which is a rather courageous thing. I would be scared to say it, except I can get away with it in our society today. So he really is much more of you can consider him a modern commentator, not just trying to hold our hand to the text. He's having essentially small essays on major themes in the Torah. So it's a brilliant, fascinating commentary which takes us to a much deeper philosophical analysis of the text than Rashi did. Rashi is essentially just trying to marry the written Torah to the oral Torah, so we get a holistic approach to it. The Ramban is saying, I don't understand why this is so. He'll opine in various approaches to the text and really provide a much more engaging and fascinating approach to it. His style was quite different from Rashi or from commentaries of his era, whereas Rashi's are famous for their brevity. You know, they say in yeshiva, used to say, beware of a long Rashi or a short Tosfos. Right? Because if Rashi spent a long time playing something, it means that's a lot of difficulty. And Tosfos, on the other hand, is partly verbose. So if Tosfos is short, it's going to be a real hard nut to crack. The Ramban text and Tosfos make, you know, much more space, much more loquacious. Not to the point of tedium about it, but you know, really discuss it on anything that's which Rashi will be offer a little hints and nuggets at for psychological no, he absolutely. On a couple of occasions, the Ramban wrote in Aramaic, and there's also quite a bit of Kabbalistic references scattered throughout the text, which is around the time when Kabbalah is sort of emerged as a dominant although the Ramban very little that was explicitly dedicated to Kabbalah, there's no question that writing all kinds of passages here and there that are sort of opaque, and now the analysis of the Ramban's writing Kabbalah really created a major dimension of interest and activity for as I mentioned a little earlier, he got caught up in controversy, which was not only over Maimonides' attempt to codify the law in the Torah, but it was also based in Maimonides' rationalist approach. Maimonides was a rationalist of Jewish history, and Maimonides had difficulty with it at many times. Like, for example, when the when the angels appeared to Abraham. Passage of the talking donkey. Yes, that's one of the more difficult passages. I don't recall a Ramban writes on that, but one passage I remember offhand, but I don't think that Maimonides responded to. If you read Samuel 1, chapter 28, it's a very difficult passage where Shaul became worried about his fate in the war with the Philistines. There was going to be a big battle the next day. He went to the witch of Endor, and he had already banished the witches from Israel, but apparently one witch would by getting the radar, and he it's very clear. If you read the text, it's straightforward. He convinces the witch to bring back the prophet Samuel from the dead, like a seance. And then, Samuel comes back. Actually, got a kind of a funny aspect to it. Saul says to him, "Oh, Samuel." Samuel says, "Why are you bothering me to come all the way back from the land of the dead? Why are you back to me in person? They're going to die." But, majority of biblical commentators take it at face value. And yeah, there's this witch, and she has this power of bringing back the dead. Congregation conceiving, you can hear, you can see. But Ramban Maimonides says, not at all. Smoke mirrors, this was all charade that was designed to advantage of Shaul's distraught mental state, that this is just the way she made her living. There's no such thing as bringing back bad control, things like that. But the majority of commentators disagree with Maimonides, being excessively rational. So one of the major critiques of Maimonides is that he was overly influenced by Aristotelian philosophy. And even though Maimonides was a Calvinist, and the mystics tend to be quite divorced from the rationalists, he himself was a Calvinist, felt constrained to defend Maimonides and his way of thinking. Nevertheless, his attempt to find a compromise between the nationalists and the Calvinists was unsuccessful. He was able to bring about an intellectual compromise between France and Spain, perhaps in the way we study Talmud, but he could not defeat the debate for Maimonides, and sadly, matters were destroyed in fire of the moving on towards one of the more dramatic periods of Maimonides' life is the disputation of 1260. The only last we talked about next. So one of the 13th century was overall not a good time for Jews. It was a period when the church was ascendant, temporal powers were losing their authority, and in general, during this kind of triumphalist ecclesiastical period, Jews fared poorly as the church attempted to highly regulate their behavior and to segregate them to certain segments of society. It's not that the kings were great friends of the Jews. One of the things that kept the Jews in the favor of the kings and had the kings defend them was something that, I don't know if I ever mentioned it in this class, the Abramson history. No, it's Abramson. What's the Abramson history? Abramson. Money. Thank you so much. That's the one takeaway. That's going to go by get. It's amazing how long they have to ever be over and over again. Maybe something about being 20 and those things. But anyway, the Jews occupied a very interesting niche in economic stuff of the High Middle Ages Europe. It was a corporate structure, a feudal structure, in which the Jews had a status called servi camerati, which means the servants of the royal chamber. And just in a nutshell, maybe another lecture on this, but basically, the Jews occupied a certain status in the economic structure of what was basically a barter society, where they were one of the few groups that actually dealt in precious metals, in coinage. And this is through petty money lending, it was through small-time commerce, sometimes larger commerce. And so that meant that they generated a lot of cash money as opposed to chickens and, pillowcases and fields of wheat. They actually had ready cash, much more than most elements of society because of that. So what the kings did in Europe is they said that the Jews would be taxed directly by the royal chamber. That's what that camerati means, is that they are servants of the royal chamber directly. You can have, Schweini and Ripnich, living in a little scandal, and living in a shack, essentially, but they are actually direct subjects of the king. They are not subjects of the local duke or the baron or the lord. They actually report directly to the king. Not that they would ever see the king, but their money would. So the Jews, on the one hand, not necessarily have a very high lifestyle, but the fact that they lived in urban areas and worked in industries that generated cash meant that they could generate a lot of tax revenue for the king. And the king, in return for that tax revenue, protected the Jews. Hence the phrase, the king's Jews, which you may have heard of. Just kind of funny. We have it at college. Very good. One of the best librarians of the world, but Cuba and not Jewish. And all their friends ask, how are your Jews doing? All of us in the college are good Jews. So, anyway, let's tell another joke. So, here we go. There's this old rabbi is walking out of shul one day, and a gust of wind comes and blows his hat off his head and across the street. The elder rabbi can't quite cross the street, but across the street there's a young man who sees this happening. So he goes out and gets the hat and he returns to the rabbi. The rabbi says, "That's my son." So this guy says, "Wow, I'm blessed by the rabbi. It must be my lucky day." So he goes to the racetrack and he's looking at the names of the horses and he sees there's that hat. Yeah, no, maybe that's a sign. I rescued the rabbi's back. I'm going to vote on the cap. And sure enough, the cap comes in first. Makes a lot of money. Wow, this is great. He goes to the next race. He sees there is another horse whose name is Top Hat. Top Hat. Wow, this is great. All the money on Top Hat. Top Hat comes in first. And it goes on and on all day with all these kind of hat metaphors. Finally, he comes home at the end of the day. He's all depressed, and his wife says, "What happened?" And he tells her the whole story, and she says, "Well, what happened? Where's the money?" He says, "Well, at the very last race, I bid on a horse called Chateau." And she said, "You idiot! You think of Chateau, French Chateau is hat." She says, "Oh, it doesn't matter. There's some Japanese horse called Yamaka." Thank you, Mr. Weiser. Okay, that's what I have like two jokes right now. That's here. Okay. Anyways, so okay, serving camera, right? So you've got this period of the 13th century. The church is ascendant. The church is not benefiting from these tax resources, and so as they get more powerful, very question that came is, what are you doing allowing the Jews to prosper like this? I mean, we know what you're doing. You're getting tax revenue, but this is not right. You have to keep them lower. They have to have this subserviency. How does it look that those who, reject Jesus, they should be in such a high level in our society? How appropriate on Wednesday we should be discussing this. So, what happens is as the kings lose kind of power and traction in the church, Jews tend to prove it. This is a phenomenon that stretches through much of the 13th century in particular. And one of the expressions of this was the so-called disputation, where churchmen from various reasons, we saw Nicholas Doman last week, would sponsor a forced debate between representatives of Judaism and representatives of the church. And these debates would often be held in churches with an audience of dignitaries and nobles, and the Jews would be expected to, before their argument for Judaism, then be thoroughly challenged by their Christian interlocutors, and everyone would go at the end of the day saying, "Wow, so this is great, those Jews are so obstinate, how can they keep believing this stuff?" That was the way that it was supposed to go. Typically, the debater on the Christian side would be a convert from Judaism, Christianity, who had some knowledge of Jewish texts and so on and so forth. So, in the case of Maimonides, it was a man who took the name Pablo Christiani. To his dismay, however, when they called for this disputation, they demanded the leader of the Jewish community to represent Judaism, and it was none other than Maimonides, really the kind of mind that only comes along once every 1,000 years, debating against some Shlomazel, and it was a rout, terrible rout, and it was extremely embarrassing for the church. And he was invited to this disputation. A brilliant question. Excellent question. What my brilliant daughter is alluding to is maybe a halakha that is, I'm not asking for halakha, especially not in the shul where we, the Rabbi, but there is a large body of traditional religious thought that argues that Jews are not allowed to go into a church or into a mosque, although there's a lot to say about those. The main idea behind that, in my humble opinion, is what's called far and being what people think, seeing of the other. It's not appropriate for it to, like, let's say, for example, dressed like this, wearing a tie, walking into a church. Because then people say, "Oh, so my science does not apply when you know why you're going into a church. You're not going into the purpose of worship." So, like, let's say, for example, it happens sometimes because churches are large open public spaces. They're sometimes purchased by synagogues or by yeshivas. So, the rabbis are allowed to go in and check out the space to see if it's for sale somehow. No one's thinking it's smart enough. So in this case, I would contender that he's certainly allowed to go in because everybody knows he's forced to go in there to participate in the debate. Very subtle question. She's going to Israel next September, where she will become even greater and become a leader of the group. Okay. Anyways, Maimonides, before he participated, he insisted successfully that he said, "Okay, if you want me to participate in this debate, one basically, I have to be allowed to say whatever I want. You can't make me go into this debate and slam my hand behind my back. I have to be able to answer any argument you ask me." So the church agreed to this, and in the summer of 1263, they had 4 debates for the debate that summer. The Maimonides came out with just absolutely fun. The results were interesting. We do have 2 accounts of the debate. We have the Christian account written in Latin by popular Christianity, in which, of course, you've probably figured out by now that the church wins. How can you sponsor a debate like this from the whole point of enriching Judaism and having the church to poorly? But the judges were all versioned inside, yes, Christianity wins. even though they pronounced the church the winner, the public to Christianity the winner, the king gave Nachmanides the bonus money of the coin. Normally, the king would give the bonus money to the winner, but the king obviously enjoyed himself thoroughly. And Nachmanides was invited to visit the palace to meet privately with the king. We don't know exactly what the content of the conversations were, but obviously the king was well taken with him. And if that wasn't enough, the church demanded that they banish Nachmanides forever. Because he's just dynamite. You can't have this guy around. It makes us look bad. And unfortunately, that's ultimately what happened. The council debate is quite fascinating, but I'm not going to go into that right now. But the Dominicans wanted Nachmanides to stand trial for blasphemy. But Paul had said, listen, if you want me to really participate in this, let me see whatever I want. And in fact, he did speak his mind. So when they threatened to place him on trial, that the only way that the survive is if he accepted to be banished. The Dominicans went over the head of the they went to the Pope. The Pope that's when Nachmanides realized that he was lost. He fled Spain for whatever as well. He was already believed in the 70s. So it really towards the end of his academic intellectual rabbinical career. Again, it was this one that in many ways he achieved his greatest successes. There's one point about the that should be discussed. Nachmanides employed an extremely subtle and brilliant and elegantly simple technique. It was one of the strongest attacks on the They were full of stolen for special aspects that it's just ended badly that there were tens of thousands of precious items that could be destroyed if Nachmanides doesn't do his own. It's one of the biggest charges. Public Christianity was actually much better prepared than it was some the Talmud blasphemed Jesus. Specifically says terrible things about Jesus' personage, about his parentage, about his character, all kinds of things that, according to the eternal were unforgivable sins. And Nachmanides' defense was very simple. He said, not Jesus. Oh no, that's not the Jesus that you guys worship. That's another guy named Jesus. And he consistently maintained that, it's not an uncommon name, Joshua, right? Joshua. Consistently maintaining that you have a character named Joshua that had a rabbi named Joshua ben Prachias. And the timing doesn't work. Jesus, the Talmud, could easily be entirely different. Chances are, when the Talmud says negative things about Jesus, they mean the Christian Jesus. Once again, this is Wednesday, totally appropriate, but we discussed this. But Nachmanides, whenever public Christianity came out with a criticism, look at what it says over here about Jesus, that's a totally different Jesus. That's not talking about your Jesus at all. So the Christianity was he was defenseless against that argument because it could not be expected to be blasphemous when speaking about the same person at all. And so he absolutely, he completely deflected the worst criticisms, and the debate had to, ground to a halt whenever the Christianity really thought he had the best arguments to against the Talmud. At this time, most likely, both the out on a very, very beautiful and big place, which supported actually very. Did we study this? I studied with my eldest daughter, Rafaela, for her bar mitzvah. We studied the Rabbi for the letter for about 6 weeks. Well, just open up the prayer books. Guys. That was fun. Let me read it because it is really a beautiful piece of advice. Wrote this to his family son about how he wants him to behave for the rest of his life. It's part of a long tradition of what's called the law, in which literature, or the will, the ethical will, is a document written not saying get my stocks and gets the cars and gets the house. It's a document that says, this is how I want you to future. As it happens, my wife and I have a custom that we put on a date every year for young people and each of our children individually. Because all right. Let me read a little bit of this to you, okay? I'll read it to you in English. Be my son, the discipline of your father, and do not forsake the guidance of him. Accustom yourself to speak gently to all people at all times. This will protect you from anger, a most serious character flaw which causes one to sin. Our rabbis taught whoever flares up in anger is subject to hell, as is written. Banish anger from your heart and remove evil from your flesh. Evil mentioned here refers to Gehenna, as is written, and the wicked are destined to be evil. Once you have distanced yourself from anger, the quality of humility will enter your hearts. This true quality is the finest of all admirable traits of right, and the heels of humility come from the fear of Hashem. True humility, the fear of God, will intensify your heart, for you will always be aware of where you have come and to where you are destined to go. You realize that in life you are as frail as the maggot of the worm, all of you so exact. It is this sense of the one will keep us going. Behold, heaven and the heavens cannot contain you, surely not the hearts of men. For the word is written, do I not feel heaven and earth, says Hashem? After you give serious thought to these ideas, you will stand in awe of your Creator and will be guarded against sin. Once you have acquired these fine qualities, you will indeed be happy with your love. When your actions display genuine humility, you stand meekly before man, fearfully before God. When you stand wary of sin, then the Spirit of God's presence will rest upon you as with a splendor of His glory. You will live the life of the world to come. And then, my son, understand clearly that one who is prideful in his heart to other men rebels against the sovereignty of Hashem, for he glorifies himself in God's own robes for his friend. Hashem reigns. He daunts the many folk grandchildren. So indeed, why should man be prideful? If he has wealth, if Hashem will make one prosperous, and if honor does honor not belong to God, as wealth and honor come from you. How can one glorify himself with the honor of his maker? Takes pride in wisdom. Let him understand that God may remove the speech of the most competent and take away the wisdom of the aged. Thus all men stand as equal before the Creator. In his fury he casts down the lie. Who will he elevate the downtrodden? Therefore humble yourself and shall live his life. Thus I shall explain to you how you may accustom yourself to the ability of humility to walk with it always. If your words be spoken gently, let your head be bowed. Cast your eyes downward and your heart heavenward. And when speaking, do not stare at your listener. Let all men be greater than you in your eyes. If one is wiser or wealthier than yourself, show him respect. And if he is poor and you are richer or wiser than he, consider that he may be more righteous than yourself. If he sins as the result of error, while your transgression is deliverance. In all your words, actions, and thoughts at all times, imagine in your heart that you are standing in the presence of the Holy One blessed, and that His presence rests upon you. Indeed, the glory of Hashem fills the universe. Speak with reverence and awe, like a servant who stands in the presence of his master. Act with restraint in the company of others. If one should call out to you, do not answer with a loud voice, but respond gently in low tones as one stands before his mentor. Take care to always study for it diligently so that you'll be able to fulfill its commands. When you rise from study, ponder carefully what you have learned. See what there is in it, which you can put into practice. Review your actions every morning and evening, and in this way, you'll all your days with repentance. Cast external matters from your mind when you stand to pray. Carefully prepare your heart in the presence of the Holy One. Purify your thoughts and ponder your words before your eyes. Conduct yourself in these ways in all your endeavors for as long as you may live. In this way, you will surely avoid transgression. Your words, action, and thoughts will be flawless. Your prayer will be pure and clear, sincere and pleasing to God. Blessed is he as is written, when you prepare their hearts to concentrate your attendance to their prayers. Read this obsolete these foods and neglect none of this. Fulfill it, and in so doing, walk with it forever in the way of Hashem make you less, that you may succeed in your ways and merit the words of God as him for the righteous. Every day that you shall read this letter, Hashem shall answer your heart's desires. Amen. So that's why it's printed in the prayer book. So many people do have the custom of reading it every single day. Others have the custom of reading it every week. Others have the custom of reading it and they do a lecture on one of these. But it's a beautiful exhortation for ethical behavior, and I think you get a sense of his personality coming through. That even though he's a man who was a leader of his community, very well published, a man capable of impressive debates, not fearful of power and enduring great punishment, nevertheless, the letter is all about being humble. So, don't know, I think his last name was Ebanks, but that's the one I know. That was a joke. That's funny. We'll take that out. That's fine. I think here 1267 found very few Jews. And in fact, he writes only two permanent residents in the whole city, two permanent Jewish residents, that when they wanted their opinion for Shabbat, they actually had to bring in Jews living in the surrounding countryside. Israel at that time had been devastated by the roving hordes that had made their way into it. And that's one of these, as an older gentleman, came to this devastated Jewish community, and rather than simply giving up and saying, oh, the Vegas started to fail. The very first thing is he established a synagogue, and he made sure that there was a permanent million in Jerusalem again. He got the building himself, and it still is in place today. His legacy was around money. He was a great scholar. You can imagine this Einstein of Torah. Even that is a very vague kind of comparison. This is one of the greatest minds coming to this field. This one was a brutal backwater of Judaism, and just by the force of his personality and his intellect, creating an inner talent and planting the seeds for a much larger journey to come. So when I think about the legacy of Maimonides, reflect on tremendous literary achievements. This great book as a synthesizer of the Spanish and French approaches to Torah is incredibly powerful and enduring Torah commentary. And towards the end of his life, the brilliant way he handled the dissertation, followed by the reconstruction of his greatest achievement of the Jewish. So with that, I want to conclude, and I thank you very much for your attention. Please recall next week will be at 8 p.m. sharp. Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. Well, today's topic is golden. Very important. And what I'd like to do in this 5 minutes is quick set why Spain is different of three and then specifically what's different about jewelry specifically. Today's lecture about many of the specific only in passing. First of all, Spain had a triangular picture of the main populations, actually more than three, but three, specifically Christians, Muslims, and Jews. This is very different from what you find in Europe, who basically have Christians and a small Jewish population, or in North Africa, where you have Muslims and a small Jewish population, and basically hold true. Where you'll have Muslims and there are also small Christian populations, but generalize this, but this is especially about Spanish is that the Jews were in a situation where they, although they were never in the majority, the fact that power was to divided between three major populations rather than power concentrated in one major population. A lot more leverage for their own, in many cases, and rose to tremendous heights in Spanish Jewish culture. Have a look at the history of it. First of all, when we enter into the first millennium of the Common Era, the Spanish dominated groups who are Christians, not necessarily Catholic, and a flirtation with American Christianity, which is a slightly different variant of it. Were definitely present in Spain from, let's say, the second millennium onward. Evidence of their existence there generally deteriorated over the first 7 centuries. As the Divided Kingdom became, surprisingly, more important. In fact, many of the strongest degrees of levels of out of the Visigoth when life for Jews in Spain was rather and increasingly so not yet century. At that point, in the year 711, easy remember, the Muslims lost in Spain. You recall, Islam spreads rapidly. It goes all the way across the coast of North Africa really quickly. And then in the early 8th century, for the Jews who had been suffering tremendously under the Gothic, the Muslims was actually viewed with a considerable amount of anger. And there's a lot of evidence that suggests that Jews actively encouraged Muslim events. So the Muslims essentially take over all of the Spain. They take over the entire region within very short order, and all of a sudden, comes Islam. And in the beginning of the age of however, this is fairly short in the scope of larger history, as Christians begin to conquer the Iberian Peninsula, and gradually they possible for but over the next few centuries, from basically the 9th century, the 8th century, gradually becomes Christian once again after they're driven out. Power is driven out. Muslims or still remain behind in Spain, and so you have this triangular culture perpetrated throughout the entire period. Christians and Muslims. There are also other nationalities. Of course, in 1492, the Jews are expelled from Spain. 5 years later, expelled from Portugal. And see this map. They end up all over Europe, Mediterranean, all the way up to and to Greece and places like that. Many of them to Poland, Netherlands, and a significant number of all the way over west, the New World. That would be obviously this jumps at. But that nutshell, the Jews in Spain. You'll recall Gothic, and it was very difficult for Jews. And in 711, the Muslims come in and getting up that golden age. And then within a couple of centuries, Christians start pushing their way downward. And the golden age continues for a little bit, but certainly by 1200 in 1492, the Jews are actually expelled from an all-Christian Christian Portugal. Let us turn then to what do we mean by the golden age of Jewry. Basically, this is a period where Jews were so well integrated in culture and had such phenomenal access to the highest corridors of power and participated very actively in really creating cultural motifs of the era, that it was a period of expression. And you have a series of Jews who are truly unique, that they exemplify both political and military power, along with really phenomenal Jewish learning at the same time. This is something else. Ever since that, in Western history, we'll have obviously Jews who are, let's say, incredibly well adapted society, by power, but they tend to be Jews who have largely their background behind, quite frankly, historically, in the 19th century, recognized his Jewish background, people that is Christian. You'll have Jews who are phenomenal expressions of Jewish culture, Rashi, Tosafot, and so on, but they have very little access to political power over the larger geographic area. The Spanish Golden Age is one in which Jews used both positions simultaneously. You had Jews really scholar or traditional communists, for example, and at the same time also had political, military, and cultural. That's something that really is special. The kinds of figures that are exemplified by the spirit are, of course, the race that is iconic here in this section in Cordova. But a little bit of an exception that's even driven out of Spain at a young age, and you really make this career in Tunis, largely. But look at figures like Rothschild, very important. Philanthropist, scholar, went to the country. After him, great Samuel Mella, who was a Buddhist scholar who worked commentary on the Talmud Mavo. He was the military leader of Cordova for military and by leader of the country as well. Like Rabbi, who are composing poetry, Arabic, tremendous number of leaders like this were really at the top of their game. And they're Renaissance men who exemplify excellence in both the secular and the Jewish realm of thought and activity. This may be why, and well, I shouldn't say this may be, this really is the reason why, when there was the Renaissance of Jewish expression, particularly in Europe, Germany especially, of course, Zionism, Spanish Golden Age was as the age of tremendous emulations of period that really trying from it forward again, achieving both secular power and human power simultaneously, which were represented as to this ideal today. That turned into something great. That was history 176, looking at the modern. That's basically the essence of what is the Spanish age. It ends badly, of course, the age is really over for a couple hundred years by the time we get to the first degree. And there's a long period of red anguish known as the Inquisition, which resulted in the public burning of Jews and resulted in the underground activity of many Jews who chose to practice their Judaism in secret of pretending to be the public. And these are things that we have discussed towards the end of this book. But at any rate, very brief lecture, you've got an idea now what was the Spanish Jewry, and look forward to speaking to you on the next lecture. Okay, welcome everyone for another lecture in Jewish history. Oh my God, we've got so many social guests. Today we have Mr. Rabbi Aryeh of Lions Gallery just joined us. Wow, world class art. We have one of the master educators of our community, Rabbi Nathan Ashi Rizal. Should we do a hand to Rabbi Rizal? He's our youth here for probably 30 years now, I think. Probably. He's a little embarrassed, but it's great to have you here. And tonight we've got an excellent topic. I don't really have a joke, but Rodriguez tried to give me a joke, but it's a really old one, and I'll save it for later on in the season when you're a little tired of the jokes. But this is one. It's not really a joke, but it's kind of an anecdote that somehow relates to what we're talking about. At least it reminded me of this one. Rabbi Rothschild, the Rav of Young Israel, told over the story a couple of weeks ago on Shabbos that there was on Yom Kippur, there was a Jew who went swimming in the Mediterranean. You know, Chilukni, not an observant Jew. He went swimming on Yom Kippur in the Mediterranean off the coast of Tel Aviv, and there was like a huge rip current, and he was being pulled out to sea. And he was screaming and screaming, being pulled out to sea. And so the lifeguards hear him screaming, they rush out to save him. They rush out, they swim out there. And as they get closer to him, they think, he's yelling, help, help, something like that. But actually, what he is screaming over and over again is, I am not going to repent. I'm absolutely not going to repent. And so that, he's like maniacally screaming at them over and over again. So they take him and they drag him out of the water and they put him on the sand and they revive him and so on. And then afterwards they ask him, what was the story with that you're not going to do tshuva? And he said, it's very simple. Many years ago, when we lived in Europe, my father, he saw me going off the derech, going, away from the straight and narrow. And he said, look, I know that you're going to choose your own way in life, and you're going to leave Israel, and you're going to live your life in a secular way. But before you do, I want you to meet with the Slonim Rebbe. It's very important. You go speak to the Slonim Rebbe. So he takes him into the Slonim Rebbe, and they had a long talk. And when he came out, his father said to him, so what did he say? He said, look, he said basically one thing. He said, I'm not going to die before I do tshuva. I'm not going to die until I repent. So that's why I was screaming in the water, I'm not repenting. I'm not repenting. It's kind of a strange sort of dynamism between, not believing and not believing and trying to find our dynamism between those two extremes. Anyway, it's a fun story. But let's go straight to our topic. Sadia Gaon, a very important figure in early medieval Jewish history, really a pivotal figure and a fascinating individual. His personality was quite fractious and highly individualistic. He had absolutely no fear of any man. So says the various chronicles that speak of him. And in fact, when we chronicle his biography, we see that it got into trouble on numerous occasions, and nevertheless he was able to lose the screen. Okay, let's go right back to our screen. I'll log in quickly. Excuse me for this. Let's make sure we edit this out when we do the final version, right? Okay, do we have the chance to find it? Here we go. Okay. This, by the way, is a very rare picture of Sadia Gaon. Very hard to find. No, this is not it's a picture of a Yemenite bride. They tried to get something in the Arabic context, so let's just ignore that and go straight on. Tonight's lecture, we're very grateful to an anonymous donor who partially sponsored our time here tonight, and the remainder of the costs are borne by the Young Israel. So it's sponsored jointly by the Shul and anonymous donor. Again, I'm always so grateful you're here. Your presence here is sponsorship enough, but it's nice to give the Shul a little bit of support because we are engaged in a massive building campaign, another Jewish edifice complex right here in the Young Israel, Bell Harbor, and whatever you can do to help through this class is certainly appreciated by the congregation. So Sadia Gaon's years are 1882, a little bit of dispute about that over the year. He was born in Egypt, and he died in 942 in Babylon. His claim to fame is the fact that he was a Gaon, which you'll recall from my discussion last week of Sharira Gaon. That was actually an institutional title. It was given to someone who headed one of the great academies in Babel, in Babylon. This is the areas where the Talmud was formed and debated for literally hundreds of years. And to have the title Gaon essentially meant like a Nobel Prize winner 10 times over. It was a huge title of responsibility and signified a tremendous intellectual achievement. Of the several cities that had academies in the Mesopotamian region between the Euphrates and the Tigris two cities that were famous inter pares, the first among equals, and they were Sura and Pumbedita. The Sanya Gaon was actually Gaon of both institutions, first Pumbedita, and then later, more famously, Sura, which is some indication of his status. While he was there, he distinguished himself not only as an incredible administrator, taking Sura, the yeshiva of Sura, from a point when it was at a bit of decline to a point of great prominence internationally among Jews, and increasing his student body tremendously. But at the same time, he was a major Jewish philosopher, compiling some incredible works on lexicography and on theology, liturgy, and so on. We'll go through some of those catalogs now today. So, ironically, though, he accomplished most of his great literary achievements when he was fired from his job temporarily at Sura, and that's when he was really his most creative. So we'll see how that works out in his biography. And the context for Saadia Gaon's rise to power is really a high point in Muslim history. So I'd like to take a little bit of time now just to open up our lens and look at the context of Islam in the Middle East and understand how Judaism fit within that region. We will be returning to this topic again and again over this year, especially when we get to the modern period. We'll talk about Zionism and Israel. But for now, let's look at it in the 9th century. So Islam, there's a map that shows the spread of Islam. It begins in the early 7th century, and Muhammad proclaims a new religion, which is in many ways highly derivative of both Judaism and Christianity. But he claims that it is really a huge upgrade, an improvement over earlier systems, kind of like Windows 8, much better than Windows 7 and XP and so on. And it's more than just a patch on the old systems, to milk that metaphor dry. And he is able to really this message to the residents of Mecca and Medina, which are here in the Saudi Arabian coast of the Red Sea, and it expands tremendously, both during his lifetime, which you can see the sort of brown areas, and then amazingly, by the year 711, it has expanded all the way across the coast of North Africa and has entered into Spain, going all the way up to the Pyrenees. It's also extended all the way through the Central Asian portion of Syria, Lebanon, Turkey, Iraq, Iran, and goes all the way up to modern-day Pakistan. And he also extended it through the Balkans into Europe, right up until the gates of Vienna. It's an incredible story of phenomenal expansion that cannot be explained solely by, for example, the sword. That's kind of a historiographic conceit that was favored by many Christian historians in the 19th century to explain the rapid rise of Islam, because they essentially forced pagan countries to either convert or die. And of course, many chose, therefore, to convert. But that's only a small part of the story. Although the Muslims were fierce and ferocious warriors, they also presented a religion that was remarkably egalitarian. It's impossible to speak appropriately about race in the ancient world and the medieval world, but they certainly had much less of a color bias than other nations, and it was possible to convert to Islam and to reach literally the heights of their administrative structure. And there was also a lot of really basic, beautiful ideas in their religion that appealed to pagans, appealed to early Christians as well, and possibly even to some Jews. That accounts as well for the tremendous spread of Islam over such a small period of time. These little arrows here, which perhaps don't show up so well, show you Saadia's own journey in life. He was born here in the city known as Pitom, which I believe is associated with the biblical Pitom, like Pitom and Ramses, described in Tanakh. It's now known as Al Suwaida here in the Nile Delta region. He made his way from there to Jerusalem, and he lived in Jerusalem for some time, collected some students there, and eventually made his way across what would today be Jordan and Syria into the Mesopotamia region here, where he eventually ended settling up in Sura, which was where he was the Gaon. So that gives you a sense of kind of like the geographic spread of Islam and why it was so significant. Now, Jews had a very interesting relationship with Islam, which is quite distinct from the relationship that they have with Christianity. And in fact, over the last 2 millennia, you can pretty much divide Jewish history into 2 roughly equal sections. One that describes the experience of Jews under Muslim rule, and another which describes the experience of Jews under Christian rule. One of the most profitable areas of scholarly enterprise in the last 20 years or so has been, contextual comparisons of what was it like living under these various regimes. And the general consensus of scholars is leaning towards the notion that it was actually much better for Jews under Muslim rule for most of our history there than it was under Christian rule. For various reasons that hopefully we will explore over the next few weeks, we'll just look at one of them today. That may seem surprising today because over the last, let's say, 100 years, 150 years, there's been a growing escalation of animosity between Jews and Muslims, primarily centered on the conflict over the land of Israel, which is, somewhat a divergence from the general trends of Jewish and Muslim history. Certainly, there were episodes of violence directed against Jews in Muslim lands, and certainly there are passages in Muslim holy texts that are non-complimentary of Jews, to say the least. But when you look at the scope of these things, you compare them between Muslim lands and Christian lands, it's very clear that the distinct imbalance between them, and the Muslims actually come out fairly good by comparison. It's surprising in some ways because when you look at Islam, it has many structural similarities to Judaism. And in fact, it makes sense that in many ways Jews should get along with Muslims. For example, Islam is known above all else for its monotheism. The Muslims believe there is no God but Allah, and Muhammad is his prophet, and they view with tremendous suspicion the idea of the Trinity. That is a Catholic notion, the idea of God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. The idea of somehow, breaking God into parts smacks of polytheism for them, and so they utterly reject any kind of polytheistic ideology. So in that sense, Jews and Muslims have quite a bit in common, which reminds me of a joke, but you'll have to let me know. Did I already tell you the joke about the guy who buys the car with no gas pedal? Lisa, you've heard it, of course, because you come, and Mr. Rodriguez, you've heard it all the time, but twice. But twice. I don't have to come here for this abuse. I can go home right on. Right? Yeah. Okay. So I'll tell you the joke. Forgive me. If a guy wants to buy a car, he doesn't have very much money. He goes to the used car dealership, and I'll have to give you a little bit of cultural background. I was talking about monotheism, right? So what's the great statement of Jewish monotheism? The classic verse, Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad. Right? Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one. Great statement of Jewish monotheism. We take that to heart. We say it twice a day, and it's even something that on their deathbed, Jews are supposed to try and proclaim that monotheistic credo, so on. So anyways, and the other part of the cultural background is, of course, the expression that Jews typically use to express their satisfaction with the world. They say, Baruch Hashem, right? Blessed is the name. Blessed is the name of God. How are you today? Baruch Hashem. I'm fine. Things can be terrible. You just say, Baruch Hashem. Blessed is God. So with those two little bits, at least I'm saying this over. I know everybody in this room knows that, but for the people in Thailand who are watching this on the internet, I'll make sure they get it. So it's like this. So he goes to buy a used car, and he's looking at all the cars. None of them are in his price range. None of them will fit his huge family. He has all kinds of things. So finally, the dealer comes in and says, you know what, I think I have the perfect car for you. Come on around back. He takes him out back, and there's like one of those station wagons with the faux wooden sides. I forget what they call those. I don't remember those. It looks like wood on the side. Yeah. Anyways, my father drove one of those for a long time. And it's kind of ratty and the upholstery is falling apart. And he gets in and he says, well, it looks nice. I can fit my family. The price is right. But, it doesn't have a gas pedal or a brake pedal. I mean, how are you supposed to drive it? So he said, listen, this is a very, very religious car. If you want it to move, you have to say, Baruch Hashem, and the car will drive. you want it to stop, you say, Shema Yisrael, and it'll stop. Many of you already figured out the joke, but I'll quickly rush through to the end. So he's driving the car, he's going, Baruch Hashem, Baruch Hashem, Baruch Hashem. The car is going so nicely, he's thinking about how he's going to tell his mother, his aunt, his kids, everyone's going to love it. Baruch Hashem, Baruch Hashem. And I suddenly realized he forgot the phrase that makes it stop. And the car is speeding up, and he's honking the horn, and he's saying, I don't know what to do. And he's like screaming, and he goes the wrong way in a one-way street, and then he goes to a construction barrier, and he's going up a ramp, and he realizes he's going to the edge of an unfinished bridge. And in a moment, he is going to go off the edge, and he's going to tumble to his death. So what can he do? He realizes what's going. He puts his hand over his eyes, and he says, Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad. Car stops right at the edge. Takes his hand over his eyes, and he says, Oh, Baruch Hashem. Thank you for laughing. I appreciate that. It's very therapeutic for me. Okay, so in Islam and Judaism, they have monotheism, a very major point. Another, perhaps more important point on an anthropological level is that Judaism, traditionally practiced, and Islam are both orthopractic. So orthodox is a little bit troubling because the word dox comes like from doctrine, and it's not really true that observant Jews have no doctrine. They have quite a large array of doctrines, but they basically agree on one practice. They basically agree on kashrut, Shabbat, Mishpacha. There's a certain code of conduct as opposed to a code of belief that's not necessarily held so much in such high strictures. So Islam has something similar, Sharia, which also translates as halakha, as the way. And so they have a unified code of behavior, which is at the same time religious ritual and civil and criminal. It's a whole one body of law. It's not rendo contra Caesar, what is Caesar's. It is the whole system is guided by the entire religion. It's presided over by a group of scholar judges, just like the rabbis in Judaism. And so there's a lot of congruencies between the systematic thinking of Muslims and Jews in terms of how the whole thing works. And they have a lot more shared vocabulary. Christianity, by contrast, is a creed-based religion. And although, of course, it upholds from the ethical standards, nevertheless, there's a lot more emphasis placed on what one believes, what one thinks, as opposed to what one does, when you compare it to Islam and Judaism. They also have things like the hadith, which are very similar to what we might call midrash, which are kind of authorized interpretive traditions, a variety of sometimes conflicting interpretive traditions, which are similar to the differences between Mishnahs, Gemaras, Braitos, Tosefta, things like that, and these texts are brought together once again by that intellectual religious elite that rule by force of reason rather than by works of piety and so on. So in many ways, Jews and Arabs can walk side by side because they have similarities in terms of the structure of their religious orientation. The Jews also had favored status in Muslim lands through something known as the Pact of Umar. It's something that in Muslim thought is supposed to go all the way back to Khalif shortly after the death of Muhammad in the 7th century. Most scholars say it's likely quite a bit later, like the 9th century, but basically the Pact of Umar is a document that is antedated to a caliph named Umar, in which it's kind of like a teshuvah, like we saw last week, which we got a response, where Jews say to Umar, okay, so what's with us? How are we supposed to behave in a Muslim world? What is our status? Do we have to become Muslims? Do we have to flee? What are our rights, privileges, and so on? And Umar lays out a list of conditions that basically says how Jews may live in Muslim lands. And it's very similar to something we'll see later in the Christian lands, the doctrine of witness, but for very different reasons. The Pact of Umar basically recognizes that the Jews did receive a special communication from God in the form of the written Torah. They do recognize the prophetic status of many important Jewish figures, such as Abraham, of course, the father of the Arabs as well as of the Jews, Moses, and so on. And so therefore, while the Islamic tradition regards the Jews as misguided, as using old, defective, buggy software rather than systems, they nevertheless deserve respect and tolerance because they are adhering to an ancient faith, which was something that God gave them. And so they receive a status known as dhimmi, or protected people, and they live as second-class citizens, which is really quite reasonable for the medieval period. We wouldn't tolerate it in America because, we have a very, very different Weltanschauung. But dhimmi status meant that Jews were a tolerated people that could, for example, practice their religion without fear of forced conversion. They could maintain their synagogues, but they could not theoretically build new ones. So if the synagogue needed repair, they could repair it. They could celebrate all of their rituals, but not publicly. So public forum carnivals, or the like the Jews back then, they never had these Hanukkah parades with Hummers, with menorahs on the top. It was just not done in the 19th century. I thought that was funny, but nobody got it, so we'll just go on. So the dhimmi status, and they also they were exempt from jizya, which was, from zakat, which was a special tithe tax, a kind of a tax, because that was a religious injunction on Muslims, but they had to pay a double jizya, which is a kind of a poll tax, so they didn't really get ahead financially. So the Jews, by and large, were pretty happy with this status as a person.
So, what's the reason that this doesn't exist? What is the reason?
Well, okay, that's a fascinating question. We'll probably have to break it up because, the Muslim extremists today, including 9/11 type extremists, believe that the Pact of Umar should be upheld. They believe that Jews, should be allowed to live in Israel. Israel should be a Muslim country under the caliphate, but Jews would be a protected minority, as it was, in the 9th, 10th, 11th century. What is different, however, is that, since the French Revolution, the world has moved to this idea that everyone has equal rights, right? Égalité, liberté, fraternité. Everyone, by the way, except women, because they specifically excluded women in that. Only men have equal rights. Some countries, including some of these countries, they have difficulty with women driving and things like that. We'll talk about that later. I actually have difficulty with my daughters driving too, but I think for a totally different reason. But, so, thank you. You know what I'm talking about. So, with the rest of the world, the Western world in particular, could not handle this idea of a certain population receiving kind of like a group status that is secondary. It doesn't work in modern times. Yes, thank you, Rabbi Rothschild. The Christians had dhimmi status for the same reasons as the Jews, because the Muslims recognize Christianity as a valid software, operating system. And some cases, strangely, even Zoroastrians, which don't conform to the rule because they have a distinctly dualistic system. But and also one last example, in the Mughal Empire in India, you even have a reasonable amount of tolerance for Hindus, which is certainly not a monotheistic faith at all, with 30,000 gods. And the reason for those latter two is primarily realpolitik, that the Muslims, when they conquered India, there's way too many Hindus for them to forcibly convert them and expel them. It just can't happen. So they have to have some kind of modus vivendi. So to Zoroastrians, when you come into Iraq and Iran, they have to deal with this population, and it's simply not realistic to try and convince them all to convert to Islam or to persecute them out of existence. But formally, only Jews and Christians have dhimmi status. I believe so. Not positive. Okay. I said no further questions, okay? Let's go on. So anyways, that's how Jews are living. We'll see that playing out inside his life. So let's look at Saadia in particular now. His name was Saadia ben Yosef al-Fayumi. Fayumi was one of the regions where he came from. He came out from very humble origins. So this is something that came up again and again as he was proposed for high academic posts. A lot of the nobility, the Jewish nobility of these towns, felt that he came from humble origins, and that really they should only be appointing scholars who came from really significant backgrounds with rabbis and fathers going back, far back, that kind of thing. But there was no question that his intellectual brilliance was so far and above his competition that he inevitably won all of these contests without really trying. He wrote his first book at a remarkably young age. According to tradition, he wrote it at the age of 11, although he probably wrote it a little bit later when he was closer to 20. But at any rate, he was like an extremely complex rhyming dictionary in Hebrew, modeled on Arabic poetry, because at this time the Jews are all reading Arabic, appreciating Arabic culture, appreciating particular Arabic literature. And so he wrote a Hebrew poetry manual based on a fairly similar Arabic manual. And there's work really of Pontic genius to see exactly how he works with the grammar to evoke all kinds of interesting meanings. We don't know why he left Egypt. It's simply lost. But he spent some time in Israel. It could be that the reason he left was because he was in an extended conflict with the Karaite sect. And let me take just a minute to mention who the Karaites were, because ironically, much of what we know about Sadia comes from the Karaites. Sadia was locked in a long, decades-long struggle with the Karaites, writing all kinds of villainous, invective against them, and they responded in kind. So even though a lot of Sadia's own writings have been lost, they are quoted in the Karaite writings which survive. So we're able to mine Karaite texts and see what Sadia actually believed in many places. Obviously, that's a difficult kind of source because it comes from a questionable, origin, and they represent their own bias. But if we assume that they're quoting him correctly, then we get a sense of him. So who are the Karaites? Very briefly, the Karaites were followers of one Hanan ben David, who came to the fore not much longer before Sadia. And he essentially argued that the Torah Shebaal Peh, the oral Torah that we spent so much time talking about last week, was in fact an invention of the rabbis and did not have any valid theological origins. The only thing that the Karaites believed was valid was in fact the written Torah, the first 5 books of Moses. And so they argued for a very strict observance of the written Torah without any layering of additional meaning. As it turns out, that's a very, very hard thing to do because the oral Torah has a tremendous degree of omissions inherent within the text, as we discussed last week. It has some extremely onerous legal impositions, like an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, or, for example, one of the classics, the Karaites would never eat sholet. Now, I don't know why they wouldn't eat sholet. Right, because it says in the Muslim very clearly, most of the Asian you shall not burn fires in all of your inhabitants. So for the rabbinic Jews, following the oral Torah, they understand it to mean essentially you shall not light new fires on Shabbos. You can't strike a match. But if you have a fire already going, you may make use of it under certain circumstances with a covering of black and things like that. But you may make use of it. And so therefore, the rabbinic Jews were able to enjoy children on Shabbos, which contributed tremendously to their survival, not their cholesterol intake. But the Karaites would eat only cold food on Shabbos. If I'm not mistaken, I think there's some posting. He would say it is a mitzvah to eat hot food on Shabbat, specifically to show that we're not Karaites. That's a very hard mitzvah to keep, but I try every week. I really do. So they spread quite dramatically, and they had a major pocket here in Egypt. We know from the Guinness findings, the tremendous trove of documents that was discovered in a region that covers several hundred years of Jewish life in the Eastern Mediterranean, that the Karaites were actually a huge population, and surprisingly, especially because if you're looking at these kind of documents, Sadia, they got along fairly well with rabbis, with the rabbinic community. The Guinness documents indicates a tremendous degree of intermarriage between rabbinic families and Karaite families. Lots of business organizations were, working between each other. And although most of the accepted historiography shows, two communities academics that are really fighting tooth and nail over all kinds of theological points, the actual social documentation indicates that Karaites and Rabbinites had all kinds of ways to get along with each other. That was not the case, however, when we get to the level of the rabbinic leadership, people like Sandhya, who are constantly assailing the Karaites for their heterodox views. The Karaites still exist today, but only in tiny numbers spread out throughout Turkey and places like that. So that's how we know a lot about Sandhya, and probably why he had the lead agent. Especially, it makes sense that if Sandhya was constantly getting in trouble with wealthy individuals because he had a mind of his own. He would have wealthy patrons who would support him in various positions of authority that ended whenever Sandhya would take a position that was unfavorable to their interests. And that seems to be a kind of a trope in his life that he would recognize no man. He would only recognize what the Torah said, no matter whose influence it, whose interests it affected. One of those conflicts, one that actually first brought him to sort of international fame, was the calendar controversy of 921 to 924. Yes, Ms. Ingleton.
They had a large older crowd because he's so much younger than.
It's a good question. I do not know the answer. I would just have to guess. When I say following, it probably means you have to think of it in terms of the Abramson rule of history, right? When you know the answer, what is it probably? Right? It's probably about money. So, people when they're in their midlife and towards the as they're working in their careers and their businesses, they don't have the same kind of leisure time to be able to dedicate themselves to a discipleship relationship. That's something that really is reserved for bachelors. So maybe when you just have a very small family, that's when you can really devote yourself to following anyone. When you're older, then you're following your family, trying to just pick up after them and make sure that they're supported. So I would guess it was young people, based simply on a kind of economic analysis, but I don't really know. So let's talk about the calendar controversy. Historically, in ancient times, the calendar was set every month by sighting of the moon. That's described in the Mishnah. People would witness the new moon. They would come to Jerusalem. They would testify before the court, and the court would make a calculation and declare that the month will begin on such and such a day, and so on. It's always the reason is because the lunar months are not precisely 30 days. They're slightly off, and so therefore, as we know, sometimes you have a 30-day month, and the next day is Rosh Chodesh, the most more than a 29-day month, and the next 2 days are Rosh Chodesh, that kind of thing. It was always set in Jerusalem. Then we entered a period really around first and second centuries where there was a lot of conflict with the Samaritans, and this system became no longer viable. They used to communicate using smoke signals, which is where the American Indians, of course, got it from us. But they would light these smoke signals, and you would be able to see from mountain peak to mountain peak. And then the Samaritans, adopted just to make it a little more difficult for the Jews. They would light their own smoke signals on the wrong day, just to confuse people who saw the signals and say, "Rosh Chodesh already?" And it would throw things off. So by the 4th century, the Jewish world, also Jews have spread out tremendously by the 4th century. They're living in Iraq, they're living all over the North African continent. So they set a fixed calendar based on mathematical, astronomical tables. They set a calendar, which is the calendar we use today. So in the year 921, a very important rabbi in Jerusalem named Aaron ben Meir declared that he was changing the rules and declared that they were going to announce the sighting of the moon based on a certain time of day when it was visited. And according to his proposal, it meant that Rosh Hashanah would fall out on a Tuesday instead of on a Thursday, as anticipated by the written calendar. So this threw the Jewish world into quite a bit of tumult because you throw off one holiday of the year, all the holidays are off. And what happens if Passover, if you celebrate Passover, all right, it's not the thing if you eat Seder early. That means you're going to start eating chametz before Passover is over, which is a very serious transgression. And so they have to meet agreement on the calendar. Sadia Gaon wrote some initially very polite letters to the mayor indicating why his calculations could not be upheld. It was very clear that this was not a demonstration of, rabbinical prowess. This was a little bit of a power contest because Babylon had for several hundred years since the close of the Talmud in the 5th century, they had demonstrated that Babylon was the new center of the Jewish world. And Jerusalem, even though it was clearly the spiritual and historical center, was not the intellectual center where, the entire Jewish world would be ruled. And so there was a desire on the part of the Jerusalem Jews to try and wrest that authority from the Babylonian academies. So Sadia tried to persuade him. He was unsuccessful. And ultimately, he wrote some very powerful and effective challenges against Aaron the mayor. They did go through at least 1 year where Aaron the mayor's calculations were observed in Jerusalem. And the rest of the Jewish world followed Babylon. This only lasted for a little while until it was very clear that the Jewish people could not tolerate 2 calendars. And it was really expensive. At the time, it was ridiculous. All the gifts you had to give for people far away. So what ended up happening is that Sadia Gaon won out, and the calendar controversy was resolved in his favor, which clearly demonstrated the authority of Babylon once and for all. And so Sadia was victorious and has had tremendous repercussions for his life. So he was appointed initially the leader of the great yeshiva of Puerto in 922, and he signed his name at the time. So the documents we have with the title Aluf that is associated there. But there were many people who felt that he should be appointed to a neighboring rival city of Sura because they had been going in a significant decline, and they looked for someone as strong as Sadia and his personality to bring it back to life. Now, one more thing that we have to explain about the nature of Jews living in Islamic lands, particularly in this region of Iraq. The Iraqis, or the Babylonians, recognized a head of the Jewish community who is called in English the Exilarch, leader, and exile, of course, the exile, or in Aramaic, the race of the head of the exile. We even pray for the race of welfare on Shabbat, and places like that, so it still survives in our liturgy. But this was kind of like a quasi-political appointee, and there was always this kind of tension between who's really the head of the Jewish community. Is it the political head, the Rothschild, who was a descendant of King David that was appointed and recognized by Babylonian Muslim authorities, or was it the head of the academy? Was that really the head of the community? So, in this context, the Reish Galuta named David Ben Zakkai, also a very strong-minded person, decided that Sadia should be brought from Kumudita into a restored Surah. And as I mentioned earlier, he had a lot of opponents to his candidacy because many people said, "Who is this guy from Egypt? He doesn't have any force, he doesn't have any family background. Why are we making him there?" But nevertheless, his brilliance, and particularly his performance during the calendar controversy, was undeniable, and his patron, the Egyptian Talmud Zakkai, was able to make him the gown. The only thing is that when he accepted the position, he did so explicitly on the condition, and we have this from Skirira Gaon and Nathan Ababli, who are chroniclers of the period, who said that David Zakkai made him swear that he will not disobey me or plot against me or regard anyone but me as the Rishon or associate with any of my opponents, which is kind of a dramatic foreshadowing that these things would not happen. The contemporary authority says, and I quote here, that he was not afraid of any man and does not show favor to anyone because of his great knowledge. And there came a time when Sadia and David Ben Zakkai ended up at cross purposes. It was specifically over the issue of probate of a will. He had gone on to do tremendous things for Surah. He immediately communicated with the surrounding communities and asserted the authority of Surah as the greatest of the academies and so on. But what was happening is there was a will that was placed in probate, and David Ben Zakkai, the Exelar, stood to gain a tremendous advantage if the will was adjudicated in his favor. Satya Gaon, looking at the will, saw that it really would not go in David Ben Zakkai's favor, that the law really favored another claimant for the monies in the will. And so therefore, he demurred and said he would only sign off on this will if another particular rabbi would sign off on it. The other rabbi signed off on it, giving the money to Rabbi Zakkai, and so then we went back to Sadia, and at this point, Sadia, he was hoping that the other rabbi would be the first refusal, and therefore Sadia would not take the blame, but Sadia refused to give in, and he said he would sign off, and that the will would not go to Rabbi Zakkai. Rabbi Zakkai was furious, and he fired Sadia Gaon. Sadia Gaon says, "You can't fire me. I'm going to fire you." And so he fired Rabbi Zakkai. And he had this really strange situation where both people of great authority disavowed the other, and they were kind of arm wrestling, so to speak, over who was going to be the true head of the people of Surah, really the Jews of Babylon, and really the Jews of the world. It was quite a long standoff where David Ben Zakkai, the Reish Galuta, appointed another Gaon of Surah, and some of the Gaon reciprocated by appointing someone, and they're all kind of like in this strange kind of family dynamic with the four of them there, and no one's recognizing anyone. In the end, the Muslim authorities stepped in, and they said in Arabic, the milk shine, it's enough already, and they demanded an end to the fight. This also was, Sadi's position was weakened when his candidate for the Reish Galuta had passed away, and so ultimately Sadia was forced to resign and to accept the loss of his academy. And so he stepped down, and David Ben Zakkai temporarily was ascended. And this was the time when Sadia actually went into a kind of like his own space, and that's when he began writing a tremendously prolific and powerful amount of literature. So it's really a blessing for the Jewish people as a whole. So I pause for any questions now, giving them lots of history and the Reish Galuta stuff. Ms. Abramson, you're okay? Okay, good. She's still thinking about that driving comment. Huh? Okay. Now, yes, please. It's a big muck because I appreciate your question because we faith that the Jewish people are going to survive, because this is, as they say in Yiddish, shows. I mean, how often do you have, for example, a rabbi in conflict with his board? Right? I think pretty much any time you have a synagogue, you'll have a rabbi in conflict with his board, right? That's exactly what we see with David Ben Zakkai and Sadia Gaon. David Ben Zakkai represents first people of the board, and the sponsorship and things like that. And Sadia Gaon is doing his own thing, and the two of them are in conflict. So it's really part of the Jewish tradition. It's not so bad. Yes, I knew you go. The sources do not give us a really good perspective on that. I would hazard a guess that the people favored Sadia because he's kind of like he's like a cowboy. He's like the man standing up for his principles. He's representing the Torah, where really Rabbi Zakkai is upset because the will didn't go his way. But as many of us know, that Jews often have tremendous conflicts over the wills afterward. Families break up over these things, so I understand it too. But that's exactly. So I'm just guessing, but I think Sadia probably had the upper hand. He certainly comes out better in the end. Who knows does that Zakkai, except people who come to a class like this, right? But we'll know Sadia Gaon. Okay, so let's go on a little bit. Now, always, especially in writings, the most significant thing was not so much the content, but the style. One of the things that Sandhya innovated was he borrowed very heavily from the dominant Muslim style of theological writing of the time, a style of writing which is known to experts as kalam, and specifically a Theolite style. I don't really know much about the Muslim styles, but what I can tell you about it in a short period of time is that they're very particular when it comes to essentially creating numbered lists. They're very big on numbering their paragraphs, starting with general and slowly eliminating them down to more and more specific ideas, and putting in their terms to purify silver from dross. Right? They have a big hunk of metal, and you have to heat it up, and you have to slowly take the silver away, separate it from the rest of the metals. And so Sandhya really instituted this whole idea of creating treatises on specific topics, and then breaking it down logically into a sort of a Greek way of thinking that the Arabs had inherited of the larger point first, and then a subpoint, and then a subpoint, and then a corollary, and so on. Everything numbered 1.2, 1.3, all the way down, and a very, very logical sequence that was deeply appealing to the Jewish mind. This is in contrast to the traditional, what was then traditional way of writing. This was essentially to follow the kind of meandering and apparently chaotic trajectory of the Talmud, which is more like a conversation, a stream of consciousness conversation, that it does have its own internal logic, but it's not a simple, straightforward logic. And simply to look up a particular halakha is a very difficult thing in the Talmud because the information is scattered so broadly over a long dramatic material and not easily indexed. So Sandhya taking it with a Theolite style and imposing that kind of rigor of thought and a very communicable level of thinking, just making his writings way more popular, and the style essentially became the Jewish style after that. Anyone who's read, for example, Maimonides' Mishneh Torah, and Maimonides disagreed with Sandhya on a lot of very important points, but he adopted exactly the same kind of style that Sandhya did, with breaking up the whole Torah into sections, and then into books, and then into chapters, and then into individual sentences, and everything's numbered. Everything is organized and easy to find. This is a major innovation of Sandhya. He was really on my microphone. Sandhya was really an excellent adapting to the zeitgeist, or the good word for the undergraduates here. Zeitgeist is the spirit of the times. Like the way people felt about things, the way people reacted to the world is more about the zeitgeist. And he just found it, and he said, we could do this in Judaism, and he dropped it right in, and it worked. Absolutely. He's completely fluent in Arabic. He's writing in Arabic. The variety of literature is limited. I'm not an expert enough in Sandhya's writing to know who he cites from Muslim writers, but there's no question that he is completely at home in the world of Arabic literature. And the world of Arabic literature is overwhelmingly religious literature at this time. So, and that's true of many of the Jewish Muslim lands, which is not the case in Christian lands. Like we started this discussion a little earlier. The kind of oversimplified differences between the experience of Jews in Muslim lands and those in Christian lands is especially after the Crusades. Jews in Christian lands, with a few exceptions, let's say Italy, for example, they tended to become much more insular, much more inward-looking. In the outside world, there's toxic and something to be avoided, and so on. And that held true really until the Enlightenment, 18th century, let's say. In Muslim lands, that bifurcation really didn't exist. And it was perfectly normal, for example, for Shlomo Nagrela to, be an officer in the Spanish government and to be Arabic poetry and on the Gemara at the same time. It was not considered a contradiction to be involved in political worlds. Whereas in the Christian world, you don't see Jews really doing that kind of thing. Right? Maybe a big exception would be, let's say, the Ramchal, the Moshe Chaim Luzzatto, on Italian styles of the 18th century, as well as phenomenal work of all that at the same time. But that's already quite a bit later. Excellent question. Some of the concepts that he wrote. So I just wanted to discuss a little earlier the rhyming dictionaries. So he wrote quite a bit on Hebrew grammar, which was really significant because it was not that well codified in the 9th century. The Karaites, ironically, were making a lot of progress in this area because, again, they disregarded the oral Torah, so they started a lot more research on the written Torah and on Hebrew grammar. So, in many ways, this is kind of like a competing. He wrote a very famous biblical commentary, which exists to this day. And it's noted for its very, very strict rational approach. This is one of the areas where Maimonides encounters some pause. And he avoids all anthropomorphisms, any kind of, the Torah uses a lot of human imagery to describe God. So, shied away from that very heavily. For example, even the phrase Vayomar or Yomer, God spoke. Speaking, of course, involves some kind of speech, involves, articulation of breath and of your tongue and your teeth and things like that. And that's an anthropomorphism, even a fairly mild one. Who says that as God will, as opposed to as God spoke? One is even those anthropomorphisms. Yes, they love it. But will is kind of like a pure intellectual phenomenon. Speech is a physical phenomenon. You have to say something. You have to breathe, and you have to form things that you want. But will can happen, like some kind of consciousness in you. Well, God, I think should be fair to say, can have consciousness without being anthropomorphic. Okay, don't argue with me later. Okay, yes, Rabbi. Absolutely. It's like exactly. That's another big point for your question. Mutazilites were very much like this, and he reckoned them similar. That's a good point. Okay. Third, polemical literature. We've got a lot of things he wrote against the Karaites, and as I mentioned, we have a lot of the Karite responses to it. And fourth, halachic literature. Of course, I'm thinking of Surah. He's writing responses all the time, and he wrote treatises on individual halachic topics as well. We saw that, for example, in the calendar controversy. One of his treatises was on defending the traditional method of calculating the calendar that we use to this day. The liturgy, including one of the earliest singers that we have in existence today, still in use in some communities. And finally, most famously, he wrote philosophy. And perhaps his most important work is the so-called book of beliefs and opinions, in which he subjects Judaism to a searching, penetrating analysis of what really is it that we believe. Now, I know I started by talking about how Judaism is so practical, but I don't want to overemphasize that point. We do have books that argue about what Jewish belief as opposed to Jewish practice. And this is one in a great chain of works that would include, for example, Section of 12 Korev, that are overarching philosophical statements of why do we do these things? What are our fundamental beliefs? One of the many innovations that Sanya describes here is kind of analytical categories is describes rational versus revealed commandments. And the commandments that we can derive as being sensible, that you don't really have to be Jewish even to recognize the value of, for example, honor your father and mother as they would, or, I'm sorry. And that there are also revealed commandments, like, what is the point of not wearing wool and linen in the same garment? So that has to be a revealed commandment. And there's logic to it as well, but it's not the same logic as rational. So this is like a huge philosophical book. The translation I have is about 4 inches thick, and there's far more for us to analyze this short biographical class. So, in the end, to return to his life story, he did achieve a reconciliation with his nemesis, named Danta. It happened when this feud had been going on for quite a long time. You can imagine David and Zakkai had a expended tremendous resources, more financial in terms of his personal and political capital. He ultimately came out victorious, but exhausted. And Saadia is right there in Surah, and he's busily writing all these great works. But everyone recognizes him as the greatest scholar of the world at the time, but he's not holding this position of authority. So eventually, the exiles, his father-in-law gets involved. His father-in-law is always the priest over Saadia, and he says, in an Arabic, it's enough already, and he manages to effect a reconciliation between these two. Saadia is returned to his post as the head of the Academy of Surah, and the placeholder Gaon that had been hired during the conflict was allowed to remain and keep his salary, but Saadia was really considered the ultimate authority there. So our exhausted by the struggle died soon afterwards, and to him, how complete the reconciliation was, Saadia adopted his son of his personal enemy, and raised him in his own home out of love for him. Tells us something about this character stuff. So the legacy of Saadia Gaon, again, this is not a picture of Saadia Gaon. The legacy of Saadia Gaon is a fascinating one that illustrates a lot about the nature of the Jewish life in Muslim lands, internal Jewish life, the conflict between the secular and the religious powers, and of course describes the life of a phenomenal individual with a very strong character who made tremendous contributions to the Jewish people as a whole. Next week, I have an amazingly bizarre topic to discuss. I hope you'll be able to join me. We're going to talk about the very strange story of the Jews of Khazaria, which is a small territory, actually at the time it's a very large territory, in the Caspian Sea region, where in the 8th century, as is well tested by multiple authorities, the entire kingdom converted to Judaism. So we have to figure out what was all this about? Where did they go? If there's so many Khazarians converted to Judaism, where are they now? What kind of Judaism do they practice? So we'll talk about that, God willing, next week. In the meantime, thank you very much for your attention and your indulgence.
Medicine.
longer finding it. Alone. We wanted and finally, God,
Buyers do lots of extra details because they're trying to. A lot of times with mail, quite those story trying to relay it in things they said. It was supposed to have you. He said, described that as an amicable relationship. He said, no friends. He said, we couldn't pull off a friends.
named Sarah.
Yes.
Marriage was never wanted to marry,
And he said,
but ultimately,
land.
and can't
And that's
either.
oh, well, you
Stay inside.
why didn't you? Money.
Coverage beef.
That's
This
get it.
they are outside engaged in various like
Various people.
was
Right.
you're perhaps
And also, would you take this? Looking for like,
larger than the land.
Go away. Willing. Well, $3 billion a year.
Hello, everyone. I'm glad that you responded so nicely to this week's series. This is the third installment. We're going to talk about the Palestine Met, also known as the first mandate of Palestine. In July of 1922, according to the Jewish calendar, 28 tons in the same year, the British colonies took control of the region as part of a mandate of the nation. So, commemorating that anniversary by discussing the borders of Israel in the 20th century. So, we need to shift over here to Suppressy and look at these. So, first of all, when the Ottoman context of World War I was given the entire region to deal with, the was formed in the late on decided to give the entire region of modern Israel and Jordan were held under each other two trans as a result of military might and the remainder on the west of the Jordan River that was given to the future Jewish state and explained in the 1917 Balfour Declaration, which promised the Jews in the region so long as they don't pressures of the inhabitants. Keep the force on the enemy here. You've got Jordan right hand section. Okay, let's jump ahead. Here we go. So, during the period of the British that is described in the period when various stressors within this environment, particularly after World War II and the world's pressure on England to Israel. Arab tensions rose significantly as they presently was in parts of Europe. So, in the back to the United Nations and came up with a article in 1947 sections are as follows. The region of Jewish in the north, the three zones, these all becomes the West Bank region. And this it was controlled somehow by the entire world of a strange idea. This plan was rejected by the Arab nations, but by the 1948-49 War of Independence, which resulted in Israel actually consolidating its territory. Actually, the size way significantly, and were able to, the Jews were able to try and make their territory a little bit more significant overall. There were tremendous human losses, casualties in this war. But by the time armistice was determined, that is not a formal peace treaty, but at least a ceasefire. The region in the center here was under Israel's control. The region on the left here, Gaza, was under Egyptian control. And the region of the west was under Jordanian control. The West Bank here, because on the west side of the river was known by its biblical names as well, Yehuda and Shomron. Gaza, known by its biblical name as Gaza, was over here on the coast. And Jerusalem was unfortunately divided between Israel and Jordan, with the Jewish border of the Old Kingdom falling on the Canaan side of the border. This changed dramatically in 1967 when, after a dramatic preemptive strike in June of that year, Israel was not able to actually protect itself from the threats of Syria. The huge amount of territory as well. It's amazing 6 weeks of fighting. Recently conquered with Golan Heights, strategically very important in the north because whoever stands on the Golan is the Galilee Basin will go straight over to Syria into the very capital city of Damascus. They conquered the West Bank region, and they conquered the Sinai Peninsula. But of these territories, Israel owned Jerusalem, which was right on the Heights, meaning part of this the other territories, larger and the people bring them, they became known as Palestinians, or actually, that's when this term was becoming much more in use. They were perhaps temporarily the Sinai Peninsula was actually coming back after the Camp David Accords in 1979. And that's recently like this, after what Israel was like today. As you can see, the region in North Jordan, Golan Heights, is annexed to Israel as part of Israel. Gaza, on the other hand, was abandoned by Israel in 2005 for complicated reasons, primarily temporary nature. Israel felt it was more advantageous to reduce the military threat and the cost of maintaining small populations in Gaza than it treated these Israel still maintains control over the boundaries of Gaza as a whole, but the interior of Israel. This was an issue of great controversy in Israel at the time. It remains controversial. This region here, the West Bank, is the so-called Palestinian Authority, which has limited self-rule. Country or state, but many issues. The just let me join here on the east side of the 1949 armistice. So these maps give us a sense of the changes of daily borders for the 20th century, beginning with the Palestine map from 1920. Thank you for listening. Ready to go? Okay. Thank you for coming. It's a nice turnout for the pleasure. So it's nice to have a reasonable turnout in the off season. With Mayor of Surfside, US here to join us. Applause. And we've got a fascinating presentation tonight. I really was hoping to be able to use a quicker thing, but unfortunately the batteries are dead, so we're just going to do it with the battery. But our topic tonight, Menachem Begin, and Israel, and his 1977 revolution when he came to power represented a tremendous change in a lot of the thinking about Israel, thinking within Israel, and as I'm going to demonstrate in the next 38 minutes or so, really represents a tremendous step forward in terms of the maturation of Israel. In this case, many people feel that that was not such a positive direct notion, mature, but nevertheless, we'll explore that in the next hour. I'd like to start with the two, which I did receive from a member of the audience Elia at TorahCafe.com is going to have email before it goes out to the web. But the joke was like this. There's this great rabbi who spends a lot of his life studying the Torah and teaching the Torah and counseling people and offering sermons and things like that. And after a long, well-lived life, he goes up to heaven. And the angels are very happy to see him. He says, welcome back, like he commits to the angels room. That's a little youth, it's a core and big curtain, things like that. Angels moving back and forth. And they say, please have us here while we process your admission. Now, at night, so keep a little cup of tea. And he's sitting there waiting to increase themselves because this is the culmination of a life well lived. And all of a sudden, in the distance, a shofar blowing. And then, angels start flying back and forth with great rapidity. And then he comes up with this long trumpet, and they're pulling all kinds of sounds, and like everyone's in a dizzy. And he says, what's going on? I'm like, here's the Egged bus driver here. Showing me the Egged bus driver. Egged, of course, is the Israeli bus company, which is known for their somewhat chaotic and creative interpretation of the road. So, anyways, he said, oh my gosh, it must be some Sonic, it must be a hidden Sonic, something this there, something like that. And he wastes his uses the Shlomi. And the angels bring in Shlomi, and he's wearing like a grimy pair of khaki pants and one of those white shirts that's stained, and he's smoking and he's spitting out sunflower seed shells, and he's swearing in Hebrew, and the angels just guide him in straight into the pearly gate. So I don't know if we have pearly gate, but you get the image. So the rabbi is saying, "Oh, that was one of the show," but I'm wondering, who was this Shlomi did not look like such a tzaddik that he should be rushed into heaven so much. And me, I really did dedicate my life to Torah, to feel that avoda. I'm sitting on a sofa. So he goes up to one of the angels and he says, well, Stutza, how come you got ahead of me? And they said to him, Rabbi, we don't understand. And you get up and you give a sermon, everyone falls asleep. But when Shlomi drives his Egged bus, everyone starts davening. All right, he cut out his. So tonight's topic, Menachem Begin, 1913 to 1992. This is actually the centennial of his birth. I believe his birthday is right around this time of year. I'm sure I didn't look at the specific date, but we are at the centennial of his birth. He is, of course, most famous for being the sixth prime minister of Israel. The first who did not come from the left wing or Labour Party, as we shall see, is very important in Israel. He is associated with a very important British resistance movement, resistance to the British movement. Controversial, as we shall discuss. But despite his very right-wing credentials, he definitely was a very right with a sense of unease with regard to peace treaties and accommodation with the Arabs. He was, ironically, the first Israeli prime minister to sign a peace treaty with any of the neighboring Arab states. So he was like literally the hawk who made peace. And that peace, although it is not without some intention, nevertheless it has maintained stability since 1978 when it first began. So he's an unusual figure, a figure of continental, internal turmoil, great tragedy in his personal life, and victory at the same time, and incredible tenacity, and a man of great achievement, as we shall discuss. So he was born in Brest-Litovsk, which is then in Finland. His father came from a long line of rabbis. He himself was practicing as a rabbi. He was working in the Islamic business. The family was also very Zionistic. In many ways, actually, kind of like my grandmother, her sort of orientation with pro-Hebraic, pro-Zionist, Eastern European orientation. As a youth, he first enrolled in a group called the Hashomer HaTzahir. The Hashomer HaTzahir is a very left-wing, really communist Zionist group. But he left after 2 years, and at the age of 14, he joined a much more right-wing Hashomer HaTzahir, Young Guard. And that was a really sort of communist-sounding phrase. Like, comfortable, youth. Beitar, on the other hand, is a reference to a place in Israel, the Great Battle of Beitar, associated with the rebellion against the Romans in ancient times, which was a sign of great victory for the Romans, a tragedy for the Jews, but nevertheless a symbol of Jewish resistance to occupation. And that's really the motivating principle of Beitar, was to train youth in Israel, in Poland, for eventually a paramilitary role in Israel in the forthcoming Zionist state. He went to school at the University of Warsaw, so he gained his law degree, but he never practiced law, although his expertise in language was well noted even as a man. He was fluent in classic languages, in many European languages, and spoke in English, and of course in classic Hebrew as well. He was famous for being a great orator. His critics called him a demagogue, but nevertheless he was a master of the spoken word, something that he attributed to training in Warsaw. But his principal influence, without a doubt, was a man that he frequently called Mori Rabbi, my master and teacher, Vladimir Jabotinsky. Jabotinsky is a fascinating and very important character. In later classes, we'll look at his life in detail. But basically, he swam in the opposite direction of much of the particular Jewish movements of the day. Communism, socialism, the idea of the idea that the Jews should participate in a proletarian world in which there's no more criticism between nationalities, there's no more racism, no more hatred. That's where most Jews were kind of voting. And if they were Zionists, they're free to create that kind of reality in the state of Israel, or the state of Israel. Discussed it last week. Well, the media was typical for much of the Jews of at the time. Jabotinsky, on the other hand, had a radically different approach. Jabotinsky felt that fundamentally the Jews had to go alone. This idea of it's all the Jews setting aside their differences. Once they recognized that the true enemies were not national enemies, they were class enemies. He felt that was all garbage. It was all, it was just hogwash that people were lovingly drinking up, but it was meaningless. He felt that ultimately the Jews had to stand on their own 2 feet, and they had to take responsibility for their own survival and not trust to the general goodwill of society as a whole. This is also in great contrast to Herzl, who, although Herzl was not a socialist by any means, his vision of Israel was something like, Vienna on the Mediterranean. If you ever seen Haifa, for example, that's really kind of Herzl city. People get along, they're polite, they say hello to each other in the streets, and there's not too much fighting going on. That's really what Herzl had in mind. And Herzl is not going from world power to world power with the early shuttle diplomacy to convince, the head of England, the head of Germany, and so on to support the Zionist venture. He said that's all a waste of time. We can't trust anybody. We must do it on our own. The critics of Jabotinsky said he was an early integral nationalist. That's kind of like the nice technical term for fascist, meaning that they were very into typical things that were associated with the fascist chauvinistic attitude. The idea that Jews are better than everybody else. A militaristic bent, very much into parades, insignia, and paramilitary drills. Less of a democratic structure, more of a charismatic leadership structure. These kinds of ideas were definitely associated with Jabotinsky. At the same time, I think it's unfair to put him in this kind of camp because he had a very broad-minded approach to the national struggle as many other people. And in distinction to many of his peers, for example, he felt very constantly about the Ukrainian national movement, which was excoriated by many Jews at that time. So he was a really complicated character. Being encountered him at an early age, he became his right-hand man. By the age of 22, he was already appearing beside him at the Congress of Religions, which was the name of Jabotinsky's party, as we shall see. And Jabotinsky's perhaps greatest claim to fame was his lacking of Jewish self-defense. recall that during this period, there are ongoing waves of pogroms against Jews in Eastern Europe, mostly the beginning of the 1880s, and then increasing rapidity and ferocity in the first decade of the 20th century, the second decade of the 20th century, with incredible numbers of attacks on Jews in small villages. Jabotinsky argued that Jews should organize their own self-defense societies, where typically young Jews would get together, train themselves, and be prepared for the attacks of hooligans that would typically come on the railroads at the time. He was beloved by the youth. He was mistrusted by the older generation of these self-defense units that were just exacerbating that and looking for provocation, whereas the older Jews were saying, we should just keep things calm, we should follow what the Torah said, trade for the welfare of the government so that, they leave us alone. Jabotinsky represented a radical thinking that was ultimately very influential. What I'm going to show you here today, I'm very proud of my daughter, Denise Morgan. Here's put this slide together. Most of my slides are very simple with no animation or things like this. Is going to be animation super. Because I just have to do a history lesson. Most people in this room remember the old teaching technology called chalkboards. Remember? So, actually, in years ago, she bought me a little otherwise, on my right side of this cover for teaching. And I used to teach a particular class on board, not even a green board. And then, I came up, I started doing transparency stuff with plastic sheets with light on them, so then I used that. And then when I went to PowerPoint, I couldn't do it. Now finally, my math figured out how to do it. My daughter's help. And so I'm going to go back to both self teaching, but it's very complicated. Okay. So here's the civic, the political spectrum. So for the rest of the world, the political spectrum only has two ends to it, right? Left and right. It's very simple. It's towards the socialist and towards the capitalist. That's what that's obvious. Jews can leave it alone. It has to be more complicated. We have two axes for our political spectrum. A left to right and an up and down. So here we go. Here label these. There are four cardinal points. The first is Zionism. The second is something called Goikite, which I'll explain to you what that means in a second. The third is capitalism. The fourth is socialism. So what are these four elements in the Jewish study? So let's put Zionism up here. And by Zionism, obviously, we understand a movement to create a Jewish homeland in the land of Palestine. Speaking about a few deflections, but that's at the top, the y-axis of the section. Goikite, the word go in Yiddish means here. So Goikite means here and that, and it's the opposite of Zionism. Some people, let's say in Poland, would say we should be striving to create a Jewish polity over there in Israel. But others just say, no, let's reorganize ourselves here in Israel, a diaspora nationalism. So Jews would separate along this one axis, some more to the Goikite, more towards Zionism. But of course, on the right wing, we have capitalism. You don't have, I think it's unfair to really call Jews fascists for reasons that are obvious, but there are some differences to the right, as you see. But capitalism is essentially, in favor of the free market economy. John Smith, the idea that, they want to give people as much freedom to not impinge on other freedoms, then the society will prosper as a whole, and so on. And that's contrasted with socialism, is the idea that no, you have a command economy controlled from the top that regulates how, income is generated and spent and shared and so on. Those are our four cardinal points. Any questions so far about these? Like here, I just said that area, but wait, so let's look at some of the main political parties today. By the way, right now I'm talking about between, let's say, 1905 and their first round of parties can actively work until 1912, which is the foundation of one party. This is what a collection of Jews politically in the world. Let's the first two decades of the 20th century. The so-called Allgemeine Zionisten, or General Zionists, so called because they have to be distinguished from about 7 other kinds of Zionists. This is basically a Herzl party. The largest single Zionist party, and they obviously on the top end of the scale towards Zionism, but they also believe in capitalism. They felt that the new Jewish land of Palestine should be basically a Western economy. These are contrasted with the atheists, and this was basically a communist-style party. They were social democrats who were socialist and very much not in favor of Zionism. They felt that Zionism was moving backwards against the tide of history, which tried to minimize national differences. The Bundes said we should try to, the Zionists, the trend of history is to minimize national differences. They wanted to be down here or north. And the third group, the Coalition, we spoke about them last week with David Mayer, the Sperm Party, the workers of Zion, who believe in Zionism, and at the same time, they are still, they want Israel, and they can accept the Jewish homeland, but they want it to be a socialist. And then finally, the last group, which is the Volkspartei, very small group, it's the Shimon Dubnov's party that we spoke about many weeks ago, that believes, no, we should work on Jewish politics here in the diaspora, and it should be fundamentally capitalist. Good. Any questions so far? Yes, go ahead. That's a Yiddish transliteration. It's the, you could call it, yeah, it's Volkspartei in Yiddish, because it's a Yiddish party. Okay, we're all right with that? Now, here's an important party for us. These are the revisionists. The revisionists, this is Jabotinsky's party. This is the intellectual origins of Menachem Begin's causes. The revisionists, so-called because they want to revise things, they took their cue from the revisionist parties after the World War I as well. The parties that were wanted to change everything. They are ultra-Zionist and ultra-capitalist in the sense that they want no trust in other people. They really believe in toxicity of non-Jews. They were untrustworthy, and they had to be handled kind of like, in a full arm's way. And essentially, the Jews had to stand on their own feet and just take it. They believed in much more aggressive, even violent means to achieve this end. Very militaristic, and very kind of pessimistic in the possibility of a flourishing of peace in the region. Now, we'll see how that plays out in Menachem Begin's life. And so far, I really enjoyed the animation. So, now here, I normally don't like this, but since I can do it, I started having fun. So let me tell you what happened to these parties. Jump ahead of that lecture a little bit. What happened to these parties? So I'm going to take you up to the present day. What happens to these parties? So first of all, what happens to the parties? Boom. Is that cool? You can't drop it down. They became, in the Soviet Union, they became communists, and then Stalin killed them all. So that was it for them. In the United States, they became a group called the Work. Some of you may have some familiar with. They were very popular in the first half of the 20th century, kind of a quasi-socialist Jewish group, very active in New York City in particular. Here goes. Now, here's another animation. That's nice. Kind of a star that goes by like that. The Volkspartei had a major influence on the structure of the Jewish Federation. Obviously, the Federation is not a party, but the philosophy of Volkspartei influenced the Federation, and they essentially there's a third one, the Coalition. Wow, I'm flashing bulbs. They became the latest party. And the General Zionists and the Revisionists joined and formed this way. It was right. Pretty good. So that's where we are today. Sort of the major orientations of as they say in Yiddish, shows, right? Nothing changes. It's always the same. It's not actually Yiddish, but I think it's one to also. Okay, so that's basically what you want to look at now. Bacon, Jabotinsky are way over here in revisionist order, and they've got all these other parties that disagree with them. Okay. So, the Israelites, he was very, very active in Beitar, the youth wing of Jabotinsky's revisionist movement, and he actually would travel around married. And they had an incredible relationship that lasted until her death. I guess we're looking at about, I don't know if that's the math on top of it, but they had a very, very strong relationship that lasted to the end of her life. And in fact, when she eventually passed away, he was devastated. I really represented the end of his career and ultimately his life as well. She was a retiring figure who really stood in the background whenever possible. In fact, when she was honored, when she was invited to speak with Jimmy Carter, Prime Minister, she was honored at a dinner of that nature, and the audience was shocked that she refused to speak. She just got up and said thank you, and they said, "You're going to make a speech." Politics of Israel, she said, and she sat down. So she really was a kind of stay in the back kind of person, but she endured tremendous suffering on behalf of her husband. That was really quite remarkable. Here she is, of course, showing with her oldest son, Benny. They had 3 children. Benny allegedly politics, Benny Reagan. In this particular picture, it's taken from when he was in hiding in Israel. He was on the house. He was selected by the British, and so he pretended to be a Orthodox rabbi named Savar, I think, in a regular family, where even their good members, and he was the leader of their group, had no idea who he was. And they were inviting him into their secret circles and things like that. He was really nice people. Let's try to get that. But still in Poland. So he's in Poland in the late 1930s, and he happens to be working primarily on organizing illegal immigration in Palestine, organizing Jews, organizing boats, trying to get them into the land Israel when war breaks out. He happened to be in Lithuania at the outbreak of the war, and Lithuania had kind of a tragic moment of peace at the beginning of the war because Stalin and Hitler had not completely worked out who was going to take over a portion of that territory. It happened that once that was settled, Reagan found himself on the Soviet side, and since he was a prominent Zionist activist, he was arrested by the Soviets before he could be arrested by the Nazis, who of course invaded Lithuania a couple of years later. He was sent out to the Gulag, where he was tortured and imprisoned for several years for his activity with the party. This is his Soviet mugshot from the time. But then what happened, as we discussed in the previous classes, is that in June 22nd, 1941, the Nazis double-crossed Stalin, and they invaded the Soviet Union, and all of a sudden, the Soviet Union looked to their prisoners, various gulags, to see if they could pick up some allies to fight the Nazis. So Reagan was released to join the Polish army, which was then fighting on the Eastern Front with the Nazis. And ultimately, from the Polish army, he was transferred to Israel in May of 1942. So, well, because the division of the Polish army, the Jewish Polish soldiers, they set up a special unit in Palestine to fight alongside the British. The British and the Polish are allies at this point, and it's kind of circuitous move. Ironically, he wanted to stay in Eastern Europe and continue fighting against the Nazis, but he was urged by his followers to go take the fight to Israel, which wasn't the same kind of fight at all, because there was no hostilities, active hostilities, no front line in Israel itself, but that was the homeland, and ultimately it was much more impact on Israel. At this time, if we move to Israel and understand what's going on, we skipped over this a little bit last week because it's more relevant to us in our lecture today. The Arab-Israeli relationship is going south very rapidly. There's a lot of debate over the demographics of how many people actually lived in Palestine at the beginning of the 20th century. There's no question that the Jewish population and the Arab population both grew proportionately, which leads many Israeli interpreters to say that as more Jews moved to Israel and created more of an economic infrastructure, bringing a lot of Western support with them, a lot of Western know-how, draining the swamps, that kind of thing. A lot of Arabs were also attracted from Lebanon, Syria, and Jordan for the economic opportunities that this new population represented. And that was going fine until the 1920s. you recall, they are like the more socialist, more Scottish orientation, which dominated Israeli politics. They discovered that some of their socialist ideology was counterproductive in the land of Israel. Specifically, they had two values that came into conflict with one another. On the one hand, they wanted to have, obviously, peaceful, harmonious relations with the indigenous Arab population or the new Arab population. That was to be sure. But on the other hand, they valued as socialists the notion that Jews should get their fingers in their dirt, they should work with their mouths, with the land. They really wanted to get away from the kind of, European mentality of Jews as accountants or Jews as indoor people, basically scholarly weaklings. They want to have strong Jews who are farmers, who work the land. So the Arabs, without the economic opportunities of the manual labor, making the oranges and tending the crops and things like that, but that meant that a lot of the Jews had enough to even have small businesses, managing these farms or managing commercial like the Arabs, and they were not being the new Jew that they supposed to do. So the coalition instituted a policy of Jewish labor that was intended to get regular Jews off their buses in their offices and into the field to work. Can we cut that out? How do you get them into the fields? No, muscular and fat, and that's the kind of thing. But that meant that the Arabs didn't have work. Because they had to let go of the Arabs in order to hire the Jews to work in the fields. This sparked a significant amount of economic protest because a lot of Arabs said, what is this? We came here, you need work, you're not hiring us, that's discrimination. And so you had an increasing level of economic tension that, eventually morphed into a violent conflict. Several major riots of this nature, they were tied to other elements as well. I'm making it very simplistic by looking just at the economic aspect of it. But the rioting, it kind of mirrored the pogrom activity in Eastern Europe, and it was escalating rather than getting better. So this is the environment into which Jabotinsky found himself with the Arabs. Added to that was the fact that the British had just published a very anti-Zionist position paper called the White Paper. That was an attempt to deal with the violence that was increasing between Arabs and Jews. The White Paper was chaired by this thing called the Peel Commission that argued for essentially a separation of Jews and Arabs with some internal organization of certain zones like Jerusalem and so on. But on the whole, it benefited the Arab position. And many Jews felt that they had been betrayed by the British, who had in 1917 made that fantastic Balfour Declaration to include in their goals the idea of a homeland for Jews in Palestine. Part of it, of course, was the World War and especially the operation. Recall that, quickly through the period, but Britain is in control of Israel at this time, and Britain is obviously fighting against the Nazis. They decide to join the Axis powers. The Arab nations surrounding Israel come to remember. Israel has a little foothold in the Middle East. They are obviously pro-Arab. So the Palestinian Jews, Israelis at this time, decide that they're going to throw in their lot with the British by going to the Arabs because they don't want the British there, and they feel the British are persecuting them and not allowing enough Jews to live there and so on. At the same time, the enemy that they share, the Nazis, was far more grievous than their contemporary victims. So therefore, the various Jewish underground movements said at this point, we're complaining about the British, we don't like the restrictions they placed on us, we are going to suspend that, and we're going to cooperate with the British shortly after the war, which of course ends positively in terms of the major conflict, which is disaster to the Holocaust. We are incredible displaced Jews. Somewhere, I'm just guessing now, but there has to be at least 3 or 4 million displaced Jews not going to their homes either because of the political situation, the largest home they're not wanted back home. The notorious program of guilt in 1946, in which was after the Holocaust of drinking the blood of Christian children, is, it was just a clarion call for Jews to get out of the graveyard of Europe and go to Israel. So all these Jews who are amassing in displaced Christian camps, and they want to go to Israel. The world opinion looks upon this with favor after the news of the tremendous devastation of the Holocaust gets out. And Britain is increasingly beleaguered, trying to keep these Jews out of Israel, because that antagonizes the Arabs when they're really losing this major opinion in the world in terms of public opinion. So Begin again is involved in smuggling goods to Palestine, and as we discussed at length last week, so I won't go into detail here, the United Nations decides to partition Israel. The Jews accept the partition plan, the Arabs reject it, and you have a massive war that lasts over a year, which ultimately Israel emerges from. Yes.
Just saying, read on it a little more. Sideshow saying this is disinformation.
That's fascinating. I've never heard of a mass colony in Israel. There are definitely Germans there.
Just like
Well, my grandmother, she always says that the jails are full in Israel.
there that I just said and forget it. No, this just proves one doesn't let it up. Just want to please you. Really worry about so you know my opinion.
Your question exceeds my ability to answer. It's fascinating. I'll have to look it up. Shall we go on a little bit? I've got more stuff on Vegas. Okay. So, what was Vegas doing at this time? Again, the Irgun was the collective name for his new movement in Israel. He rapidly became leader of the Irgun, which was most distinguished from something called the Haganah. Haganah literally means defense, and the Haganah was basically the military wing of the Mapai Labor Party. The Socialist, Coalition Party had its own forces, and they implemented policies that were consistent with the ideals of socialism. The Irgun, which means essentially the organization, was based on revisionist principles, and not surprisingly, these two military forces often came to severe disagreement and even blows. Very significant conflict on a number of occasions. The most significant question was, how do you deal with the British? The Haganah wanted to adopt a much more diplomatic approach, by opposing the British and wanting them to lift their restrictions on immigration and so on. They felt that the British were ultimately civilized people, and they could sit down and talk with them, and that there was a way to perhaps work things out. Again, consistent with revisionist principles, that was just, a pipe dream and not worth thinking about at all. The only way to get the British out of Israel was to drive them out. And they implemented policies that were much more aggressive towards the British. Most importantly, the notorious bombing of the King David Hotel in July of 1946. This was the headquarters of the British in Israel, and the warnings were issued. The Irgun placed a bomb, several bombs in the basement of the hotel, which of course still stands in Israel today. And they issued 7 warnings in several different media, including phone calls to the switchboard itself, and the British ignored those warnings. There was a major investigation afterwards. The British, although definitely to blame for this attack, they also took some responsibility themselves for not heeding those warnings. Perhaps for not heeding the warnings was because bomb threats were very common, and they were typically ignored, like fire drills and condominium cancer sites. But the bombs did, in fact, go off in the middle of the day, in building was at its peak capacity. People were killed and 46 were murdered. And that includes British citizens, Jews, and Arabs as well. And this represented a major turning point in the escalation of violence between the Israeli underground and the British. And the bounty was placed on Begin's head. I'll show you a picture of it in a minute, where he was wanted for £10,000 for anyone who could bring us back, dead or alive, because he was the leader and mastermind of this movement. There was also very, very much criticism from the Jewish Haganah, who wanted to call off this entire episode, and Guinness, who was the leader of the Rabbi party, who was basically the first prime minister of Israel. He felt that Begin was a type of terrorist that was harming the Jewish cause with these kinds of intemperate. And in some cases, the Haganah captured their good fighters and gave them over to the British. So the Haganah is at the same time fighting the British, but the Jews got their act together either. The Haganah and the Irgun are fighting together as well. Yes, Mr. Lapis. Well, I don't think that your Irgun's intent was to kill. Their intent was to send a message that, you're not safe anywhere. And by the way, we should realize that this is happening to the British at the same time in India. They're having a miserable time with Magadi, with Jinnah, and what they call over there, and the British are essentially give up at the same time too. They're just taking their colonial powers because they don't want to want places. So the idea was to send a clear message: we don't want you here, and the message was. Yes.
So, especially Israel.
I'm not going to. I don't want to pass judgment. My goal here is to just try and present the facts in as neutral as way. Of course, you can interpret that any way you like, but do my best with anything. I'll pick it. I have students who are on the other end of that camera that have to hear this. Okay. Bouncy picture that's with circle pairs too. Okay. Another major event which occurred in the context of the Arab-Israeli War, very important for understanding Begin's policies and Israeli policies, is the massacre at an Arab village called Deir Yassin. It really deserves a far more detailed treatment than I can provide in the short time I've allotted. But basically what happened was Irgun and allied Lehi forces attacked an Arab village that was significant for strategic reasons. And although Begin himself was not involved in the operation, he was not present at the time, he argued for restraint. Something went wrong. There's a lot of exactly, but there was a horrible massacre of men, women, and children in this little village. Numbers differ. Some bring as low as 100 people, others place as high as 300, but it's universally recognized that this was a massacre of civilians by an early resistance movement that had become part of the Israeli Defense Forces, and the Israelis were loudly criticized for this atrocity. And if we have more time, we can go into the back and forth of how it went wrong and the rights for issues. The last speakers weren't saying they were fired upon first. But the bottom line is there were about 200 dead civilians at the hands of a force of this nature. What is especially important for our purposes, though, is that Deir Yassin was a major turning point for the beginning of the Palestinian refugee program. Because many Arabs in Israel said, my gosh, these people are savages, and they fled Israel. They fled the war zone. Now, many Arabs felt that they would soon be returning with victorious Arab armies and claiming property from the Jews who had been driven into the sea. But any way you look at it, there was this fear generated that the Arabs were not safe in the new Israel, and they had to leave, simply for the safety of their own families. And again, you can politicize the events, but it is a turning point in the Arab-Israeli relationship early on in the war. And at the same time, once again, while the Arabs and the Israelis are fighting, the Israelis and the Israelis are fighting. And that's the first moment of the so-called Al-Qaeda affair, which was in June 1948. Al-Qaeda was a Navy boat that was commissioned to bring immigrants, Aliyah to Israel, from Europe, from the displaced persons camp, along with a large container of the cargo of weapons, including tanks, machine guns, large weapons. And the agreement was that since this was a boat that was entirely financed by immigrant supporters, and they were immigrants on board, that these weapons would go to the good units of the Israeli vessel. Remember that when the state was declared, all these kind of ragtag militia, various degrees of organization with different political functions, they were not a unified army with uniforms and things like that. They had to kind of patch together these various groups into a unified fighting force. One said, sure, we're going to cooperate with anybody outside that country. And we have all of them this way. So they hammered out the arms, and they came to a disagreement once this boat reached Israeli shores. They went up and down the coast a little while, and the Israelis demanding more of a share of the weapons, the Haganah demanding their share of the weapons, and ultimately, again, it may be a whole series of misradio communications, but the Haganah fired on the Israeli ship and actually set it ablaze, and it was eventually scuttled, as you can see here, within view of the Tel Aviv beach. So this is the more left-wing Haganah forces firing on a ship full of Irgun Jews and immigrants, losing all the weapons in the process, killing a handful, about 16 people were killed. Bacon was on the ship, and there's a large supposition that perhaps we were hoping to assassinate Bacon personally because he was such a thorn in their side. Ultimately, Bacon did make it ashore. There was a gunfight between these various forces on shore as well, and they managed to get a ceasefire and come together. But it showed a great moment of betrayal, the Irgun cause by the left of Israel. I don't remember what Rabbi's role in it, but I'm sure he was involved. And Julian for sure. Yes, oh my gosh. Okay, there you go. Thank you, Nicholson. You're destined to be a story one day. Unless you can find a better partner. Pretty, you're involved in this as well. That's amazing. You want to share anything with us? No, sure. Now, I have students who would like to hear something. I'll give you the microphone just to tell me something about your experience. So,
I was in the brigade with Rabbi. We were called out to Farbek for settlement on the ocean as far from Tel Aviv, not to let the people from the Altalena to come ashore. And they were right because Belgium had justified the British. They had no history of building up the country or anything. So they didn't let them to come ashore.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. That's amazing. Where else you can get history like this? I'm telling you, it's great. Okay, thank you. Okay, so let's move on. Immediately after the War of Independence ends, Reagan joins the British opposition, which, as I saw in one online article, was probably in the opposition longer than any other political figure in Western history. He was in the opposition from 1948 until he took power in 1977. An amazingly strong record of tenacity. He was an incredibly strong critic of the left, Ben-Gurion in particular, the moment of clarity for all of us. And it's in great contrast to these leaders. Whereas, the socialist kind of ideal was very working class proletarian. They would walk in shirt sleeves and tie and very casual. Whereas it's overseas, only in a shirt and tie, always, speaking very carefully. And this concept of job, which means like glory or beauty that he took from the idea of from like I'm back at all times. And his critique of the leftist government is very strong. Major 1952 demonstration that turned into a riot in Israel because Begin felt that they should not accept any of the reparation money coming from Germany in Israel. He felt that it was a travesty to humiliate those who were killed in the Holocaust. And he had supported this led to a major riot, even though they ended up to note that the name of his party was Herut, which means freedom, Herut. And I know from Sidney Schreiber that quoted something that Begin led us from Avoda to Herut, from slavery to freedom. I won't. Anyways, yes, please. Thank you. Remember, it's an excellent book, amazing. That's true. He joined the National League government. Right, absolutely. I should clarify that. Not a musical government, but he was a minister without portfolio in the government of 57. I know what I represent to you. Most of you in this room now is going to be old material, but remember, I have 19 to 24-year-olds who are watching this online, so I'm going to present some information that may be shocking to them. And that is something about how the Israeli government works. It's very important to understand this in order to get a sense of it. So here's a picture of what our current American government looks like. According to some opinions, not entirely functional. But, so here's the Senate. We have two bodies. Of course, here's the Senate. We have 45% of the membership is Republican, 53% is Democratic, 2% who are independent. These are rough numbers. The actual number of seats are not rounded out. In the House of Representatives, we have 53% Republican, 46% Democratic, and of course 0% who are independent right now. And this is, it's hard to get all this done when you have a pretty evenly divided like this. But look at what Israel looks like by contrast. Okay, so you call, let's see, I've got 3, 6, 9, 12 parties dividing up 120 seats, and there are about 7 parties that didn't get enough votes to get us still in the election. So how are you supposed to get any politics done in this kind of situation? The very important thing you have to realize about Israeli politics, and again, I apologize to those of you for this is obvious, everything in Israeli politics is about coalitions. You literally have an election. The president is largely a ceremonial figure. It's not a president like here or now. So the president there is more of a figurehead for the state. The president invites the leader of the bloc that has the largest chunk. In this case, right now, that would be the court joint who has 26% of the seats. And says, okay, you have 26% of the seats. You have to get 51%. So go out, you have 2 weeks to make deals with the smaller parties to get them to join your coalition so you can have 51%. So they've never had, except for the time when they have national unity government, when the two largest blocs come together, and that's only in the case of war, really, to deal with the external threat. They've never had one party that controls 51% of the seats in the Senate. Always these very complicated arrangements between various parties trying to agree on a common cause. And it makes Israeli politics in many ways very fragile and easily topples over. So in this case, we have in Israeli history, the labor movement had controlled the government largely because of their coalition of the parties. Since inception in 1948 until the 1977 rebellion or revolution, when suddenly the Indians would not be elected. as it's slowly gaining in popularity, and here's the National Unity Government. I'm sorry. It was a difficult time for him to be in the government. He had disagreements with his members of the cabinet. Because there were two populations in Israel, two large demographics that had felt largely disenfranchised by Israeli politics. Those were specifically the Sephardim, large numbers of Jews from Arab lands who had come to Israel. In many cases, they were refugees from the Arab, displaced them, expelled them once Israel was established, and they felt alienated from the very Ashkenazi, Eastern European approach of the traditional leadership of Israel. And secondly, religious orders, because the Israeli polity was led primarily by socialists who were anti-religious, unfriendly to religion. And so you have all these Orthodox Jews, or even in the case of many Sephardim, let's say Orthodox friendly, even though not especially observant, so they affiliated themselves with Orthodox, and they find themselves shut out of a government that's largely socialist and Ashkenazi. So these two large demographic bubbles began to grow, and their resentment was eventually sparked by Reagan's standing for election. And he himself was not strictly observant by contemporary standards. He was definitely very religious friendly, and he definitely knew how to speak to the Sephardim. So these two really propelled him into the position of authority in 1977. If you recall this wonderful slide, I want to make it more complicated. Because we can't forget about these guys. Remember that we have these four axes. I can't go through the whole thing. Now this part, I clicker ran out of batteries. Torque after we just sent in regular batteries, so that I can use this. So here's our four groups, and here's our parties. Come on, we saw them before. My favorite one. Oh no, I love this one. Here's my favorite one. Ready? Wow, that's great. So that from sound over. Can I put sound on this? Okay, great. Okay, now, these are all our parties. We saw that before, but Jews can't leave this alone. There's not only two axes, there's a third axis, like a cube, a z-axis. It looks like this. So I think you've already got a political section that doubles the left, but now it's as well. And who's on this axis? Religious parties. We didn't talk about those guys at all, but now they are also religiously interactive since 1912. One of the very important is the National Religious Party, which feels that the expansion of Israel is a religious imperative. More in line with John Pinsky's ideal that the land of Israel has to expand to incorporate the immigrants that will come at the time of Messiah. And so they see its aggressive attitude towards the Arabs as a religious ideal. Now, that's obviously not the only position held by religious Jews. Another one that dates from before the war, called the Israel, also very popular and strong here in America today. They were religious, but they did not believe that Zionism had as a political Messiah. They felt that Zionism had to wait for the Messiah. But have you heard that the African Israel, Israel as well? That's because after the Holocaust. Oh no! Oh my gosh! It'll be terrible. Basically, they have one of my favorite friends. Okay, coming back. Come on. This is my favorite one. Okay, here we go. Oh my God. The section would be over if we were only doing this. Here we go. And here's the Israel, and after the Holocaust, because there was really no Jews left in Eastern Europe, they moved to this position. So you've got these two parties over here who are significant. They can be major power brokers in contemporary Israel. And we can add other parties as well, like Shas and so on. That took some over his head in the election. because of our time. The most dramatic moment in Begin's leadership, without a doubt, is his remarkable case with Egypt. As you and Oliver points out very effectively, Begin did do a lot of the groundwork to allow it to happen. He knew Sadat's travel itinerary, and I wasn't, of course, the president of Egypt, and Begin traveled to the same location, so I didn't see the Shah of Tehran, great Shah of Iran, and he met with him before Sadat would show up. And he would tell him, listen, if Sadat ever makes any overtures, we should want to talk with him. And then, of course, he would go back to Israel, and Sadat would visit the Shah of Iran. The Shah would say, I just met with Menachem Begin. He said really nice things about you. Kind of like Amarok, Begin. So when Sadat made a rather dramatic speech in Egypt about the possibility of bilateral talks with Israel, it was something that was in both Israel and Egypt's interest because Jimmy Carter was trying to push multilateral talks in Geneva. It had some advantages for it. And Sadat said he'd be open to the idea of talking to anyone, even Israel, about this. So right away, Begin initiated the conversations, and dramatically, Sadat took a plane to Israel to meet with him. A phenomenal sea change in Middle Eastern politics. I happen to remember it. I was only 2 years old at the time, but I do remember it. That's what I feel. But this is a picture of that great airport. Begin, again, considering his religious attitude, insisted that the plane only arrived well after Shabbat on Saturday night, so that people could observe the Shabbat and then hear about this zone. And of course, as we know, they were able to hammer out a peace treaty. I don't have time to go into the details of it, but it was a difficult one. Things essentially, they gave the entire Sinai Peninsula back to Egypt in 1967. They surrendered it in 1974. That was basically accepted by the Israeli population, but some very, very difficult moments as they dismantled the settlements of Yair, in particular, and see Israeli soldiers actually dragging children out of their homes and immediately people around back to the Egyptians. But ultimately, as I mentioned earlier, even though Begin had a very hawkish personality, he nevertheless saw the opportunity for peace with Egypt, and it's ironic that he, of all the prime ministers, should be the one to actually seal that deal. I'm going to have to speak over the last couple of minutes to stay on schedule, but his wife died in 1982, and Begin was never the same after that. She died when he was out of town. He was in Washington, and he retreated from public life, and he found that he did not have the heart to engage in political struggle anymore. So he eventually resigned shortly thereafter, and essentially led a life of very deep seclusion. He had a heart attack in 1984, and ultimately passed away. I should mention, by the way, that he is also a Nobel laureate for signing the peace treaty with Sadat. And Sadat, who also won the Nobel Prize, was later assassinated by his own bodyguard when he became close with the Muslim Brotherhood. But when we look at the overall legacy of Begin, we see an individual of tremendous intellectual resolve, willing to undergo incredible privation for the vision of the Jewish people, enduring torture and imprisonment under the Soviets, subject to a massive manhunt by the British, excoriated by the political establishment in his own country, and yet at the same time, it was only under his watch that we were able to establish this basically lasting peace accord with Egypt. Fascinating character of many contributions. With this, I want to thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to speaking with you next week.
Particular motto is the actually generated.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, we're right on time. All right, we'll get started. So today's lecture is on a topic over my ear, the fourth Prime Minister of Israel, and I'm hoping, as you know, it's a really veiled attempt to do a survey of Jewish discourse in general. The figures that we autobiographic studies of as a sort of foil to understand a larger pattern. As it happens, motivator herself history, so we'll be interviewing a lot of the later slavery period right up until the young people into this class along with their life. I want to mention that this is in many ways really a two-part lecture that's an overlap because next week is willing about and of course they are contemporaries and worthwhile opponents in political viewpoints, although they have tremendous respect for each other on the political stage. So a lot of material that we'll discuss today will be very useful for us next week and look at the life of Reagan. Represents more of the right wing of the political spectrum. So the opening joke, I delayed a couple of minutes because, these are people, once they get this video, they edit out the joke at the beginning. And I'm trying to fool them this time. Maybe the editor isn't watching, so it goes, Elliot, okay, here it comes. So the joke goes like this. I do this thing with my students who are taking this class. I have a few students now in New York who are taking this credit. And I put in the secret biometric questions. For example, I asked them, tell me something unique about yourself. Enjoy zombie fiction. Like the balance on editing videos. And when they tell me that, and then later on, when I send them an online test, I stick that question in the test. And that way I know it's the same person answering. There are other devices as well, but I'm taking them away. They're watching. Okay, so one of them is I asked my students to help me a joke because I'm running out. And I heard this one from one of my students out in LA. She writes, so a woman is washing dishes by the sink, and her 8-year-old daughter is standing on a chair, or 6-year-old daughter is standing on a chair, right? And her daughter looks at her mother and says, Mommy, how come some of your hairs are mixed? And the mom says, well, every time you make me upset or make me cry, Mommy, now I know why stop this hair is all of us. Okay, so let's talk about Golda Meir. For years 1898 to 1978, you're a contemporary Ben Gurion, the first called her the best man in government, which was an interesting compliment. She was known as the Iron Lady before that term was applied to Margaret Thatcher because she was a very tough character, was capable of tremendous action, courage, and kindness and simultaneity, and she really was a very worthy leader of the early state of Israel. She comes originally from Kiev, and she emigrated to America as a child growing up in Milwaukee, where the school that she went to is named after the Golda Meir Public School. And then she moved to Israel as a young woman, where she immediately saw her emancipated in politics, and she rose through the ranks of the Labor Party, serving in various ministries until she finally became Prime Minister in 1969. She served ably in that position until 1970, and in the wake of tremendous controversies, especially after the disastrous Yom Kippur War, she elected to resign, and ultimately she succumbed to lymphomatic cancer a few years later. A study that really her life in the next 6 minutes, and along with it, I hope to give you some of the basics of the history of the Israel and the early statehood period. I know for many of you, this is basic review. Many of you lived through these events either here or in Israel itself, and I apologize for the redundancy. But, I think it's very important to review these things, especially because the videos go on the web and younger people have not necessarily the same level of familiarity with this history in order to think that they will appreciate it for ongoing generations. So, as I mentioned, she was born into her father was a simple person, a carpenter. When he eventually moved to Milwaukee, he ended up getting a job working in railway yards, so it was a blue-collar kind of background. She had 7 siblings, only 2 survived childhood. One of them, her sister Shana, she was especially close with. Shana had a strong influence on her politics and eventually immigrated to Israel, made Aliyah in the 1920s. Living in Kiev, as we discussed in previous classes, the time of history was very difficult. There was an increasing level of anti-Semitism. The last Tsar Nicholas II, notorious supporter of the Black Hundreds. He also underwrote the publication of the memorable poetry of the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, and there was notably a whole series of pogrom waves that was affecting the entire Pale of Settlement. Since 1881, there was one attacks on Jews. They were comparatively small when viewed from the lens of the 20th century. We're talking about murders of Jews in the numbers of tens and hundreds of those. And nevertheless, the constant pressure and fear of attack was significant. And when the gates of emigration to America were opened, many from the Pale of Settlement, about 1.75 million to come to this country. As I think we mentioned in previous class, 75,000 went north, Canada, for the health insurance plans, another 75,000 went South America, and so on. But her father was part of that great migration between 1881 and 1917. He worked there for several years to finally had enough money, and he could bring the family over, and he were actually the photograph of her when she was 10 years old. She was a tremendous student. She entered primary school with no English whatsoever. She ultimately as a valedictorian. Right from the very beginning, many children were immigrants themselves. So she, at a very young age, was like in primary school, organized a charity fund drive to be able to purchase textbooks for her peers. She was so successful at this that the teachers loved her so much, and ultimately, as they honored the school to be named after her, as I mentioned. At age 14, she bought a train ticket and headed out to Denver, where her older sister Shana lived and lived. And her sister Shana had a wide variety of friends who were from all walks of political persuasion, specifically socialists, Zionists, communists, atheists, a whole range, all packed. And around the time ultimately, one of the men that she met there, a man named Meyerson, and her name was, by the way, anglicized later, reassigned later in 1956 to right here, because felt it was inappropriate that the Europeans reassigned the name. So she shortened Mayor, which essentially means son of Mayor, to simply Golden Mayor, a more correct sound. But anyway, that's after her husband's name. So after some time with her sister in Denver, she moved back to Milwaukee, and she occupied a lot of her time, specifically what we call a she ended up I'll mention that in the next slide. Here's a picture of her with her husband, Morris Meyerson. They had somewhat marriage. They remained dedicated to each other throughout their entire life. He passed away in 1951. Although ultimately, Meyerson did not handle political activities. He was a socialist himself, and went to Israel because Golda made a prerequisite for their marriage, but he was uncomfortable with the kind of rough and tumble in politics, and this was actually pretty. I'm sure many people have that unlike America, where politics are so tame, can't Israel, politics are immediate, relevant, and matters of life and death. So people have quite literally marches in the street. If you're standing on a bus stop and someone mentions a particular political figure, guaranteed an argument right there on the spot because people care about the moment. This was not known to Myers' personality. Ultimately, he separated in 1902. He remained in Tel Aviv, and she went on to a very lively career that I short. Again, they maintained an amicable separation. They never remarried, and they tried to raise their children. But moving back to the affiliate part of correlation is determined worker diet. Workers, of course, is a very socialist sounding word. That's a code word for those who are on the spectrum. It is actually part of the Social Democrat Party, the exact same umbrella group that included, for example, the communists, the Bolsheviks, and the more moderate Mensheviks. And it was a political party originally founded by Rothschild with the aim of creating a socialist state in Israel. That is, it was an inherit of both Zionism, C-O-M-U-N-A, and communism or socialism, hence the correlation, meaning the workers of Zionism. The kind of ideals that they had were a hostility to religion, although they valued the concept of the Jewish people, they valued the notion that religion helped keep the Jewish people integral and whole. They nevertheless felt that, like Martin taught, religion was for the masses and kept people from realizing their true class enemies rather than focusing on their special enemies, they focused on national or religious enemies. Also, in this concept of means the friendship of peoples. They believe that all peoples would only adopt socialist values or economics, then there will be no reason for them to have any pursuits whatsoever. And they attempted to come to agree to apply this to their relationship with Arabs, which, for various reasons, more next week was a critic of a Scott movement, primarily in Rabbi. Why this never happened. But ultimately, this is the kind of philosophy that they espoused. The institution which was, of course, the Hebrews. The word Hebrews comes from the live together, the dates, and it really is a Hebrew translation of the Russian term kolkhoz, or collective. It was an amazingly creative experiment in socialist living in which everything was held collectively by the members of this small society. That means all property was held in common, all work was distributed in an equitable fashion based on and income gathered by the people, of course they were farming areas, agrarians, was distributed equally. And in fact, in the early years, we're talking about the first decade of the 20th century, a little bit before the Americans, they even shared spouses. They even believed in free love, in the idea that marriage was best. Another interesting quote from Marx, the idea that if one picks one only one spouse, then that's clearly a violation of socialist principles, and so on. The radical forms of the kibbutz died off fairly quickly. They tend to have an abundance of males and a surfeit of females. It's that kind of free love policy. And ultimately, they settled down to a more moderate form, which did persist still fairly radical Americans existence well into the 1960s, where, for example, spouses would live together as monogamous couples, but their children would be raised from a very early age in a collective environment all the time. The children who were raised in these collective environments, done on them. For example, they tend to be very much overrepresented in Holocaust and war. Much more likely to collective human aspects themselves. So it's a fascinating experiment. At one time, kibbutzim were about 20% of the Israeli workforce, the agrarian area, the Arab area, were occupied by kibbutzim. They produced about 40% of its agricultural output. So really quite productive. the state of Israel. So she went to this correlate season, what's called Kavda. Ironically, she rejected the birth, reapplied, and then she was accepted. As I mentioned, her husband Morris, who was perhaps a little less enthusiastic about the entire project, nonetheless did transfer to Israel. He lived for several years there in the divorce. She loved it tremendously. She loved the being outside, working with the molecules and things like that. But she loved even more in her activity in the collective unionized body. She was leadership skills were recognized quite early, and she was elected as the kibbutz representative to this organization. This brought her more and more into national politics, and ultimately she had to leave the kibbutz in order to that action, which was to organize and delegate and lead this country. She ultimately became the head of the political department of the East Group, which was an important step to active in labor politics overall in Israel. Okay. I think at this point I'd like to pause and take a couple of questions because I want to step back and talk a little bit about Israel as a whole. Yes, please. Yes, she also spent some time teaching immediately after graduation. Those who can, yes. I didn't follow up on that. I will have to check with you later. But I got most of this stuff anyway. What happened to her children? Yes. All right. So let's talk about Israel now. Amazingly, even though the vast majority of the students currently teach historical concepts comes from full-time, they actually have quite a numbers about state history. So, and, some schools do a better job of giving them some Israel education than others, but Israel advocacy is actually very low, even among those students who have the best education in this country. What is that thing? Ironically, my eldest daughter, this week quoted in both the Wall Street Journal and the Canadian Jewish Times. It's pretty good for a 20-year-old and a 21-year-old. The Canadian Jews article is because they have on campuses is a fair amount of anti-Semitism that is thinly disguised as anti-Zionism, and so they interviewed Rafaela because she's the head of the Israel advocacy group through a college. And they took her to the college with what is anti-Semitism, which is the problem. What Israel happened, the kind of internal anti-Semitism take upon ourselves. And check it out, Rafaela. All right. Well, what I usually say to students when I'm talking about Israel, that they generally pattern a sort of a cultural struggle that's incredibly rooted in that society. It's a struggle on the one hand, Israel is a Jewish state. It wants to maintain its Jewish character. Everything Jewish has to be associated with Israel. Everything Israel should be associated with Judaism. That's one key value, a core value in that society. The other core value, you want to guess what the other one is? Democratic. Alien. Oh my God. Good. Israel also really in democracy. It wants to be a society of equality, of human rights, of freedom. The problem is these two values, like a Venn diagram, tend to coalesce in certain areas, but they're quite far apart in others. So, for example, what do you do with the non-Jewish minority in Israel? Especially because they're so numerous. They threaten demographically dilute Jewish majority of the population. you give them democratic rights, then they can vote out of this. In fact, they could see the birth of being another nation. On the other hand, if you trample on accepted democratic principles and you restrict the rights of non-Jews in Israel, then Israel sacrifices a core value that we feel very deeply. And so, as a society, Israel is always vacillating between these two points, Jewish or more democratic, and sometimes one or the other will suffer. We can also see this coming, we saw this before, even within the Jewish world. We've had Orthodox Jews, in particular, who tend to use the definition of Jewish as more Torah-oriented. And so therefore, they want Israel to be observant, less movie theaters on the Sabbath, less Sabbath, less non-kosher butchers, and less gender in Israel. On the other hand, if you move in that direction, then you get the democratic rights of secular Israelis, who are the majority of the population. So this struggle of Jews of Rabbi is that Israel is Jewish, Israel is democratic, affects the order of this colony in the modern world. Okay, so we will return to this in the day after this week. I'm going to talk a bit about my content, for the period, and we get to so there's a period before 1917 where there's all at this point settlement, but there's no state known as Palestine in general policy, officially known as Palestine, the Turkish Empire file. But of course, after 1914 to 1918, the British sought to, gain Jewish support, and especially support of international by Weizmann, very important in Manchester, I believe. So, with a lot of lobbying, and actually, Balfour, the foreign minister, issued this declaration in 1917, which led to worldwide overwhelming. The text reads, His Majesty's government used its favor the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people. At this point, you simply stop the reading because that's all they need to hear. They all wake up to Manischewitz because it's time to party. It says, look good. The first time a modern European state actually voted or indicated that they thought this was a good idea to establish the state of Israel. I can go online and see my lecture on Herzl. There's a lot more talking there about however, Arabs led the rest of the state, which nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jews in Palestine. So on the one hand, the British are saying, we want to give this area to the Jews who have to be on it. On the other hand, they're saying, as long as the people living there right now, I'm upset about it. And it turned out to be impossible to actually bring this to fruition because there was no way the indigenous population was or a state. Ultimately, what happened after the Turkish Empire, the sixth man of Europe collapsed, the British were given control of the region, and what the United Nations called the United Nations. At this point, it would be the European country. The situation in Palestine, all of Israel and the border over Israel, no distinctions to what's together. So ongoing negotiations went on, and ultimately was established, and the British mandate was reduced to what we understand. It's going to skip quickly to the 1920s and 1930s. The important elements of those decades were ongoing for Jewish immigration. You have tens of thousands of Jews landing in Israel, and you have ongoing Arab protests. Major riots brought in 1929, massacres in Yeshiva, and the British are getting increasingly frustrated trying to maintain the principles of promise the state to the Jews. On the other hand, they have to placate the Arabs. The Arabs also have a very significant demographic and political advantage because they are so numerous in the Middle East, controlling regions with a lot of oil. And this comes to an incredible head immediately after the Holocaust, when the Jews are striving to make immigration to Israel. And the opinion of the world is basically that England should let them in because they suffered so badly. So we had a honeymoon in anti-Semitism when, for about 15 years, the Jews had a certain amount of world sympathy, and England was trying to hold desperately onto the mandate. Ultimately, next week we'll talk more about the particulars of what happened at this time, because England was very involved in driving the British out. Ultimately, they handed it back to the League of Nations, and now the United Nations, and they said, you guys take care of it. And the United Nations came up with probably the stupidest plan you could possibly think of to become a challenge to do so. They divided the territory into 7 non-contiguous areas. 3 of them were designated as Arab zones. That is this gray area here, which is the Gaza Strip, and a little bit down into Negev. This area here, which would be known as the West Bank, roughly, or Hebron and Yehuda, and this in the Galileo, the Galilee, which would be Arab zone. Jewish zones were to be this western part, eastern part of the Galileo, around the Galilee, the coastal region from Haifa down to Tel Aviv, and then this largely uninhabited region from the south of the Negev. And Jerusalem was to be an international zone. So to divide up this tiny territory into 7 parts and hope that everyone would get along. As I'm sure you all know, how it turned out is that the Jews accepted the plan. They were happy to have even a crazy, patchwork kind of demographic outline like this in order to just have a state. Their nation, of course, rejected the plan, and the war of independence ensued immediately thereafter. Very little struggle, which ultimately the Jews were able to consolidate their territory and actually belong to a few places. But we'll return to that. Pause for a couple of minutes before we go back to Copenhagen. Well, I was just talking so fast, like a straight here. Does anyone know any good jokes? Like, I used to know a lot of jokes, but yes, please. There's definitely, it's the same problem as always. The Talmud is definitely jumping apart. This, by the way, has to deal with the compromise that was put in place by Ben Gurion on the establishment of the state. In order to garner support of all Jews living in this, he tried to use them. It's not good for Jews to be divided when they're fighting with the Arabs. And that compromise is so-called status quo law, which is an exception to practice. Was that, for example, yeshiva students serving the armed forces, Orthodox, whether it has an exemption or they can volunteer for civil service, that kind of thing. And that has been challenged and defeated which was passed in like 90s or 2000s. How much culmination of resentment? Why is the peace getting done? So we're just jumping ahead. Why don't we go back to the next week about the bacon? Just very much the revisionist perspective on appropriate posture of Jews. Any others? Okay, I'm on my own. All right. So she has a obviously in these early years, specifically her English and her powerful reputation as a speaker had her sent to America, where the state was respected desperately from Americans. She blew past all of the expectations. The showed support of the war effort. Golden Meir came back home with it's amazing how she was able to generate support. We would see this again in Moscow. I'll show you in the next thing. Ben Gurion actually said of her that she was the Jewish woman who got the money, made the state possible. And really, this is the bottom line. She made the state possible. She was also active in international politics, including a rather bizarre and courageous trip to Jordan when she described herself as an Arab woman who worshiped King Abdullah to try to persuade him not to participate in the war effort. Of course, he said to her, listen, why don't you wait? Why don't you rush this? Don't you realize that we can solve this diplomatically? Why are you rushing this? He famously responded, we've waited for 2,000 years. Isn't that long enough? But she went back home unsuccessful with King Abdullah, but ultimately she was able to defend her democracy. This is what the new state looked like a little bit gone back because I wanted to decide on it. So they recall the way the UN partition plan was. If they had armistice in 1948, this is what the state of Israel would have looked like. These kind of orange colors there. But after the War of Independence, they were able to facilitate a little bit wider ways by the Mediterranean. They were able to penetrate up into the Samaria region, although unfortunately they were not able to conquer all of Jerusalem and the Jewish border of the city on the Jordanian side. We're also able to take over the entire Galilee and consolidate a little bit of the Edom, which is an amazing achievement because the were able to increase their boundaries, although at a great cost. One of the Golda Meir, of course, she was one of the earliest. She was one of the signatories to the really Declaration of Independence. She voted at that time. She was educated in America. And she knows the respect that Americans have for the founding fathers. She says, reflecting on the idea that I myself was signatory to the Declaration of Independence of Israel for something that she openly denied with her name to the nation. She also had a liberal approach. It's consistent really with her socialist politics to the Palestinian refugee program problem, which began really in the 48, 49 war. Specifically, there was a large population of Arabs living in Israel, planned the war zone for neighboring countries. Ultimately, in most of those countries, Egypt, Jordan, Syria, and Lebanon, these Palestinians and their children and their grandchildren in refugee camps for decades, something that Golda Meir felt terrible about. But she also felt that these Arabs feel the tragedy of incredible forces, even compared it to the suffering of the Jews in the Holocaust, and rather large immigrants in the 1940s. The reasons for that Arab exodus were complex. Again, that's something I would like to push on a little more to next week's discussion with Dr. Megan, because he personally was involved in several of the most key incidents. We recommend more about it. We recommend more about it. Okay, this is okay. This time is always plugging in. This is how it works. And we're recording. We are back in. Okay. So we'll talk about it more next week. When we get to Davis, it's very much involved in it. But there are very different narratives of this exodus. And Israelis generally have one version of describing why the Arabs as another different version, and it's really an ongoing problem that affects Israel today and is an extremely important element in the determination of lasting peace in the region. Now, shortly after the state was established, she was sent to be an envoy to Moscow, which was an early supporter of the state of Israel, actually working for its establishment of the United Nations, amazingly so, because later they would change that position. And she was issued passport number 1 from the new state. They didn't get an alphabetical order. They just gave her passport number one. And she went to Moscow, where she was very successful in her mission. But there was one event that had a tremendous impact on her personally. She spoke about it, wrote about it endlessly. She went to Rosh Hashanah Yom Kippur services at the Moscow Oral Synagogue, and she was surrounded by literally tens of thousands of people chanting her name and chanting her name. Here's a photograph that shows her. You can just see that she is, oh, you know what? I totally forgot. My gosh. Yeah, here it is. I've gone through 40 minutes, and we have. This is what we need. More professor. I have this remote computer that the Torah Cafe people sent me. Thank you. And let's put that here. It has this nifty little thing here. Just have a map. And this circle here circles right in the air, surrounded by a sea of something to do. And she was so overwhelmed with support there that she felt an initiative that she was engaged in by establishing Israel was something that was cautionary, proportionate, because it affected all of the worldwide. So when it came back to Israel, it was renewed strength to the challenges of this actually was later put on Israeli stamps. We even some currency. This famous photograph of the mayor in Moscow was tied up. People, what's going on with this? Okay, this was 1989. I guess I should have started it earlier. Oh well. So much for the clicker. Okay, jumping ahead again a little bit. The major events militarily, she was not the leader of the country at the time, but it's impossible to discuss the major events without looking at the centenary day. One of the most phenomenal victories Israel had ever achieved, and it is still a stellar victory when studied today. I'll tell you a quick story about Money Yeshiva. Or Sameach is the story they often describe it, where there was a young man in the yeshiva, and or Sameach is the yeshiva for Bali Shua, people who come to Judaism with a limited training and background. And he asked them where people are from. Some of from Harvard, Yale, whatever. And one guy said he was from West Point. So he said, "What are you doing from West Point? What a trip comes from West Point to yeshiva in Jerusalem. How did that happen?" So he said, the story goes, that he was participating in a class in military strategy, and they had, a highly decorated general teaching this class, like 25 stars and things like that. And they went through many of the great battles in history. Waterloo, Battle of the Bulge, invasion of Normandy, things like that. And they studied what happened, why certain general was victorious, what strategy was used, and so on. They analyzed those battles. And at the end of the wars, this young man went up to the general and said, "Excuse me, sir, I'm very curious, why did you not study any of the Israeli wars? I mean, certainly they must have some similarities. They're all quite different, but someone, why didn't you look at them?" And apparently the general said to the young man, "The reason we don't study the Israeli wars is because those victories are completely unexplained by any strategy known from that. They are totally miraculous, and I have no way to explain how this." So, at any rate, the 60 Wars certainly, and that's how we ended up in Yeshiva, but we're doing the West Bank, West Point, if I go to the West Bank. Anyways, so, again, a short form because I want to discuss this in more detail with Malcolm Reagan. Egypt, in particular, and Syria, right? The nation state once again. They've had several skirmishes. The 1956 Sinai campaign in particular, but at this point, Egypt is really ready to completely obliterate Israel, particularly with its allies Syria. In June of 1967, it's absolutely clear there's an intention to threat the United Nations, and its leader, Rothschild, decided that it was unsafe for the UN peacekeeping forces to maintain the borders, and so therefore Rothschild removed all of the UN peacekeepers on the borders, completely exposed from Israel to Egyptian tanks. And So the entire world knew that Israel was about to be driven into the sea. My uncle Leon, he should do well. He was a young man at the time, and he describes how he and his friends they dropped out of medical school to buy their tickets to get to Israel and to support the new state. And then by the time they came to the airport, the war was already over. As it was an amazing overnight victory. Essentially, what Israel did was it launched a controversial now preemptive strike, where they attacked the Egyptians and the Syrians before they could attack Israel, relying on it to if someone wants to kill you, get up earlier than him and kill him first. Very basic for the guys. And largely through the overwhelming air superiority, through the tremendously courageous air force, we were able to destroy much of the Egyptian air force before we got off the tarmac. The photographs of like exploding planes and soldiers lying on the runways, not even having a chance to take off. Within short order, all of these armies were defeated. The main outcome of this, however, was huge territorial expansion for Israel, which proved to be advantageous in some obvious ways, but at the same time, a great burden for Israel to deal with there, one that they still struggle with several decades later. Specifically, they conquered the entire Sinai Peninsula here, right up to the banks of Cairo and the Nile River. They conquered all the Gaza Strip, of course, which was attached to Sinai Peninsula. They conquered all of what would be called the West Bank, so-called because it is on the west side of the Jordan River here. And they conquered this mountain region up in Syria known as the Golan Heights. Now, they had to decide where they were going to do with these territories. They basically had three options. One was exchange it immediately for peace, meaning just release that territory and sign a peace treaty with the country that has lost that territory. And many Israelis felt that, of course, that's what's going to happen. In the next 6 months or so, we'll sit down, they'll realize we're here to stay, and we'll have peace. We'll get our land back, and then we'll have peace. But ultimately, none of the other nations stepped forward being willing to get that land back. So Israel had to make two other decisions. One is to annex the territory, which means to completely own it, to declare it permanently part of Israel, which sounds like a reasonable thing to do. It was one square in war, but at the same time, because you'll recall, Israel wants to be a democratic nation. Annexing a territory means you have to give its citizens, give its residents, citizenship. You cannot, under international law, take over a country and then literally enslave the people there or consider them second-class citizens. If you want to claim that territory as your own real estate, you have to give them citizenship. Precisely what Israel did in the region of the Golan Heights, which was sparsely populated, also ironically by a population of Arabs known as the Jews, who are traditionally friendly to the states in which they actually have a supportive role towards Israel. And because it's a mountain region that overlooks Damascus on one side, or the Galil lowlands on the other side, where it has high strategic value, and they said, we're just going to keep the Golan Heights, thank you very much. They also agreed to annex East Jerusalem, which has high symbolic value for Israel. Jerusalem is, of course, the 3,000-year capital of Israel. The old city with the temple in it is beyond value for Jewish history. And so they said, we are taking East Jerusalem, we're making it part of Israel, and in fact, all the Arabs living there will give it citizenship. Give it full Israeli citizenship, passports, the whole deal, in accordance with the democratic principles of international law. However, the larger population of what would be called Yehuda and Gaza, or the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, there was a large number of Arabs living there, and the Israelis were not willing to simply annex those territories and give the Arabs living in their citizenship, so they simply declared them administered territories. This is a kind of a neutral term. Some prefer the term occupied, which is decidedly derogatory towards the occupier, in this case Israel. But that's essentially the status quo that was held in place until 2003, when the Gaza Strip was actually abandoned very controversial disengagement process. The West Bank, of course, is still administered by Israel, where the Arabs living there do not have the full access to rights and privileges that Israeli citizenship do, which is an ongoing sore point for Palestinians, obviously, and for Israelis as well. There's a burden to administer these territories, but there is no lasting solution in immediate proximity. Well, next week we'll address this in greater detail as well, because Megan had a plan that was attempted in some parts, and we'll discuss how that worked. Okay, so this is the status just before she comes to power. Or here's a picture of East Jerusalem, which gives you a sense of how it was annexed, as well as regions immediately. So she comes into Knesset. I love this photograph because it gives you a sense of her personality. Right? She's a muscle and she's a powerful orator. She had uninterrupted reign in Knesset in various ministries, labor, foreign affairs, internal affairs from 1949 to 1966. And her name changed in 1956 to Meyer. But she ultimately retired in 1966 because she was diagnosed with lymphatic it's bad anyway you look at it. But how does that joke go? They're at a funeral and someone says to them, 90 years old, never had a cold, and now this. All right. She, in her tenure as prime minister, she was an outspoken individual. I think in many ways a lot like Bibi Netanyahu, because she had a very effective command of the English language. She would play a role in the world stage on a lot of issues. Unfortunately, part of her tenure was marred by the growth of Arab terrorism in this period, realizing that that Israel could not be shaken with conventional military methods, particularly after the Six-Day War. The Arabs, under the newly founded Palestinian Liberation Organization, had launched a large series of attacks on more vulnerable Israeli targets throughout the world. Most egregiously, the 1972 massacre of athletes at the Munich Olympics, several bombings of ticketing ranges in airports throughout Europe, and time again, she was faced with the challenges of dealing with international terrorism outside of Israeli borders, as well as attacks within Israel, although they would not get to really the most terrible ones until the 1990s. She had a well-known showdown with Austria that was really telling of the world mood and also her own leadership skills when Austria, of course, in East Central Europe had a transit camp that was reserved primarily for Soviet Jews. There was a trickle of Jews that were allowed out of the Soviet Union in the 1970s. And they primarily went to this one camp. The name of it escapes me right now, but this one camp in Austria. The Palestinian movement threatened Austria with terrorist attacks. They would keep this camp open because Palestinians wanted to slow immigration of Jews from Russia into Israel, which they felt was a great demographic threat to their ambitions to take over the land of Israel. So Austria came in. The minister, who was ironically was Jewish, he closed the transit camp, and at that time, Mayor was speaking to the Council of Europe, which I believe was in Brussels, and she bitterly lashed out at Austria for its cowardice. She went to afterwards, sat down with him, and she told him that he refuses to, if he refuses to be listening about it, if he does yield to them, there will be no end to terrorism whatsoever. And he openly said that they're not going to reach agreement, so she left the room. And the first thing she said to journalists was that he did not even offer her a glass of water. And so Kreisky ultimately was shamed to create an as a camp for Soviet Jews come through Austria, but ultimately she lost the overall battle on that particular site. But kind of indicative of the leadership role that she played on an international level. Domestically, the end of her tenure as prime minister was marred by a horrible event, the awful Trumpy War of 1973. This time, the young General Anwar Sadat was in charge, and he had some taste of conflict with the Israelis, and he disagreed with the prevalent mood that Israel was under. Using a strategy that involved a lot of secrecy, once again with the Allies in Syria, Sadat planned an attack on Israel that flew largely under the radar for much of the 1973. The attack was planned specifically for Yom Kippur, holiest day of the Jewish calendar, when the Jews would be fasting. Although ironically, even though Jews call it Yom Kippur War, Arabs call it the Ramadan War, because it occurred during their month of Ramadan, and secular historians prefer the October War. At any rate, Mayer was the prime minister at the time, and her ministers advised her that in fact the troops were massing and it looked like an attack was imminent. However, there was a big dispute among her advisors as to what to do about it. Certain conventions in particular advisors said launch another preemptive attack, just like 1967. That's the only way that we are going to win. Others, including the famous General Moshe Dayan, said that a preemptive strike was inappropriate, that it's not conclusive that they will attack, they can just sit rattling. Ultimately, she decided to honor a course, not order a preemptive strike, but she did order a full mobilization of the army. So she ordered the country on high alert immediately, and the attack came within 6 hours. So ultimately, Israel was able to come back and even push the boundaries further onto the other side of the Nile River in the case of Egypt after they had significant American support. But it was a devastating blow to Israel. They suffered very high casualties, and that the glow of the David versus Goliath that came after 1967 was definitely diminished because people saw that Israel as well. This ultimately catapulted Anwar Sadat as a general prime ministership, or I believe my presidency of Egypt later, because he was a great hero in Egypt, letting the Jews notice. And again, with Reagan next week, but now, once he had to Israel in battle, he was able to then turn around and make peace with them. Although that would ultimately earn him assassination at the hands of the current movement controlling Egypt, the Muslim Brotherhood, in war. One strong and defensive decision to not launch that preemptive strike came from Henry Kissinger, confirmed after the war was over that in fact if they had declared that preemptive strike, which again was controversial in the international world, and Kissinger said that America would not even have considered a single NATO to the effort. And that American support in conditions and political support was incredibly important. So ultimately, it's that her decision was, although costly, the wisest one possible. This was the determination of the Agranat Commission, which looked at the war and conducted an extensive postmortem, trying to determine what could have been done better. And it ultimately cleared Golda Meir of any blame for not deciding that preemptive strike. The party went into an election either thereafter. The party won the re-election, but several months later, she was too exhausted from the infighting and recriminations over the Civil War that she decided she would do something. She did in 1970. She died simultaneously in 1978 with cancer, which was first diagnosed already in 1966, causing her first regime. So looking at her legacy, she's a fascinating, tremendously powerful speaker, innovative ideologue. In large part, she sacrificed her personal life, family life, her husband and children for the needs of this nation's country, this great experiment in Jewish statehood. And lastly, signatory of the Declaration of Independence, her name is permanently inscribed in the history of the annals of this country, and her character and her leadership inspire us all. Thank you, as always, for your intelligent attention and indulgence, and I look forward to speaking next week about another day. Thank you. Coming. I think we've got a fantastic class here tonight. I have to say a couple of things because we're so thank you to I expected to bring home. Beginning and I appreciate that. I'm sure my other young adults know. Make it well. Still kind of up in the air, but then maybe through this last semester and now for the surgery. In the meantime, I'll just thank you to notice how wonderful it is. Now, especially because we have also thanks to Jones of ROIs for sponsoring this week. Classes are free in almost the community. We like that that's one, but schools did incur some costs to get things together and to have videos filmed because we like and to have that over meter at the back of the country. So, if we get sponsors to offset the cost of $100 to sponsor a lecture, obviously, if asked, hardware, we might just come to participate in sponsorship in itself. By the way, I hope you all had a chance to do the last lecture, which is the live class writing, is that Jewish lecture. Straight to the door, straight to the young in each website. Right? And click on Jewish history classes and take you there as well. Very likely attitude. Okay, so that's it. Today's class is on a fascinating character, but we are showing the principle of this period of history of the most documented Jewish life in 17th century. Which is truly a amazing statement, but reality is quite correct. Even though it plays a somewhat minor role in the overall Jewish history and the arc of our progress through the Middle Ages, was quite glorious, and especially response to the religious divide. There was a great fascination with Muslims. And so we have state documents with tremendous amounts of popular documents by Christians and Muslims who are fascinated with the possibility that the Jewish Messiah and Christ. So we have multiple witnesses look at the book and see who he was and what he did. His dates are 1626 to 1676. He died just a few months later. Birthday, of course, most of you who are completely new to Jewish history, his claim to fame was that in the year 1665, he proclaimed himself as the Jewish Messiah, and he engendered a huge following all across Asia Minor and many all by his teachings, the force of his personality, and the impact of the world, and many very significant Jewish leaders are after found his cause. He was severely disappointed when, only a year later, confronted the Sultan of the Turkish Empire, and he requested politely that he be given Jerusalem in order to initiate the Messianic period. The Sultan made a counteroffer of being a convert to Islam or Catholic you, and he decided to leaving his followers tremendously dejected on Jewish self-consciousness for the next 700 years. People explore the ramifications of that decision. little joke. And I have to tell you, this is a joke. When I first heard it, I thought it was very, very funny, but just a little help color. And I was thinking, could I possibly tell this joke? Maybe I could tell it in this situation, but I couldn't. I thought about it, so I edited it very lightly, so it's guaranteed not to. The joke goes like this. I'm guaranteed not to. I'll just edit it. So the joke goes like this. Of course, we're talking about conversion. Not big. Okay, you guys are walking down the street one day, and you pass by a religious institution of another faith. That's the part that we use on the conversion. So we use the version that doesn't identify the religious institution and also avoid any calumny from other faiths. So I asked this institution of another faith, and there's a big sign outside that institution that says, Jews convert this $500. Look, this is the ship of way to do that, but it's going to make the charities out of line. Think about it. Without Jews, like, just like, this was $500. I mean, you know, let's see how I got. I'll tell you what, she did. Go ahead. I'll know if you are like, $500. We'll have an amazing lunch. You know, do whatever you want. And she was outside waiting for the car, in his wedding, and finally he comes back out. And hey, look, and it's not real. Oh, did they give you the money? And he said, what is it? Just make pass the okay. So there are two bits of historical the German like foundation of Sabbatean movement that we have to look at these like this. First, we have to understand the impact of the that we discussed in some detail last week. This is the gathering of mystics and monks that were very, very active in Israel in the beginning of the 17th century. And this impact in particular is at the end of the same extent. So every is an acronym name means the lion of West America. So the every cell in particular created or about the new approach to mystic studies that was tremendously influential. And in particular, there was one element of learning and all as is known, distinguished it from forms of primarily for my purposes, earlier Kabbalistics had primarily there was a lot of conversation of the nature of the soul, the structure of the universe, the process of creation. A lot of things were much more theory than anything else. In reality, there was a little more emphasis placed on what is known as theory. Kabbalah is designed to affect change, as opposed to earlier logic, which emphasized just understanding the structure of the person. This was about altering the structure of the universe. Various various all kinds of things like that, where people under a reasonable, much more involved the question that Jews had in their mind was, will Mashiach come? Taboo subjects, which persists right after the 21st century, were attempted to create a Kabbalah to urge God to send the Messiah. The modern people were kind of thinking fairly widespread in the Jewish world in the 17th century. This is the element of intellectual which you have type 3 and his Jewish identity as a young man. In particular, science and kabbalists, these there to a something was wrong with the university. And the name of the practice about its region. This is especially so after the Spanish last term, which was such a huge shift in development Shanghai. The ultimate, in many ways, the ultimate age of the and a crutch in just a matter of months. And the persecution that followed in Spain and Portugal and the suffering right of the idea of effective found never had been destruction. These are the kinds of intellectual ideas that are circulating young colonists are feeling like through their study they can actually alter history very clearly. Any questions? I know. And, we have at least 50 lectures century, first century. Jewish tourists, people are starting to showing sight, as they say. So that's the and it, there's also a very important social and political element. That was personally motivated by hearing about the Rothschild. In fact, his most profound mental breakdown specifically related to the day that he heard about the events of what is known in Hebrew literature as Takbatat. Takbatat is the Hebrew acronym of the year 1648-49. Got another return to this.
You don't want to. I don't even.